Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Zombie Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya wasn't like other children. He tended to focus more diligently on academics than his peers, usually being first with his hand in the air when teachers asked questions. Not that they usually picked him despite being the top student in class. He also had a mumbling habit and tended to stare at people while scribbling in notebooks. It was unsettling and didn't earn him any friends. But the most troubling and off-putting part about him was that he had died when he was 7. For the first 7 years of his life he was an outcast for being a crybaby, but confrontational when push came to shove, quirkless, hero fanatic. Then a villain encounter left him lying lifeless from blood loss in a grocery store aisle with his mother screaming over his body. Imagine the medical examiner's surprise upon going into the morgue freezer several hours later to find a dead child complaining about the cold while munching on his neighbors. Now he was a social pariah for being a living corpse instead of just quirkless. The ability was dubbed, rather unimaginatively, zombie by the specialists who saw him in the days and weeks after the incident. No one was sure where it came from since no one in his family had similar abilities. It was eventually chalked up to a rare mutation. Though how that happened since he had 2 toe joints was a mystery. Short of conducting experiments on him, no ethical doctor could explain it. They did take samples to study but otherwise sent him on his way without a fuss. Most looked happy to see him go. Other kids dubbed him a villain and a monster, and most adults weren't much better. It didn't help that, just like in the movies, he needed to eat raw human flesh to survive. Not much changed with his body. While some things like breathing had ceased, the only outward tell was his blue-tinged ashy pallor and unnatural stillness when he forgot to breathe outside of talking. His organs still functioned and he still had blood flow, otherwise he would be in an over-glorified vegetative state. He still aged, needed haircuts, cried, if a bit more bloody than normal tears, needed the restroom, also a horror show, and to eat. He didn't sweat anymore, which was a bonus since it cut down on odor, and blood stains were hard to get out of clothes since it laced his bodily fluids. Sleep was also optional, leading to deep bags under his eyes and not much else. But eating anything but human meat and drinking human blood made him sick. If he didn't drink blood, he couldn't replenish moisture, and not eating made him emaciate at an alarming rate while inducing bloodlust. The major downside was that his pain receptors were muted. He still felt some pain and discomfort, but it took a lot. It was inconvenient because sometimes he couldn't tell when something was wrong unless it was horrifically bad. Healing from injuries was hellishly slow and left behind nasty scars unless a healing quirk was used in a timely manner. Bones didn't like fixing themselves, usually requiring surgeries to pin them back together until they fused. He found that out the hard way when Kaken shoved him off a slide and he broke his neck. On the plus side, he seemingly couldn't die. And that incident traumatized 8-year-old Katsuki into not bullying him anymore, thinking he killed someone. Life with his mother had irrevocably changed. She still took care of him, but he scared her and she was distant. During a short PRD after the quirk manifested, she tried ignoring his new diet because it made her squeamish and she didn't know how to get it, short of murder. That's how they discovered the bloodlust side effect. He went rabid from hunger and bit a chunk out of her leg. She'd locked him in a hall closet to get away and called the hospital in hysterics. The EMTs that arrived brought along meat from an organ donor and slid it through the door to him while treating his mom. The local morgues and hospitals agreed to donate when they could after that. It made staff uneasy, but some quirks just had special requirements that couldn't be helped. One thing that never changed was that he wanted to be a hero. He still kept immaculate notes and studied their fight styles for future reference. He even started working out in a long-term plan to get into UA. Only, now he was being told that he couldn't because he had a villainous quirk instead of being quirkless. It was at least a change of pace. It didn't stop the harassment, but he'd learned through trial and error that clacking his teeth and asking for brains made the other kids leave him alone. It often got him detention though, the teachers less than amused. In his first year of junior high, that's how he met his first friend since he was little, Hitoshi Shinso. The other boy was in a different class and tended to keep to himself, but they met one day in detention. His made-up infractions included using his quirk, brainwashing, on students and teachers. Izuku's was threatening to eat people. They got along like a house on fire. With mutually negligent parents, the two often spent their days outside of school together lazing around town. They would hang out at parks, in the trash heap that was Takoba Beach, and run towards hero fights when they caught wind of one. They trained together, both aiming to prove people wrong about their quirks not being heroic. Spite was a great motivator. They would only split up and return home when Izuku started getting too hungry. Hitoshi didn't mind his diet but didn't want to donate unexpectedly, which was understandable. By the time their last year of middle school rolled around, they were chomping at the bit for it to end so they could do the UA entrance exam. A contributing factor was that the bullying against both of them had escalated to physical confrontations again for the first time since early second year. A rumor had circulated that Izuku and Hitoshi were gay for each other due to a prank they pulled on a teacher. It prompted homophobia to outpace fear of their villainous quirks. And that's how Izuku found himself on a week-long suspension a couple months before graduation. A group of classmates had surrounded him after school when Hitoshi had been held back for detention. No one wanted to mess with them when they were together, but individually they were fair game. Taunting had given way to shoving, which led to a beating, during which Izuku bit a chunk out of someone's arm. Of course, the intervening teachers punished Izuku, who was bleeding from a punch to the nose and covered in bruises, while giving the otherwise untouched bullies a pass. It made him fret, wondering if it would lower his chances of getting into a hero school. The staff had been giving him the stink eye and whispering to each other while he waited in the school office. The worry skyrocketed when a hero walked in instead of his mother. That it was the elusive underground pro Eraserhead normally would give him a fangasm, but nerves almost had him in tears as the man spoke quietly to the receptionist, who pointed to Izuku with a scowl. The school had called the cops on him and the hero responded. The exhausted-looking hero regarded the greenette neutrally and gestured for him to follow, not saying a word until they were outside. You assaulted a classmate with your quirk? The skepticism was clear as bloodshot gray eyes looked him over. Izuku had been breathing more that day, so he didn't look as much like a corpse, just a little pale. The blood on his chin from biting the other boy had mingled with the flow from his nose, hiding the evidence at a glance. He just looked like an innocent, runty kid. He still physically grew, but he inherited his mother's short stature and baby face, which worked in his favor for cases like this. Ducking his head, Izuku shrugged. They attacked me, so I bit one of them. He rubbed the back of his neck. It had nothing to do with my quirk. My quirk is a mutant transformation type, at least that's what specialists think. But it doesn't change my teeth or anything. Biting him had nothing to do with it. He grinned, showing off his very human chompers. He hoped there was no flesh caught in his incisors. That would be embarrassing. Does it happen often? Eraserhead led him to the gates and leaned against the fence casually. He didn't seem inclined to haul the greenette to jail. If anything, he looked bored and like he wanted coffee. Biting people? This is only the second time in my life. Fussing with the straps of his backpack, he shrugged. For the bullying, they harass me and Hitoshi every day because of our quirks. And they think we're a gay couple. Izuku stared at the ground and scuffed his shoe on the pavement at the last part. That seemed to catch the man's attention. He stood up straighter and his gaze focused more on the greenette. And does the school punish them too? The teen shook his head, fighting a scowl. They don't want to blemish the records of prospective future heroes. But Hitoshi and I have villainous quirks, so we're good scapegoats. They don't seem to care that they're the ones pushing us towards villainy in the first place. He couldn't help the last sullen grumble. To his surprise, Eraserhead scoffed and grunted in agreement. Do you want to be heroes? Izuku nodded his head emphatically. We both do. We're going to try for UA. But he hesitated before pressing on. If any hero would understand, it would be this one. Neither of our abilities are combative. We've been working out, but I've heard the entrance exam is biased. Before the hero could respond, a familiar form slumped out of the school building and beelined over. Hitoshi looked just as dead inside as ever with dark bags under his eyes to rival Eraserheads. He didn't even react to the blood on Izuku past raising an eyebrow. Trouble? His apathetic violet gaze trailed to the hero. Recognition sparked, but he was too tired to fanboy. I got suspended. I bit Iwakubo-kun because he punched me. This was just another normal day for the two. Getting to chat with Eraserhead, accepting. A smirk graced the other boy's lips. Hopefully he gets rabies. Toshi, that's not how it works. Izuku shot a mildly panicked look at the hero, praying he wouldn't take it seriously. To his relief, the man just looked done. Are your parents coming to get you? When both shook their heads he sighed. Why not? He jerked his head to indicate the two should follow before beginning to amble down the sidewalk. As the two boys jogged to catch up, Hitoshi went first. My parents are scared of me. Same for my mom. I don't have a dad. Izuku chimed in. They fell into stride on either side of Eraserhead. Though the greenette almost had to jog to keep up with the long-legged freaks. Tall people were annoyingly inconsiderate sometimes. They followed the man into a cafe and he grunted out an order for black coffee. Hitoshi did the same when Eraserhead glanced at them. The greenette asked for 2 shots of espresso, trying to ignore the barista's weird expression. Once they collected their drinks, they sat in a booth and stared at each other. Or at least the hero and the indigo boy did. Izuku pulled an opaque water bottle out of his bag, unscrewed the lid, and poured his shots into the blood slurry inside. It would make him a little queasy, but it was a trick he'd learned for enjoying caffeine at least. After shaking it up a little, he took a big gulp through the straw. The action distracted Eraserhead. The man blinked and shoved some napkins at him. You still have blood on you. That explained the odd looks. Izuku had forgotten. Instead of using the tissues, he pulled a wet wipe out of his bag and started scrubbing at his face. He carried them around in case he spilled his drink. Once Hitoshi gave him a thumbs up, he shoved the trash into a pocket and resumed drinking. What do you mean that your parents are scared of you? The hero eyed them with a wary expression. The two exchanged looks before Izuku shrugged. It's not as bad as it sounds. My quirk just has special requirements that mom can't handle dealing with. My parents ignore my existence in exchange for keeping me alive. Mostly. The indigo boy grunted, not bothering to sugarcoat it like Izuku. Neither boy saw a problem with this. Which is why they both blinked at Eraserhead when his eyes flashed briefly red and he looked a bit set off. Explain. At their confused looks he rubbed his eyes tiredly. How much do they feed you? Do they take you to doctors when you're sick or injured? Do they hurt you? Well, my mom can't not feed me. She's tried but my quirk won't allow it. Same for when I'm hurt. She just can't handle being around me is all. Izuku was even more confused when his words made the hero twitch with a small scowl. Hitoshi shrugged, nonplussed. My parents give me 1,000 yen a week for food and refuse to talk to me. Could be worse. Before the hero could respond, the boy raised an eyebrow at his dark expression. Do you think we'd do well in a group home? That's where we'd get sent if you throw a hissy fit. They'd probably shove a muzzle on me and starve Izuku until he snapped or died. We're 15, not idiots. The greenette hummed around his straw. He was blowing blood bubbles to distract himself from the uncomfortable topics. Eraserhead leaned his head back to stare at the ceiling for a few moments. He still looked upset, but Hitoshi's logic was clearly processing. Finally he heaved the deepest sigh yet. I've changed my mind. I'm arresting you. That made both teens jolt in alarm. He raised a hand to stop the protests. They started choking out. If I arrest you and take you to the precinct, you'll be held until your parents show up. If they decline, then my friend Detective Tsukachi can arrest them for negligence and interrogate them. If they show up, he can interrogate them anyway. And in either case, I have an emergency foster license that's been collecting dust since I was 20. I just need enough evidence to use it. It took a long moment for the implication to set in. Hitoshi's jaw hit the floor and Izuku accidentally snorted his drink, resulting in a coughing fit. The indigo boy had to pound on his back while shoving tissues into his face. Why would you do that? The greenette finally hacked out. The hero shrugged while pulling out his cell phone. Your parents clearly aren't even doing the bare minimum of required child care. And there doesn't seem to be any love lost. As Izuku mentioned to me, they and your school are pushing you towards villainy as a consequence. If UA doesn't work out, what do you plan to do? He typed out a message and sent it before giving them his full attention. The question was not rhetorical. The boys exchanged a look, Izuku's apologetic and Hitoshi's annoyed. It was the indigo boy who grumbled. We decided if we weren't allowed to be heroes, then we'd become villains to prove a point. No civilian jobs would hire us once they know our quirks. It's not a bad idea, honestly. But you won't be allowed to reach your full potential before the entrance exam if your parents are as bad as they sound. And you'll need to be, since the exam is biased as hell. It's not logical for you to stay if it's almost a guarantee that you'll become villains without the right support. But that's why I want Tsukachi to be involved with the questioning. His ability lets him detect lies. An unmarked black car pulled up to the curb outside and Eraserhead stood and the teens followed reluctantly. Did you ever think of becoming a villain, Eraserhead-san? Your quirk isn't combative either. Izuku was curious since the hero didn't scold them. He also seemed like an adult version of Hitoshi in terms of attitude. The man led them outside and opened the back door of the car for them. All the time. People called Erasure villainous too when I was younger. He sighed again, letting them get situated before closing them in and jogging to the front passenger side. When he climbed in, they all went quiet, not trusting the plain-clothed officer with the topic. It was a long and tense ride to the police station. They didn't have to wait long once they were at the police station. While an officer entered them into a database, the hero disappeared to see if his detective friend was available. The intake officer booked them for disturbing the peace at the front desk. It was a small thing that he assured them they wouldn't actually get charged for. But it was enough to hold them until their parents showed up. It was just an extra precaution so the teens could be questioned without fear of their parents suing the city until they could establish whether or not the negligence counted as abuse. When Eraserhead returned 15 minutes later, the two delinquents were led into an office where a rather plain-looking man with short black hair and black eyes waited. He stood and smiled at them, gesturing for them to sit. The hero remained standing, leaning against the wall by the door. Hello, I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Eraser filled me in a little about what's going on. Do you mind if I record this interview? It was nice of him to ask since he didn't have to. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged deadpan looks before nodding in tandem. Sure. The Greenette supplied verbally. Though I'm still confused about all this. The detective pulled a tape recorder out of his desk. That's okay. We'll sort it out together. Just be honest while answering questions. He placed the device on the surface between them and sat after pressing a button. This is Detective Tsukachi with the Muzutafu Police Department. My quirk is human lie detector. I'm conducting a wellness interview with two minors, witnessed by the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Please state your names and ages. Izuku fidgeted and went first. Izuku Midoriya, 15. Hitoshi Shinso, 15. He sounded tired and bored. Starting with Midoriya, can you both state your quirks and provide a brief explanation? Seeing their worried expressions, the detective gave a reassuring smile. Eraserhead explained to me that most of your family and social trouble stems from your quirks. I just want to understand why. Drawing in a deep breath, Izuku shrugged. My quirk is zombie. I can't die or feel certain types of pain. But in exchange I have to eat human meat and drink human blood. I get sick from normal food. It manifested when I was 7 and died in a villain attack. Before that everyone thought I was quirkless. To his credit, the man didn't outwardly react as he typed the answers out on his computer. How do you get your food? Local hospitals and morgues agreed to provide organ donor parts when they can. Usually stuff that isn't transplant quality. He fidgeted uncomfortably, already sensing the next question. If I don't eat, I lose weight really fast and can't control the hunger. My mom is really squeamish about it, and when it first appeared she tried not feeding me. After a week I got so hungry I attacked and bit her. The detective's fingers slowly stilled on the keyboard and he peered at Izuku in concern. Has that happened at all since? Attacking people from hunger, no. The Greenette said that emphatically. He didn't need the police thinking he was a threat. He already had to endure suspicion from his teachers and peers. He wished the quirk specialists had called his power something else. I meant, does your mother feed you every day? The man clarified. The confusion was back again. Reluctantly he shook his head. Once every 4 days. It's the maximum before I have to eat or I snap. She does let me have blood every other day, otherwise I desiccate from dehydration. A troubled frown furrowed Tsukachi's brows. Are there side effects to not eating or drinking until then? I start losing weight after the first day, and by the second I feel dizzy and tired and it's hard to concentrate. Just like normal hunger, I guess. I usually stop breathing before it impacts my ability to function on day 3 though, to conserve energy. He knew it was bad. But as Hitoshi mentioned to Eraserhead, putting up with it was better than being sent to live with strangers who might do worse. The man's expression went neutral again as he finished typing out Izuku's responses. Finally, he looked at Hitoshi. And Shinso's quirk? The indigo teen looked done with the entire affair but answered anyway. Brainwashing. If I ask a question and someone answers, I can make them do what I say. It only works with simple tasks like movement. The more complex the order, the more likely it is that they break out of it. Pain also causes it to fail. Drawing in a deep breath, he grumped before Tsukachi could ask more. My parents give me money every week for food. It's usually enough to last if I only eat 1 small meal a day. They ignore my existence and refuse to talk to me because as a kid I kept accidentally taking control of them before I could control the trigger. They put a muzzle on me if I talk too much in the house. A look of anger briefly flashed over the detective's face before he schooled it. He shared a look with Eraserhead behind them before reaching over to turn off the recording device. Letting out a deep sigh, he regarded them kindly. That's all until we talk to your parents. For right now, I'm going to have some paperwork expedited so that Eraserhead can take emergency custody of you. It will take a couple hours, but I know it will be approved with your testimony. In the meantime, it's getting late. If you two don't object, you can go home with him tonight. The boys exchanged a look, having their own silent conversation. After a long moment, the indigo boy let out a note of disgust. I just want to sleep, so it's whatever. Izuku took over, grim frown in place. But you better take responsibility for us. We stay together and Eraserhead stays our guardian. No getting shuffled around group homes. He tried to sound as no-nonsense as he could. It was a work in progress because his stature didn't lend itself to intimidation. Not being able to eat every day wasted away what muscle bulk he managed to get from exercise. The hero spoke up for the first time in a while. You'll be staying with me until the investigation is concluded. We'll go from there, depending on what a judge says. If you end up going into foster care, I'll keep you. That was as good as they were going to get. They knew legally he couldn't promise anything else. The two boys were skeptical that anything would come of it anyway. A judge would probably look at their quirks and decide they were too dangerous to force on anyone but their parents. But for now, Izuku at least was relieved to be able to stay with Shinso for a couple days, and he might even be able to quiz Eraserhead about his quirk. It was a unique opportunity since most heroes wouldn't give a creepy fanboy the time of day. After exiting Tsukachi's office, another plain-clothed officer gave them a ride. The hero lived in an apartment not far from UA campus. It was in a quaint-looking neighborhood that was in far better condition than the one the teens lived in. They were ushered out in a small commercial district where Eraserhead led them through a partially hidden door between a cafe and a ramen shop. The door was code-restricted and opened onto a flight of stairs that went to units above the shops. There were only 4 doors at the top, 2 per side of a short hallway. I have a spare bedroom you two can share, the man explained while unlocking his door. Call me Aizawa when I'm not on duty. The place was Spartan and looked barely lived in. There were no personal touches to say who it belonged to. But it was clean and had furniture, which was all they could ask for. Something caught Hitoshi's attention right away, eyes widening and almost shining as he stared at a cat condo tucked in front of a window in the living area. Cat! He glanced around eagerly, almost tripping as he slipped out of his shoes. There were no guest slippers, so they followed Aizawa's example of going around in socks. The hero looked amused, some of the first real emotion he'd shown all evening. Mommy! She's probably sleeping on top of the fridge. He gestured towards an open archway that led to the small kitchen. The indigo boy didn't wait for further invitation, manners going out the window as he rushed past the man to try finding the feline. Aizawa thankfully didn't seem to mind, gesturing for Izuku to follow him. There was a short hallway with 4 doors. He pointed to each one. Closet, bathroom, my room, your room. You can stash your bags then do whatever. I need to make a few calls. Knock if you need anything and help yourselves to anything in the kitchen. With that, the hero disappeared into his room and shut the door, leaving them to their own devices. Izuku got the sense that he was uncomfortable sharing his space. The teen understood perfectly, being an introvert himself. Hitoshi too. It's why they got along so well. Peeking into their bedroom, it was just as bare as the rest of the apartment. A futon was folded up in a corner and there was a dresser and empty bookshelf. Dropping his backpack in a corner, he returned to the living room. There was a TV mounted on the wall in front of a couch and plush-looking chair. With nothing better to do, he flopped onto the sofa and grabbed the remote from the coffee table. Hitoshi would be distracted by the cat for a while. Mindlessly flipping through channels, he settled on a horror network after a minute. Amusement surfaced when he realized it was showing a zombie movie. They were more funny than scary anymore. Though they did make him hungry. Hopefully Aizawa would figure out a way to feed him while he was there. A couple hours after Izuku settled in to veg out on TV, Hitoshi joining him at some point with a captive black Maine Coon, there was a knock on the door. It startled the teens since it was getting late, almost midnight. Aizawa emerged from his bedroom to answer, stepping aside to let Detective Tsukachi enter. The man smiled at the confused boys, setting a small cooler and a couple takeout bags on the floor in order to remove his shoes and overcoat. I hope you're settling in okay. After reclaiming the items he approached the couch and offered the cooler to Izuku. Hopefully this will tide you over until we can get you a more steady supply. As it turned out, Izuku didn't have to worry about food. The container was packed to the brim with individually packaged and labeled meat and organs. There were even 2 deli cups full of blood. The thoughtfulness made his eyes sting and he blinked rapidly, not wanting to disturb them by crying. Thank you so much. He hugged the box and stood to shuffle into the kitchen, stomach already growling at the sight of a heart. They were his favorite organ. The texture was fun and they tended to fill him up. He fretted for a minute as he looked around. His mother refused to let him eat with anything but paper plates. Utensils were right out. Usually he was forced to take the meat into his room too, so she didn't have to see it. But it would be rude to do since he was sharing with Hitoshi. What if he got blood on the sheets? The debate ended when Aizawa entered. The man observed him for a moment before striding over to take a plate down from a cupboard. He sat it on the counter and gestured towards a drawer. Chopsticks and spoons are in there. I'll clean out a spot for you to put away what you don't eat tonight. With that he turned to the refrigerator and began rearranging the shelves. The greenette was frozen until his stomach grumbled again. Blushing faintly, he padded over to the counter and hesitantly began unpacking the cooler. A heart, liver, half a lung, and some meat that was cut like steaks. It would last him a few days. He honed in on the heart first. Glancing around, he spied a knife block. He liked eating them like apples, but he didn't want to squick anyone out on the first day. Instead, he cut the organ up into bite-sized cubes. While he ate, he watched the hero curiously when he began shuffling the packets from the counter onto the second shelf of the fridge. They were placed next to packages of store-bought animal meat like it wasn't a big deal. His mom made him store his rations in a crisper drawer out of sight, even though it made the meat spoil quicker. It was weird but refreshing to not have to hide his diet. After Aizawa was done, he turned to watch Izuku, head tilted curiously. Is it good cold? Blinking, the teen swallowed a bite and shrugged. It's better warm, but I don't mind it cold. It's kind of like sashimi this way. You can use the appliances. Just clean up after yourself. You can also eat in the living room. He waved absently at the lack of tables and chairs. With that he wandered out. Fighting against habit, Izuku followed slowly. The takeout was spread over the coffee table with Hitoshi and Tsukachi already digging in. The detective was sitting on the floor while Aizawa claimed the chair. It left the couch entirely to the 2 teens. No one paid him any mind as he sat next to the indigo boy. Well, the cat did. She stretched out between them, showing off a frame almost as large as a medium dog, nose twitching at the raw meat. Darting a glance around, when no one was looking, he accidentally dropped a small piece between her front paws. A loud purr erupted from the feline as she scarfed down the offering. Golden eyes stared unwaveringly while she made biscuits on the cushion near his thigh. Several more pieces of heart were sacrificed after that, Izuku unable to turn down the big pleading expression. When he looked up from feeding her the last bite, he found both adults looking at him with eyebrows raised in amusement. "You'll never get rid of her now." The detective smiled, not seeming bothered by it. "Oh, I was wondering. Do anticoagulants make you sick?" The topic made him pause, trying to think. "Well, I've needed transfusions before and it didn't. But I don't think I've tried drinking bagged blood before." Most of what he got was old blood from morgues. It tasted foul but worked. It's why he didn't mind mixing it with espresso. The flavor couldn't get much worse. "I'll get you a small batch to test tomorrow." Aizawa commented. "You'll both be going to UA with me instead of your school. A colleague keeps a stash for emergencies." With that, he went back to his own food. The nonchalance was mind-boggling. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged a look, unable to stifle excitement at the prospect of going to the Hero Academy. The entrance exam was only 3 months out, but seeing it beforehand would be amazing. Unable to contain himself, the Greenette beamed. "Will we be able to see your class train?" The man grunted while gathering up the empty containers. "I expelled my entire class this year. But I'll be helping with the second years after lunch." He headed into the kitchen to throw away the trash, emerging a second later to grab Izuku's forgotten plate. "You two should get some sleep. I leave by 7 a.m. The Greenette wasn't tired and Hitoshi had insomnia, but they nodded anyway. As they stood, Tsukachi hummed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your parents haven't contacted the station yet. Tomorrow I'll be paying them a home visit." "When do they get off work?" "My mom's usually home by 6. It hurt a little that she wasn't interested in claiming him, but it wasn't surprising either. The indigo boy was the same, looking resigned. "My mom's home by 2, Dad by 5. "Alright, I'll keep you updated." He shot them a gentle smile. "Regardless of how this all works out, it'll be okay." The hero nodded stoically in agreement. When Tsukachi said it, Izuku couldn't help but believe him. It was strange feeling confident in a single adult, much less two. The teens took turns in the bathroom before heading into their room. Hitoshi unrolled the futon and they snuggled up together under the blankets. It felt nice to relax even if neither could actually sleep. They laid in silence for a while before Hitoshi broke it. "If this is a dream, hopefully we never wake up." Humming in agreement, the Greenette leaned up to kiss his cheek. "We're living with Eraserhead. He let me eat with everyone." There was a hint of disbelief as he said it, but also giddiness. "Tomorrow we're going to UA." The other boy commented. After a second they both squealed quietly and hugged each other tighter. The outburst faded quickly, neither being too keen on emotional displays. The excitement had to get out somehow though, or it felt like they would burst. That out of the way, they settled in to try resting for the night. It ended up being them playing on their phones until Aizawa knocked to get them up at 6. When they were getting ready to head out, Izuku noticed Tsukachi's shoes and jacket still there. The man himself was absent, probably in the hero's room still sleeping. When he raised an eyebrow and smirked at Aizawa, the man hid his lower face in his capture weapon before rushing them out the door without comment. The Greenette and Hitoshi exchanged grins. No wonder the hero was adamant about the detective handling their case. They very much didn't mind. The trip to campus was quick, only a 15-minute bus ride. As they walked through the gates to the main building, there were a few students already trickling in, but not many. Aizawa led them through the halls and into what was undoubtedly the teacher's lounge office from the tired-looking adults milling around desks with tea and coffee. Present Mike and Midnight beelined over with curious expressions. "Show, who are the little listeners?" Mike beamed at them while shoving a coffee cup into the Ravenette's hand. The woman smirked while eyeing Hitoshi. "Anything you need to tell us? Been hiding something?" To be fair, the indigo boy did look like a mini version of Aizawa. It was the eye bags and dead expression. With a huff, the man shook his head. I'm fostering them. Where's Kan? His dark gaze swept over the other teachers, searching. He had to break up a fight between some of his students. He dragged one to Nezu's office. The blonde gestured absently towards a closed door in the back of the lounge. Of course. Aizawa grumped. If he just expelled them like I do, he wouldn't have as many problems. He's too soft. The other two rolled their eyes like this was a frequent complaint. Not everyone is as heartless as you. Anyway, what are your names, cuties? Midnight grinned at them. While the teens introduced themselves, Aizawa wandered off to root through a shelf full of documents and forms. Mike and Midnight chatted with the boys about their junior high grades and looked pleased when they admitted they wanted into UA. They were nice but loud. It was a relief when the Ravenet motioned them over to an empty desk near his. He sat 2 thick packets on the surface and grabbed a second chair. Do these until lunch. You're not in school, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. He got distracted by a door opening on the other side of the room. A muscular white-haired man walked out trailed by a crying girl. Help yourself to the tea and coffee, Shinso. And Midoriya, you can put your lunch in the fridge. With that he went to intercept his colleague as he escorted the student out of the lounge. Left to their own devices, Izuku pulled a baggie of meat out of his bag to store while the Indigo boy beelined for the coffee. Once they were done, they settled at the desk to begin going through the papers. It turned out to be several tests for various subjects. An entrance exam practice test, the Krynior assumed since it wasn't labeled past instructions. Roughly an hour later, Aizawa returned carrying a pint-sized blood bag. He sat it by Izuku's elbow before disappearing again without a word. Curious, the Krynior snagged it to look at the label. Kensekijiro, Type B. It was collected only a week ago. Popping a clip holding one of the tubes closed, he sniffed. It didn't smell bad, actually faintly sweet. Using the tube as a straw, he tested it cautiously. It was a weird mix of sweet, sour, and salty, with strong iron notes. It was refreshing once he got used to it. Fresh was still better, but he could get used to this if it didn't make him sick. After a couple swallows, he clipped it closed again before focusing back on the test. By the time they were finished with the practice exams, it was almost lunch. Teachers were beginning to filter in for their breaks. They received some curious looks from those not present that morning, but that was all until a man with rich black skin and dreadlocks wandered over. Y'all done with those? He spoke with a drawling American accent that made his Japanese interesting to listen to. When they nodded, he smiled and collected the papers. I'll look 'em over for ya and drop them on the right desk later. The name's Snipe. I cover 3rd year ranged combat and weapons training. The Grynet's eyes widened. He didn't recognize the gunslinger hero without his signature hat and gas mask. Thank you, Snipe-san. He tried to contain his inner fanboy, desperately wanting an autograph, but he bit his tongue. He wanted to play it cool since one day the man would hopefully be his teacher. Chuckling, the hero shook his head. Just Snipe. I'll catch you around. If you need anything, give me a holler. He strode over to his own desk and sat down, opening Izuku's test and getting out a red pen. Thankfully, Aizawa walked in not long after. It distracted the Krynior from agonizing over his results while furtively watching Snipe. Midoriya, did you try the blood? He went to the fridge to grab Izuku's lunch for him before motioning for the two to follow. Collecting the blood bag, he and Hitoshi fell into step with the Ravenet. Yep, it's good. And so far I feel fine. They followed indicators to the cafeteria. It was set up like one big restaurant, with 2 floors and 6-seater tables. It thankfully was still early, so not many students were present. I'll get you a couple more from Kan before we leave. It'll tide you over until I can work something out. He handed the meat to Izuku, along with a plate, knife, and chopsticks from the buffet-style line. Go find a spot to sit while we get food. Looking around, the Krynior settled on a table near the windows. It offered a view of the front lawn and gate. Some decorative plants gave the area a soothing, secluded feeling despite the steady increase of hungry students filtering in. While he waited for his companions, he absently cut up his food, zoning out a bit. He was startled when someone approached the table and sat down. A dark blue-haired boy with pointed ears slumped into one of the chairs. He didn't seem to notice Izuku, hunching in on himself and keeping his eyes glued to his meat-laden tray. Curious how long it would take for the other to notice, the greenette stared while quietly sipping on the blood pouch. The anxious introvert was so dedicated to ignoring the increasing crowd that it was someone else settling in next to him that got his attention. Making a new friend, Tamaki? A cheerful blonde with blue eyes beamed between the two occupants. Wah! Tamaki jerked in surprise when he spotted Izuku. His light golden, tawny skin went pale and he looked like he would pass out. How? Taking pity on him, the younger boy shrugged. Swallowing his blood, he smiled. I've been here. You're welcome to stay though. I'm Izuku Midoriya. A friend and I are here with Aizawa-san today. Mirio Togata, nice to meet you. This is Tamaki Amajiki. We're second years. He seemed nice enough, though his gaze kept wandering to the blood bag and raw meat. He didn't comment or ask about it despite clearly wanting to. Izuku was saved from awkward small talk by Hitoshi and Aizawa wandering over. They sat on Izuku's side of the table with the indigo boy next to the greenette. Silence descended as everyone got more interested in their food. The grumpy expressions of his companions dissuaded more introductions. Though the quiet seemed to put Amajiki at ease, shoulders uncurling the slightest bit. Halfway through the lunch PRD, a periwinkle whirlwind glomped on to Togata. Here's where you've been hiding. Oh, Aizawa-sensei, hello. The girl peered at Hitoshi. Is this your son? I love your hair. Is that human? The last two were directed at Izuku when she spotted his plate and blood pack. No, this is Hitoshi Shinso and Izuku Midoriya. Leave them be, Hado. Aizawa looked like the energy was being sucked out of him just being in the bubbly girl's presence. So did Hitoshi for that matter. It didn't bother the greenette as much. The rapid speech was just a little off-putting. Feeling mischievous, Izuku grinned. It is, actually. Do you want to try it? He offered a cube to the girl. Is it really? I read somewhere that human meat is kind of sour and bitter. To everyone's shock, she snagged the piece and popped it into her mouth. Togata looked a little green as he watched her chew it thoughtfully. After a moment she hummed. It's good. I can't quite place the taste. Like something between horse and veal. Or maybe pork. She looked puzzled and reached over to steal another bite from his plate. The reaction threw Izuku off, but he felt kind of warm and fuzzy too. She cheerfully validated his diet without a second thought. That was a first. Though when she went in for a third bite he pulled his food away. It's hard to get legally, so I have to make it last. I can't eat anything else because of my quirk. He explained apologetically when she pouted. Plus, I'm not sure if it can make you sick. Looking disappointed, Hado nodded in understanding. She turned to her two friends and started chatting with Togata about classes. It let Izuku finally eat in peace. Though he noticed Amajiki darting painfully shy glances his way, curiosity apparent. With everyone else distracted, the greenette subtly offered him a piece too without looking up from the plate, not wanting to spook him. A few seconds later, the cube was tentatively swiped from his chopsticks. He didn't watch the other boy eat it, but he did catch a couple more looks directed at his meal. When the bell finally rang the end of lunch, the three introverts watched Hado and Togata leave with relief. They were a bit much in more than small doses. The teacher glanced at them appraisingly. There's an hour before combat training. We can nap in the teacher's lounge. There were no complaints. Rather than sleep, Izuku stopped his breathing as a form of rest. Normally it made him sluggish to do so, but fresh after a meal it wouldn't slow him down much. He, Hitoshi, and Aizawa were curled up under a conference table in a small meeting room off the teacher's lounge. The man was cocooned in a blinding yellow sleeping bag that he pulled from under his desk. The teens were jealous. It looked plush and comfortable while they just had their sweaters for pillows. Izuku did find himself dozing off a little, more like a hazy trance as he relaxed to the sounds of their snoring. All was peaceful until the door slid open. He cracked an eye in annoyance before closing it again, hoping the intruder would see that the room was occupied and leave. No such luck. The chair next to him was pulled out and the person kicked him when they sat down. A gasp reached his ears before he was grabbed and rudely shaken. Nezu, call the nurse. There's a student under here and he's not breathing. The panicked yelp was followed by light slaps to the face. The greeting annoyed him into playing dead for a moment longer. Then, on another slap, he surged up to bite the man's hand. Not enough to even draw blood, but still a clear warning. He was dropped back to the floor as the person recoiled in shock. Drawing in an exaggeratedly sharp breath, he gnashed his teeth. Brainins. Next to him, Hitoshi let out a snorting laugh while Aizawa just rolled over to face away from them. After a moment he grumbled, "Principal, these are the two I messaged you about." "Oh, how wonderful. Midoriya, I presume?" A mild squeaky voice asked. When Izuku finally opened his eyes, he could see a white rodent-like face peering down at him from the table. A few feet away was a shell-shocked, very tall and willowy, blonde man. "Yes." He sat up to properly address the principal. "Izuku Midoriya, sir." The chimera clasped his paws together, mouth twitching in an approximation of a smile. "I had hoped to meet you and Shinso before you left today." He tapped a paw on the table. "Aizawa, do you want to come out and meet your future colleague?" "No." Despite the apathetic sass, the ravenet slowly inched his way out from under the table and emerged from the sleeping bag. Hitoshi followed a moment later, joining Izuku in sitting on the floor. Dark eyes narrowed as they assessed the blonde before flicking to Nezu dismissively. "We need to go for training." The principal just seemed amused by the unfriendly response. "You still have a half hour. I apologize for interrupting your naps. This is Toshinori Yagi." He spoke to the two boys. Yagi is All Might's personal assistant. He and All Might himself will be teaching hero studies next term. The news was mildly interesting but not as huge a deal as it used to be for Izuku. He still respected All Might as a hero, but the blind worship had diminished over the years of studying the reality of hero work. It had become a topic of interest after his quirk manifested, as a way of gauging the likelihood that he could become one without a flashy power. It's how he first heard about Eraserhead and other underground heroes who shunned publicity in favor of results. "That's nice." Hitoshi summarized the ensuing silence after a moment, taking his cue from Aizawa. He was grumpy that his nap was cut short, otherwise he'd probably be a smidge more respectful towards the principal. Thankfully Nezu chuckled while Yagi looked put out at the lack of enthusiasm. "I see why Aizawa likes you. Please, have a seat." He turned to the blonde. "I hope you don't mind." Clearing his throat, Yagi shook his head. "Not at all. I did want to see how things work here firsthand, so I have the day free." Once the five of them were settled in chairs, the chimera beamed. "Now then, Aizawa mentioned you boys want to join the hero course next term. May I ask why?" His tone was conversational with a hint of curiosity. Exchanging a look with Hitoshi, Izuku shrugged. He'd thought about the topic a lot, and the Indigo Boy's motivations were the same. "Well, I grew up wanting to be like All Might because he's brave and saves people with a smile. He's a beacon of strength and justice that I wanted to emulate. At least until a specialist said I was quirkless when I was 4. After that I wasn't treated very well by anyone, even adults who should know better. I was told to give up my dream because it was impossible, that I was worthless without a quirk. All of society's merits are placed on a person's power rather than convictions or actions. It's not fair and certainly not equal in a supposed age of peace." His eyes flickered towards Yagi briefly before going back to Nezu, who was listening attentively. "When I was 7 my quirk manifested and I thought, finally, I'll be accepted and can be happy pursuing my dream. Only I apparently have the wrong quirk. A villainous quirk. So now I want to be a hero to prove everyone wrong. It's because of attitudes like what I and Hitoshi grew up with that we see a lot of villains and criminals. People who otherwise would make amazing heroes are told again and again that they're worthless or destined to be evil because of their power, not because of their actions, until they start to believe it themselves." He paused to fish the blood bag out of his pocket, a faint blush on his face. He hadn't intended to turn his answer to a seemingly simple question into a speech. Thankfully Hitoshi took over for him while he drank. "I grew up similarly and with the same problem. My own parents called me a villain when I accidentally mind-controlled them for the first time. I was 5 and didn't understand how to control it. From there, almost everyone who found out about it called it evil or bad even when I never used it. Only flashy and pretty quirks are considered heroic. Anything less is mediocre at best and villainous at worst. We want to be heroes who give hope to other people, that anyone can be a good person and has value regardless of their quirk or lack of one. Izuku nodded in agreement, happy that they were on the same wavelength. That is a noble goal indeed. As long as you stay true to your ideals and try your hardest, I suspect you'll go far. I look forward to seeing you succeed one day. Nezu sounded pleased. Glancing at a clock on the wall, he hummed. If you come back before the entrance exam, I'd love to discuss it more with you too during a free block. For now, I believe it's time for Aizawa to head to class. They were ushered out by the Ravenet after saying their goodbyes. The surreal interaction was soon forgotten in a rush of excitement as they followed the teacher through the corridors and into a gym. It looked more like a cavernous concrete hangar, built to withstand destructive quirk training. A multitude of reinforced windows was the only thing keeping it from feeling claustrophobic despite how big it was. A line of students in their costumes was already waiting with Snipe and Cementos. Togata and Hato grinned and waved at them while Amajiki hid his face under a low cowl. Aizawa had them sit on a bench near the entrance while he joined the other teachers. The Greenette fiercely wished he'd grabbed a notebook from his backpack as he eyed the visible quirks on display. Instead he took out his phone and opened a note app for shorthand observations. He was slower at typing but it did in a pinch. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and called Izuku a nerd under his breath. It went ignored since he was already engrossed in the note-taking. The lesson consisted of the second-year class training with their quirks individually against cement blocks while dodging paintballs shot at them by Snipe. Aizawa would occasionally launch melee sneak attacks or erase random quirks to catch them off guard. It seemed brutal and intense considering most weren't quite fast enough to dodge a bullet even with their power. The three they met at lunch were. They were beyond impressive and Izuku was having a tough time keeping track of them. They would put some pros to shame and they weren't even third years yet. By the time the lesson was over, Izuku was vibrating in his seat. To his eternal disappointment, Aizawa ambled over and shooed them out as the students retreated into the locker rooms. From there, they returned to the lounge to collect their belongings. The man also pulled a small stack of full-sized blood packs from the fridge and had Izuku stash them in his bag. It seemed Deku had dropped them off at some point. He then muttered something about beating students to the bus stop and ushered them out of the building. The two boys figured it was to avoid overcrowding. It was a sentiment they could get behind even though they wanted to see more of the campus. When they returned to the apartment, Aizawa immediately curled up on the couch for a nap, Mommy draping over him like a blanket. Hitoshi thought that was an amazing idea and retreated to their room for one of his own. For his part, Izuku wandered into the kitchen to grab a snack and put away the blood. The brief solitude was refreshing as he slowly ate half of a liver with one hand while scrolling through his phone. Once he was done, he washed his plate and hands before wandering into the bedroom to do some quiet exercises. He felt surprisingly energetic after 3 solid meals and freshish blood and wanted to capitalize on it to regain lost muscle mass. It wasted away quickly but could be regained just as fast after the food metabolized. Roughly an hour into his light workout, Hitoshi woke up and joined him. It would be more efficient to run around outside like they normally did, but it was setting into evening and they doubted Aizawa would let them do it so late. The Greenette vowed to ask the hero about it later. Eventually they were interrupted by a knock on the door and the man calling them that dinner was ready. Izuku wandered out while Hitoshi took a quick shower to rinse off the sweat he'd built up. The Greenette cheerfully returned the middle finger. The other boy shot him for not being equally as gross as they separated in the hall. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him when he slumped onto the couch and he shrugged. We were working out. Would it be okay if we wandered around the neighborhood when there's free time? We want to get as much physical training in as possible before the exam. A grunt was the only answer for a moment as the Ravenet looked thoughtful. Finally he shrugged. You could do that. Or I could train you. UA has a weight room and track field, among other things. And I still have to go in to teach other classes, like today. Really? The Greenette lit up with excitement. That would be infinitely better than his and Hitoshi's usual routine. The man nodded before wandering into the kitchen to bring out the food. The Indigo boy joined them a couple minutes later, sitting next to Izuku. Their food was simple but hearty ramen, while the greenette was shocked to realize Aizawa had already prepared him human steak with a glass of blood and some lung. He almost choked up as he nibbled a piece. No one had made his meals for him since he was 7. Mommy distracted him from the swell of emotions by padding over to beg at his feet like a dog. He couldn't resist that face and ended up sharing again. Shortly after they began eating, Tsukachi returned. He looked grim and tired but spared them a small smile as he beelined to get his own food. He settled on the couch next to Hitoshi and they ate in silence. It set the boys on edge, but they didn't want to break it. Once they were all finished, Aizawa took the dirty dishes into the kitchen. When he got back, the detective cleared his throat to gain their attention. "I have news." He adjusted to peer at the teens with a gentle expression. "All 3 of your parents were arrested today. They are going to be charged with neglect, abuse, and endangerment. Midoriya, your mother is willing to sign you over to Shota." He turned to Hitoshi. "Your parents are as well." The man paused to watch them carefully. Izuku's heart ached at the news. On some level, he still loved his mother despite knowing what she was doing was wrong. It hurt that she gave him up so easily. Still, there was undeniable relief there as well. He'd only spent one night with Aizawa and Tsukachi and he already felt better than he had in years. Glancing at Hitoshi, he saw similar flashes of emotion on his normally inexpressive face. The adults gave them time to process it in peace, simply observing their reactions. Finally, it was the indigo boy who spoke up. "When does it become official?" The detective hummed, relaxing a little at the lack of a negative response. "Well, Shota needs to sign the paperwork. You two also need to decide if you want to change your last names. After that, it usually takes a few days to process. They might want a social worker to interview you 3 too, but they might not since Shota's a hero with a good record. Especially with his references and me vouching for him. I guess it will all take about a month if everything goes smoothly. You'll be staying here regardless." "Seiken." Izuku hesitated while darting an uncertain look at the hero. The man tilted his head in encouragement. Drawing in a deep breath, the greenette continued. "I'd like to change my name. If that's all right." "Me too." Hitoshi mumbled his agreement. The man looked surprised, but then a small smile twitched on his lips. "Of course." Neither boy went back to middle school, even after Izuku's suspension was over. At home they were given worksheets to do to keep on top of their academic studies. It was tough, and after the first 3 times the greenette started suspecting Aizawa of giving them UA-level material. Every time the erasure hero went to UA, he would take Izuku and Hitoshi. Depending on how long they would be there, they would work out in the weight room under the Ravenette's supervision and direction, then eat lunch with Togata, Hado, and Amajiki. The 5 were becoming friends, even Amajiki slowly contributing to conversations. Izuku was looking forward to the day the shy boy was comfortable enough to be quizzed about his power. It had nothing to do with the greenette wondering if he could eat the older boy's transformed limbs. If Aizawa was helping with battle training, they would sit in to observe, and if not, they ran laps around the practice field and generally goofed off until it was time to go. Getting 3 meals a day and drinking blood to his heart's content made it almost shockingly easy to get a respectable amount of muscle built up. His body was better suited for speed and agility, but he could pack a punch. With the steady improvements, Izuku also noticed that his stamina was increasing. He could keep going at a brisk run even after Hitoshi tagged out, when before it would have been Izuku flagging. His healing got a massive boost as well. One day he tripped on concrete and skinned his knees and palms only for the wounds to heal in minutes. It was like he went from Night of the Living Dead to 28 days later. Minus the psychotic bloodlust, of course. The changes were surreal after years of noodle arms and struggling to heal paper cuts. Since Izuku's quirk was passive, he focused on helping Hitoshi with his. On days when they didn't have to go to campus, they tested how long the indigo boy could keep him mind-controlled before migraines and mental fatigue set in. They figured out that when controlled, the person could be compelled to talk as long as the questions were basic. Izuku was able to break free out of embarrassment when Hitoshi asked him what his favorite pawn was, for example. The same happened when Izuku was told to solve a riddle that required critical thinking and math problems he didn't know. In between training, they dealt with more taxing matters. Tsukachi, who insisted that they call him Neomesa, had to take new statements from them to ensure they matched what their parents said. Then they were forced through several uncomfortable meetings and a home inspection with a caseworker because a judge mistook Aizawa, Shota as he also had them call him, for a homeless person outside the courthouse. The misunderstanding would have turned nasty if not for a court officer recognizing Eraserhead from the precinct. It was stressful and frustrating all around trying to transfer custody and advance the cases against their parents. The only happy aspect of it was being able to get their belongings from their former homes. Neither boy had much beyond clothes and books in Izuku's case. But finally, 2 months later, it was settled. Izuku Aizawa and Hitoshi Aizawa no longer had to worry about what would happen to them. Neomesa was even named a secondary guardian in the event Shota was incapacitated or otherwise unreachable. The detective insisted they celebrate by visiting an aquarium when the boys said they'd never been to one while brainstorming places to go. They were kicked out halfway through the day because Izuku fed a seal some of his lunch brains and diced kidney. It wasn't his fault it looked adorable and puppy-eyed when it saw him eating near the enclosure. Still, they had fun. After leaving the aquarium, the two men took them shopping so they could decorate their room. Thankfully, the two teens had similar tastes. The bedroom was quickly outfitted with posters for known underground heroes and other merchandise. Izuku also had a fresh stack of empty notebooks since he'd run out of space in #an anomaly occurred in their routine roughly a week before the entrance exam. UA had let out for spring break as the new school year approached, so Shota hadn't had to go in. The man had been putting them through grueling sparring exercises now that they all had more free time. Hitoshi had even been sleeping from exhaustion most nights. The two teens were surprised when the hero knocked on their door at 7 in the morning and told them to get dressed and bring a change of workout clothes with them. When they quizzed him, he simply grunted and silenced them by shoving coffee and coffee-infused blood in their hands respectively. After breakfast, they were ushered out to a waiting car. Snipe grinned at them from the driver's seat. The gunslinger hero was more sympathetic to their confusion. "Y'all are gonna practice for the general entrance exam while we get stuff squared away. You got the written and then a practical we set up for ya and some other hopefuls." There was a hint of laughter in his explanation that set Izuku on edge. But it made sense that the teachers would want to test everything before hundreds of teenagers wrecked it all in unanticipated ways. At least a small sample batch of teens could work out major flaws before the big day. Treat it as the real exam. Shota cautioned seriously. How you do on it will reflect how you will do next week. Don't hold back. Everyone else will give it their all. And Shota wasn't kidding. As the four walked over to the main building from the teacher's parking lot, there was a long line of teenagers dressed in their former school blazers. The greenette felt out of place in a neon green t-shirt that said, "Hero costume," and threadbare jeans. At least the other boy dressed in black, even if it was informal as well. A lot of the teens looked stoic and unfriendly, but there were a few anxious faces. Izuku and Hitoshi got odd and borderline hostile looks when they followed Shota and Snipe past the line and directly to the table waiting to get everyone signed in. They all really were taking the practice run seriously. Midnight, Mike, and a couple other teachers Izuku didn't recognize were manning the long table. The woman grinned at them as they approached. "Welcome to hell, little morsels." She handed each confused boy a card with a number on it. "I look forward to seeing your tears." That was a bit extra. But Kayama embraced the intimidating Demon TRX persona on the best of days. Likely she was pouring it on thick to psych people out and simulate real test pressure. Not that it seemed anyone needed it. The two were ushered into a huge auditorium to find their seats before Shota and Snipe wandered off to do whatever teachers do. It left the boys feeling distinctly out of place as they sidled down the rows looking for the seats corresponding to their numbers. They were next to each other, thankfully. Izuku looked around curiously as only a quarter of the seats began filling up. A quick mental count told him that there were only about 50 people present. He knew that hundreds of students attempted the exam normally, hoping to fill only 40 spots in the hero course. Next week all of the chairs would be packed full. It was an intimidating realization that made him halt his breathing before his blood pressure could even think of spiking. Next to him, Hitoshi was napping on the little fold-out desk attached to his seat. At least one of them wasn't worried. The greenette stubbornly kept his breathing turned off to suppress his anxiety response. This was only a mock-up test, it was fine. If either of them failed, a week would be enough to go over what went wrong and fix it before the real entrance exam. A short time later, Nezu padded out onto the stage and hopped onto the podium. Izuku nudged the indigo boy awake so he wouldn't miss instructions. Welcome, hero hopefuls. Store all belongings on the floor under your seats. Only your tests, provided pencils and provided water bottles will be allowed on your desks. He paused before looking directly at Izuku. If you have special hydration requirements due to your quirk, we have taken that into consideration. Please get ready now. The tests and refreshments will be passed out as I go over the details. Do not start until I am finished. With that there was a collective rustle as everyone did as instructed. As soon as everyone resettled, the Chimera clapped his paws together, signaling an army of small robots to skitter around handing out the tests, 5 pencils per desk, and UA-branded water bottles. Izuku was happy to see that his bottle was filled with dark red, instead of clear, liquid. Squirming in his seat, he popped the cap and gasped in delight when he caught a whiff. They had somehow gotten him fresh blood and it was still warm. The rich scent was untainted with anticoagulants and he could see some clots floating around, the rarest of treats. The stranger sitting on his other side gagged and inched away, but the greenette paid them no mind as he took a tiny sip. The iron and copper notes exploded on his tongue, making him shudder in enjoyment. It was ambrosia after so long of old or bagged blood. Hitoshi had to kick his leg to get him to focus on listening to Nezu. -0 tolerance policy for cheating. If you are caught, you will be asked to leave. You will not be allowed to participate in other UA entrance exams. In addition, we will notify your former schools so they can open investigations into your previous performances. It will go on your transfer records and you may be barred from applying to other hero academies. Beady black eyes swept over the audience, drawing a couple shivers. The staff were taking the practice test just as seriously as the real one. There are 8 subjects covered by the test: math, social studies, Japanese, science, English, the arts, moral studies, and hero studies. You will need a score of at least 85% to pass. You have been provided scrap paper to work out answers, or if extra space is needed for essay questions. When you are done, or if you need more paper, raise your hand and wait for a teacher. You all have 3 hours. Now, Nezu smiled as he pointed a remote at the giant screen behind him. The screen flickered to show an aerial view of the sports festival stadium. The outside radius was weird, with what looked like an oblong race track surrounding it. The practical exam will be, essentially, a race to the finish. You will be broken into groups of 6, where you will compete against each other in a 3-kilometer-long obstacle course. Pixel sprites of the teachers popped up and started running around the track. An Eraserhead sprite lassoed Present Mike and Midnight sprites, knocking them out with cute dazed swirls over their heads, before canceling a Cementos sprite's quirk and leaping ahead. Vlad King and Snipe Pixels were in the lead and trying to sabotage each other. They were so distracted trying to keep each other from winning that the Eraser sprite easily pulled ahead and won. You will be graded based on time, ingenuity, and ability to finish. Of course, if you can't finish, you are disqualified. You will also be disqualified if you go out of bounds. The edges of the track flashed red to illustrate. Quirk use is, of course, permitted. The screen switched over to a timer that showed 3 hours. Good luck on the written portion. Without warning, the time started counting down as Nezu hopped off the podium and disappeared. Deciding that he didn't need extra pressure in his life, Izuku kept his breathing off as he flipped over his papers to begin. It was a trick he figured out in elementary school to curb his test anxiety. The physical symptoms couldn't make him jittery and panicked if they weren't there to begin with. It was very useful but not something he'd recommend for people who need oxygen to live. Surprisingly enough, the test was easy. Laughably so, if he was honest. It mostly consisted of things they'd already learned in middle school, with some harder critical thinking questions thrown in. He mostly struggled with keeping his written answers concise. An hour in, he had to raise his hand for extra paper for the moral studies and hero studies questions. He may have gone overboard on the hero portion, having to ask for extra paper 3 additional times as he scrawled out a scathing essay on politics in hero law. The original question had just been to write a paragraph on HPSC history. When he was done, he had 5 pages, front and back, on the one question alone. He could have done more, but he didn't want to lose track of time. At the 2-hour mark, he raised his hand again. Midnight, who was helping oversee the examinees, approached warily. Need more paper? Izuku shook his head. Nope. I'm done. He handed the stack to her. It was twice as thick as the original packet. The hero looked intimidated but relieved. All right, head out and Snipe will instruct you from there. She wandered off to turn in his exam while he gathered his things and exited the auditorium. The gunslinger hero was waiting along with 11 others who finished early. He was in full gear, but a smile was clear in his voice as he greeted Izuku. Howdy, Aizawa. Just gotta wait for a couple more, then we'll mosey on over to the stadium. Present Mike and Eraserhead'll be there to start the practical. Thanks, Snipe. Izuku beamed as he plopped onto the floor near the other teens. He slowly let his breathing and organ functions return to normal. It was a lot quicker than before thanks to eating every day, but it was a habit to let his body adjust. There were also some delayed test jitters to let pass. He was confident by now that the UA teachers were fair and not petty, but he couldn't help fretting about whether or not he'd get docked points for the excessive essay answers. It wouldn't be the first time his rambling on paper got him in trouble. At least it was only a practice test. A short while later, Hitoshi joined him. I think I saw Midnight bludgeoning someone with your answers. The indigo boy teased as he slumped to sit next to Izuku. The observation made his cheeks heat up with embarrassment. If they didn't want thorough responses, then they should have put a maximum page limit. He muttered as he took a gulp of blood. It was cold by now, but still delicious. The denser clots made it fun, like bubble tea. Hopefully we get the results before next week. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. I think I did okay, but I'd prefer to know what to study. The greenette hummed in agreement. I'm sure you did great. You're better than me at math at least. He grimaced thinking about it. Most would expect that his analysis would lend itself to high math scores because it was logic-based. But in reality he was shit with numbers unless he had a real-life application in front of him. He could balance a budget and track the odds of success in a hero fight, but not so much when trying to solve a math problem with no context. Most people hated word problems in math, but having a made-up scenario for why he needed to solve it helped his overactive brain focus. Hitoshi just patted him on the back, knowing that the greenette didn't respond well to platitudes. A few more testers joined them before Snipe called for attention. All right, y'all, when we get to the stadium, I'll show you the locker rooms. Get changed and meet Mike and Eraser on the field. He led the group outside and across the grounds towards the massive stadium. It was a bit intimidating to see in person as opposed to on TV. The hero led them inside and through the maze of tunnels under the stands. He pointed out 2 doors marked as male and female. Get changed and use the restrooms if you need. Feel free to leave your stuff in a locker. When y'all are done, go out onto the field. He gestured down the correct corridor before turning to head back to the auditorium. A couple people opted to change in the bathroom stalls, so Izuku didn't feel out of place doing it himself. He wasn't ashamed of his scars, but it was annoying when people asked about them or stared. They were mostly left over from the accident when he was 7, with some extras thrown in from preceding injuries and surgeries. The most prominent were 3 deep. Gouges from his sternum to his hip bones, the first killing blow. The villain who did it had a psychic quirk that formed invisible claws to attack people. They had been aiming at a store security guard, but someone had shoved little Izuku into its path in the ensuing panic. The rest of his scars looked worse than they actually were because of his poor healing. Hitoshi was waiting when he emerged, and they walked out onto the field in matching black tank tops and shorts. Izuku was still disappointed that the other boy refused to get red shoes too, otherwise they'd fully match. Yamada and Shota were waiting, directing everyone to line up based on their number. The excitable hero took the lead, seeming unable to keep still. Hee-hee-I little listeners. He projected his voice, causing several people to wince. Behind the blonde, red eyes flashed as Shota cancelled his quirk. Their guardian looked so done and the test hadn't even started yet. Mike didn't seem to notice as he plowed on. When we call your names, head to the start line. He gesticulated wildly towards a tunnel on the opposite end of the arena. The Ravenet held up a clipboard, tone apathetic as he began. Urashi, Hananuki, Todoroki, Doyama, Washi, and Izuku Aizawa. The Greenette startled and swallowed hard. It might just be a practice run, but nerves ate away at him as he moved to join the others. They all looked deathly serious as they took their positions. Struggling to get out of his own head, he eyed his opponents carefully. There were no physical tells about their quirks, aside from Hananuki's odd appearance, but that could be unrelated. The first obstacle was the tunnel itself, which would create an opportunity for someone to sabotage everyone right out of the gate. Izuku's quirk had no effect aside from his own body, so he was at a disadvantage unless he used his speed to get through first. But then he'd leave his back open to attack from the saboteurs. Remembering the cute animation from the presentation, he thought of a better method. Without warning, Present Mike called for them to begin. Everyone took off towards the tunnel, but Izuku stopped and loitered just outside. As predicted, a sheet of ice shot out to route the four ahead of him. Todoroki took the early lead, skating on ice he created. That didn't last long, as a fierce burst of wind exploded through the ice and sent the remaining three tumbling painfully back out of the tunnel near Izuku. Urashi bolted out after the ice user, flying and creating a strong backdraft in his wake. Capitalizing on the three recovering, the Greenette dashed through the tunnel after the other two. Years of dodging bullies made Izuku pretty damn fast and quick on his feet, even more so since being well-fed boosted his performance. He couldn't catch up, but he put a respectable distance between himself and the others. Up ahead he saw Todoroki falter to a stop, almost tripping before taking a running jump. The wind user pulled ahead, speeding over the obstacle. The Greenette quickly saw why. An honest-to-God's lake of lava spanned several hundred feet ahead. Small rocks dotted the surface, crumbling or sinking where Todoroki touched down. The heat was overwhelming, explaining the lack of ice. After a brief pause to assess and steel himself, Izuku took a running start. He kept moving, knowing losing momentum would spell disaster, and ignored the smell of burning flesh when an air bubble spattered his leg. It wasn't bad enough to impede his movements, so it wasn't noteworthy. He got to see heterochromatic eyes widen as he overtook Todoroki for second place, not pausing when his feet hit solid ground. Up ahead, Urashi was slowed as well by an army of small airborne drones pelting him with low-grade explosives. He was forced to land and dodge his way through while attacking the dangerous nuisances. As he approached, Izuku noticed that the homing rockets swerved to avoid hitting fellow drones. Ducking into a roll to avoid the projectiles, he scooped up one of the felled hunks of metal and held it above his head, praying that they couldn't tell the difference between a live or dead one. It worked for the most part, still forced to dance around avoiding stray bombs and attacks but always moving. He took the lead. What followed was a concrete maze gauntlet of traditional movie traps. Huge axes swung back and forth across the width of the walls, between which were pressure plates partially hidden in the sand. Following movie logic, they probably triggered pitfalls, spikes, and darts. This felt a bit overbroad for just a practice test. He lost the lead despite only pausing to time his tumbles through the pendulums. Urashi flew overhead with Todoroki boosting himself onto the walls with an ice ramp. Throwing away caution, Izuku put on a burst of speed through the pressure plates, outpacing everything but some darts, which he ignored aside from protecting his face with the drone. Next was a small lake of frigid cold water dotted with geysers. He'd either have to swim or time the water spouts so he could use the platforms they came out of as a path. Instead, he borrowed Todoroki's idea, using the boys' ice bridges. Even still, he wasn't used to running on ice and had to slow down. It was frustrating when he slipped. The gap between him and the two was lengthening. In a desperate bid, he held the drone out and jumped on a geyser as it erupted, using the metal as a shield and sled as he was ejected up and forward from the crushing pressure. He sailed over Todoroki and was set on a crash course for Urashi's back. Dropping the drone, he forced his limbs out to latch on to the massive teen. The wind Urashi commanded while flying slowed Izuku's descent enough that he didn't knock them both from the air, but the jarring collision made him slow significantly. What the? His unwilling ride roared. Sorry. Izuku ducked his head down and clung for dear life. You can try to shake me and let Todoroki win, or let me hitch a ride. The finish line was in sight and rapidly approaching. The added weight of Izuku on his back made him hesitate, letting the ice user take the lead. It wasn't much of a choice. Cursing, the teen under him put on a burst of speed, rocketing towards the goal and rapidly closing the distance. At the last possible moment he, and by proxy Izuku, pulled ahead to cross the line. Urashi and Todoroki petered out, gasping for air and bending to clutch their knees. The greenette took the opportunity to slip from the large boy's back, turning to offer him a bow. I really am sorry. I didn't mean to run into you. After a moment a hearty laugh escaped Urashi and he returned the bow enthusiastically. No worries. It was an ingenious tactic all the same, and we won. He turned to offer the ice user a grin. Well done. He extended his hand to the other boy. Todoroki stared blankly for a long moment before turning away. I'm not here to make friends. He quietly scoffed before walking over to join Shota, who was leaning against the stadium wall. The large teen tensed, grin fading into an ugly frown as he clenched the rejected hand into a fist. Trying to diffuse the suddenly unhappy atmosphere, Izuku offered him a small smile. I'm sure it's just nerves. My friend Hitoshi gets prickly when he's anxious, especially since he's not a people person. I'm not the best at meeting new people either. I've met his father too. He's just as rotten. Urashi grimaced before forcing his smile back into place. Anyway, good luck. He strode over to the hero, speaking quietly with him for a moment, before turning to head back into the arena. The greenette stuck around to see the others finish before heading over to Shota as well. The ravenette stared for a moment before nodding. You did well. Get changed and go see Recovery Girl. I'll send Hitoshi once he's done. The week following the practice exam was nerve-wracking. Shota told them they'd get the results by Friday so they could cram for the general entrance exam over the weekend. It wasn't comforting. They were decently certain they'd done well on the practical. Hitoshi had come in first in his race by brainwashing two of his stronger rivals into going out of bounds. He'd also stolen a motorbike another created in order to pass into the lead. It was a bit savage but a valid tactic, their guardian assured him. Naomasa just seemed amused by their fretting. Every time they whined about it around him, he'd just laugh and duck into another room, leaving Shota on his own. The hero would flash his quirk in warning if they pressed the subject and redirect them with sparring drills. The living room was sparse enough to do little things inside, just not direct fighting. Izuku was surprised the businesses downstairs didn't complain about the noise though. Finally, on Friday morning, Shota got them up and presented them with 2 envelopes alongside breakfast. They were addressed from UA but didn't have stamps, so he must have picked them up personally. Naomasa also joined them, which was rare because he usually slept until 10 before going into work at noon. Izuku and Hitoshi just stared at the sealed letters like they might bite. The ravenette rolled his eyes and gestured with his chopsticks. Open them. They hesitated before doing so. They were heavier and bulkier than expected. When Izuku opened his, a disc fell out and activated, making him startle. A projection flashed onto the wall of the living room, showing All Might grinning at them. I am here, as a projection. Izuku Aizawa, you scored a perfect 100% on your written test, no easy feat. For the practical, you finished in an astonishing 5 minutes and 3 seconds. In addition, a panel of judges have awarded you 73 points based on how you cleared the obstacles. This places you in first place overall among others who participated in the recommendation exam. That has earned you a place in the hero course. Welcome, Aizawa, to your hero academia. Disbelief crashed into him as he struggled to comprehend the words. Our recommendation? He managed to squeak out. Hitoshi looked like his soul was trying to escape his body, so Izuku latched onto his arm in an effort to go with it. He must be dying for real and this was a fever dream. While the 2 teens fought to live past the shock, an amused Naomasa plucked the Indigo Boy's disc from the table and pressed the button to activate it. The number 1 hero popped up again, doing the same spiel with his catchphrase. Hitoshi Aiza, wait, how many Aizawas are there? The blonde looked puzzled at someone off camera. A hand entered the frame holding up 2 fingers. Alright, him. Hitoshi Aizawa. You scored a 98% on the written test, passing by a large margin. For the practical, you completed the track in a speedy 8 minutes and 48 seconds. In addition, judges have awarded you 60 points based on performance through the obstacles. Overall, you placed 3rd in the recommendation exam and will be admitted into the hero course. A horsewhiz escaped the indigo teen and he looked at Shoto with wild eyes. Practice test. Words failed both boys as they just stared. The hero shrugged, taking a bite of his omelette before answering. A logical falsehood to ensure you didn't cave under pressure. He seemed nonplussed about the deception. You guys have been stressed out with the custody issues and getting your physical strength back up. Naomasa interjected with a gentle smile to counter Shota's gruffness. We didn't want to add to that. And if you didn't pass, we would have helped get you ready for the general exam. When put that way, it was hard to be angry over the lie. Especially with proof of their success right in front of them. Izuku was still embarrassed that they hadn't caught on sooner though. A thought occurred to him as he resumed eating. Wait, what about Yurashi? He crossed the finish line first. He transferred his application to Shiketsu. Otherwise he would have been 1st overall. Shota grunted. It's odd but not unheard of. Todoroki came 2nd to you, followed by Hitoshi, Yaoyorozu, Tokage, and Hananuki. There are only 6 recommendation slots per year. You two, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu will be in 1A with me. That brought to mind an interesting question. What do we call you in class? Or you call us, for that matter? Izuku nibbled a cube of meat. I mean, sensei, of course, but it'll get confusing having 3 Aizawas in one class. He muttered a little bit to himself, trying to sort it out. The man shrugged. Aizawa-sensei is non-negotiable. I won't have other students being so familiar with me if they pick up on it from you. I'll stick to first names to address you if I have to. But you two can sort out whatever with your classmates and other teachers. The boys nodded in understanding before trying to focus back on their food. It was tough though, with the good news fresh in mind. The greenette practically vibrated in place with nervous energy. He never thought he'd see UA as a hero student right off the bat. He'd always thought he and Hitoshi would have to fight tooth and nail to get acknowledged through the sports festival. It was easier this way and ensured they wouldn't fall behind, but somehow more nerve-wracking since they'd have to live up to their recommended status. Once food was consumed, Naomasa kissed Shota before standing to get ready for work. It was still early, but he murmured something about a case before disappearing into the bedroom to change. The hero looked tempted to nap, sighing instead after a moment. You two go do something out of the house for a few hours. Some underground colleagues are coming here for a meeting and some are touchy about their identities. He stood to grab his wallet, handing each boy a few yen notes. I'll text you when it's safe to come back. Call me if anything happens. After collecting their backpacks and outdoor attire, they were kicked to the curb. Well then. Hitoshi grumbled. The greenette was a bit put out at the situation as well. He'd wanted to work on some quirk analysis since everything else had kept him too distracted to focus on it. Rubbing the back of his neck, a habit picked up from the indigo boy, Izuku shrugged. I'm sure we can find something to do. They'd been given enough money for eating out plus a lot more. Could get more coffee and then look at shops. It was as good an idea as any, so they ducked into the cafe under their apartment. While they nursed their drinks, bloody espresso for Izuku, they sat next to the window to people watch. It was still early, so they felt no rush. Because of this, they inadvertently got to see a couple of Shota's underground colleagues duck into the side door leading up to the apartments. One was a lanky man with short, slicked back, dark green hair and glasses. His business suit easily blended in with the crowd on their way to work. Something about him was familiar, but Izuku couldn't place his face at the moment. Next was a plain-clothed snipe. He was observant enough to spy them through the window and offered a grin before heading up. Finally, a tall figure that they couldn't really see. They were dressed head to toe in black. A ratty trench coat hid their build, with a hood drawn low over their brow and a black paper mask covering from nose to chin. This must be one that didn't want to be identified. Curiosity had them waiting for a good 20 minutes before they figured no one else was coming. Izuku wondered how many others had snuck up the fire escape and back. Their primary guardian did it when leaving or coming back from late patrols. He'd cut his hours since taking them in, but still did hero work a couple times a week when Naomasa had a low chance of being called to the precinct overnight. The teens would be fine on their own, but the two men took their custodian status very seriously. It was kind of nice actually, even if the Greenette felt a little guilty for making them rearrange their lives. After Hitoshi finished his drink, they left to wander the business district. Neither were big on shopping but did get lured into a hero merchandise store. Predictably, there was no Eraserhead merch, but the boys contented themselves with buying matching Present Mike sunglasses. Hitoshi also fell in love with a very soft 13 plushie. From there they headed into an arcade that caught their attention. It was busy, being a school break, but not overly crowded as they paid for tokens. Only about half the machines were occupied, so they navigated to the least busy section and honed in on two-player games. Having normal teenage fun was a novelty, so they weren't very good at a lot of the games. But it was still nice to hang out and trash-talk each other into making mistakes. Izuku, ironically, was good at a zombie shooter while Hitoshi thoroughly crushed him at Street Fighter, otherwise they were mediocre at best. The Indigo Boy took a break to eat while the Greenette wandered over to single-person machines. He was intrigued by a surfing simulator, but it was in use by an older teen. Messy, long, pale blue locks shadowed crimson eyes that were narrowed in concentration. Around his eyes were odd wrinkles and scars, making him look older than he was. A paper mask covered the lower half of his face. On his hands he wore gloves that only covered his pinkies and thumbs. While he waited for his turn, Izuku couldn't help but analyze. A 5-point touch quirk? Was it related to the dry skin and premature lines? Maybe something to do with dehydration. Did it just desiccate objects, or could it actually destroy them on a molecular level? Either way, that would be insanely useful for rescue work. The Greenette vibrated in place, trying to keep himself from pulling out his phone to take notes. Finally, the lanky frame wobbled and they had to grab the railing surrounding the game to avoid falling over. A dark glare was leveled at Izuku, which he returned with a beaming smile. The reaction was unexpected, making the person blink. It was as the Greenette intended. Most people didn't expect hostility to be met with cheer, and it threw them off. "Your creepy mumbling distracted me." A cool masculine voice finally scoffed. Still smiling, the Greenette shrugged. "Sorry." He wasn't sorry. "I just like analyzing quirks and was wondering what yours is." That earned a suspicious squint, but after a moment the man grunted. "Decay. Anything I touch turns to dust." He made a show of removing one of the gloves and flexing his fingers. It would have been intimidating if it weren't accompanied by upbeat pop music and a rainbow backdrop from the next game over. "That's really cool. Does it work on an entire object or just where you touch? What about different materials at once?" "Liquid." Before the older teen could even get a word in, Izuku's expression lit up. "I know." He grabbed his wrist lightly and tugged him over to a row of claw machines in a corner. Everyone avoided them because they were rigged so it was nicely secluded. "Touch that." He gestured to the glass of one of them. A dark glower was directed at the Greenette, but once the man wrenched his arm free of the grasp, he obligingly touched the side panel. He maintained vaguely threatening intense eye contact with Izuku as the clear glass shuddered and slowly melted away into gray sand around where he touched. It seemed that the decay didn't spread far. Pulling his hand away, the older teen stuffed his glove back on with an annoyed huff. "Will you go away now?" He scratched at his neck, which was already full of red lines and scars. Beaming, Izuku reached into the machine and pulled out a plushie that looked like a happy smiling sunflower. He shoved it insistently at the hand clawing the man's neck until he had to stop and take it. "That's awesome. Thank you for showing me." After grabbing 2 more stuffed items, he turned on his heel and darted away. He found Hitoshi loitering apathetically by a Pac-Man game. It looked like the arcade was starting to lose its charm for the Indigo Boy, so Izuku was right on time. "I got this for you." The Greenette chirped while forcing a green Pusheen knockoff into his hand. He then threaded their arms together and power walked to the exit. The plushie he kept was a purple dragon, which he kept safely tucked in his free arm. Violet eyes darted a look at him as they hit the street and blended with the crowd. I thought claw machines were rigged? Trying to suppress a smirk, Izuku shrugged. They are. But with enough determination they're beatable. So you stole them? Hitoshi huffed but kept hugging his new plushie. I liberated them from the tyranny of capitalism. The greenette sounded hurt and offended by the accusation. The indigo boy just looked amused. And people think I'm the delinquent. Shaking his head, he sighed. Shota texted the all clear. Let's head home. Excitement coursed through Izuku as he fussed around in his seat. It was the first day of school and Shota had dragged them out of bed early so he could attend a meeting. Being first in the room assured them spots in the back near the windows, prime real estate for introverts. Hitoshi was snoring away at the desk behind him as they waited for the rest of the class to arrive. First was a tall blue-haired boy with an intense expression. He seemed surprised but pleased to see anyone else there so early. After claiming a seat directly near the door in the same row, he marched over and bowed a tad aggressively. Greetings. My name is Tenya Ida. I don't believe I saw either of you at the entrance exam. Are you perhaps recommendation students? His arm chopped the air robotically with his intense words. Mildly taken aback, the greenette nonetheless forced a friendly smile. Yes, I'm Izuku. He then pointed over his shoulder at a still snoozing Hitoshi. That's Hitoshi. Just given names are preferred or it could get confusing since we have the same family name. Siblings? I completely understand. My brother is older but it can get confusing when we socialize in public. He seemed friendly enough, if a bit uptight. There was a decision to be made here. Izuku could explain that he and Hitoshi were adopted, not blood-related. That would smooth over any confusion if they got touchy-feely in front of classmates. The two boys weren't prone to public displays of affection, but it did happen. They had never really labeled what they had. Experiment buddies? That seemed a bit too casual, but they weren't really boyfriends. Neither were interested in romance, but physical affection was on the table, I see, as well once they were ready for it. On the other hand, it would be amazing to mess with people. Choice made, he beamed at Ida cheerfully. Yeah, though our mothers are different. And if it caused a little chaos for Shota once their last names were revealed? Izuku could call it a logical ruse. Two could play at that game. The conversation was distracted by others trickling in. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and a familiar abrasive blonde wandered through the door. The heterochromatic boy ignored everyone, shunning Ida's greeting to claim a spot next to Hitoshi in the back row. The raven-haired girl looked pleased to see Ida, striking up a conversation as she sat on Todoroki's other side. It seemed the three knew each other somehow and the two weren't offended by the Ice Prince's rudeness. When a casually annoyed scarlet gaze landed on Izuku, Katsuki's face paled and he froze halfway to the seat in front of the greenette. Ever since he killed Izuku when they were kids, he'd avoided the greenette like the plague. Even going so far as to cross streets to not walk near him. It was probably a sense of guilt that his emotionally stunted mind didn't know how to process. After the incident he'd mellowed out. He was still a moody and confrontational little sheet, but the physical violence tapered down. Hi Kaken. The greenette waved, leaning forward to pull the chair in front of him out for the blonde. I knew you'd make it in. With a grunt, Katsuki finished his move to claim the spot. He was too stubborn to change his mind once he committed to something even as small as where to sit. How the f did you and Tweedledee pass? I didn't even see you there. Recommendation. Eraserhead sponsored us since the general entrance exam is biased towards physical quirks. Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku shrugged. And we wouldn't have been able to make it past Gen Ed with our living situations then. The other boy turned to face him with a confused scowl. Thief, does that mean? Glancing around, the greenette saw that most of the chairs were full now. Spilling his sob story where strangers could hear wasn't very appealing, so he shrugged again. I'll tell you at lunch. Meet us out in the quad after you get food. The door slid open to reveal Shota in all his sleepy yellow-clad glory laying on the floor. He inched and wiggled in like a proper caterpillar, causing a slow wave of silence to descend over the room as the students took notice. Izuku suspected the man came all the way from the teacher's lounge like that, since he still looked half asleep. The reminder had the Krynior reaching behind him to poke Hitoshi awake. The indigo boy snorted and batted at his hand but reluctantly sat up once he registered what was going on. 10.4 seconds. That's how long it took most of you to notice me. If I were a villain you would be dead. The Ravenet stated apathetically. He fished something out of the bottom of the sleeping bag and tossed it at a pink girl in the front row. Put on gym clothes and meet on the practice field. You have 15 minutes. With that, he stood, shed his cocoon, and wandered out. Izuku and Hitoshi were first to move, used to their guardian's oddities by now. They rooted through the sleeping bag to claim a uniform each before heading to the locker rooms. Since they knew where to go, it didn't take long before they joined Shota outside. The Krynior let Hitoshi use the top of his head as a pillow, the indigo boy still fighting to wake up. Shota actually looked a little jealous, as he had to support his own weight while setting up a tripod camera. Once everyone was gathered, the teacher tossed a baseball to Kaken. You will be doing a series of quirk apprehension tests. It is highly illogical for primary schools to only test quirkless aptitude. Quirks are a tool and a skill, and as such it is important to see their progression just as much as physical abilities. This will measure your starting line as you work towards being heroes. If you have what it takes, that is. He leveled a glare at a couple students who were whispering to each other. Whoever comes in last will be expelled. Panicked looks of dismay were ignored as the hero gestured impatiently at the blonde. Throw the ball. Use any means at your disposal to get it as far as you can, but stay inside the circle. He blasted it surprisingly far, at 756.7 feet. There were some other impressive numbers as well as impressive failures. The pink girl accidentally melted her ball with acid when she tried using a stream to give it a boost. She had to try again without her quirk and only managed 52.1 feet. She and an invisible girl vied for last place in that test. With his improved strength, Izuku threw his 88.9 feet, while Hitoshi brainwashed Uraraka into throwing his ball, gaining him a tie with her for first place. The rest of the tests followed in a similar fashion. The only one Izuku outright failed compared to the others was the standing long jump. He was shorter than everyone except Tokoyami, and not even his training could make up for it. Overall, he came in 16th place while Hitoshi was 14th thanks to his quick thinking on the ball throw. It skewed his average. Dead last was the invisible girl, Hagakure. Luckily for her, the expulsion threat was another logical ruse. Shota seemed to love those. The results did bring to mind how the invisible girl passed the general exam. Izuku itched to question her but held back. It would be rude to do just after her expulsion scare, and he didn't want to come off as arrogant. Maybe later in the week after getting a feel for her personality. Or he could ask Shota when they got home. The remainder of the morning was spent being introduced to ectoplasm and his math syllabus. Before too long it was time for lunch. He and Hitoshi split up to get their respective food, Izuku's being in the teacher's lounge fridge. It was a sampler of various organs and meat cut into fun shapes. He'd gotten a collection of small, cute cookie cutters to spruce up his bento. After microwaving it all, he wandered out into the quad to wait for Katsuki. The indigo boy was already sitting on a bench, nursing coffee while nibbling his lunch. They didn't have to wait too long before the blonde joined them. He opted to sit across from them on the edge of a raised flower bed. Crimson eyes zeroed in on Izuku and narrowed on his chopsticks, which held a star-shaped piece of bloody liver. The Krynior knew the second he identified it because he started going pale as he watched Izuku pop it into his mouth and chew. He finally looked away, taking deep breaths through his mouth. Taking pity on him, the Krynior rested his utensils in the container and sighed. You know the basics of my quirk. I can't die and don't have to breathe if I don't want to. He waited for a nod before continuing. Another aspect of it is I need a special diet in order to function. Human meat and blood. Ignoring Kaken's grimace, he went on. I have an agreement with morgues and hospitals to get my food. But, can you imagine Mom being okay with feeding me raw human? Eyes wide, the blonde looked at him with a weird constipated expression. It seemed like he was really thinking about it because eventually he shook his head with some reluctance. She almost passed out every time you got a bloody knee when we were little. Nodding in agreement, Izuku shrugged. She couldn't stomach the requirements. At first she tried not feeding me at all, but I attacked her because I was starving. That made her afraid of me too. She only let me have the bare minimum to avoid that. She fed me twice a week at most. Sighing once again, he scrubbed a hand through his hair. It's why I was always so lethargic and couldn't even heal a scrape. My power seems to be tied to how well I'm eating. So what the F changed? The tone he used was impatient, clearly getting annoyed at the prolonged discussion. Aldra called the cops on me, back when I bit that one kid. Eraserhead responded. He listened to us when we told him why we were having so much trouble at school. Izuku gestured towards Hitoshi. He decided to adopt us when he heard about our homes too. Silence reigned for several minutes as the blonde digested the information. Izuku resumed eating, not wanting to waste the lunch hour by just talking. Finally Katsuki scoffed. So what, you just effing abandoned auntie? The words were undercut with disdain. What part of not feeding him did you not understand, Blasty? Hitoshi butted in harshly. She starved him to the point of crippling him. That's some A-plus parenting right there. A snarl curled Katsuki's upper lip and minor explosions popped in his clenched fists. I don't believe you, shitty nerd. Auntie Inko would never do that. He jumped to his feet and stormed off, the case apparently closed. Izuku rested a hand on Hitoshi's arm when he looked like he would go after the blonde. It doesn't matter. Let him cool off, he gets irrational when he's emotional. Mustering a smile, he gestured to the Indigo Boy's untouched lunch. You should eat. The schedule says Hero Studies is next. Scoffing, the brainwasher complied but didn't look happy about it. For his part, Izuku wasn't particularly bothered by the blonde's reaction. They had barely said 2 words to each other since they were 8. In the grand scheme of things, Katsuki's opinions didn't matter. When they returned to the classroom, it was empty aside from Todoroki. The other recommendation students seemed to have eaten at his desk. A little odd, but not against any rules. Heterochromatic eyes watched them blankly as they claimed their seats. Hitoshi immediately put his head down to catnap while Izuku engaged in a curious staring contest. Not really having to blink meant he won after a solid minute. Todoroki looked away with a constipated expression. Before the greenette could think of anything to say, others started pouring in. There was excited chatter and speculation over who would be teaching Hero Studies. Apparently not many of them put 2 and 2 together about All Might giving out exam results. To be fair, a couple thought it was just a publicity stunt, which was a good guess. The #1 hero was known for showboating, and UA would benefit even more from such a high seal of approval from an alumni of All Might status. The inner musings were interrupted by the hero himself bursting into the room roughly 10 minutes after the start of the class. It caused most students to startle before losing their minds at All Might being their teacher. Izuku was marginally interested but quickly grew impatient at his classmates. He was more excited for what they would be learning than who was teaching them. Hero law? Ethics? Rescue? The teacher finally got everyone to settle down before beaming and striking a stereotypical hero pose with fists braced on his hips. Battle simulation. A large part of hero work is battling villains and criminals. This first lesson will tell me how well you work in teams, how well you can problem solve, and provide a baseline for your fighting skills. Grab your costumes and meet outside of ground beta. Those of you who took your entrance exam there, show your fellows where to go. He pulled out a remote and tapped it to reveal rows of silver cases hidden in recessed shelves in the back of the room. Disappointment made Izuku drag his feet as he went to claim his costume. The hero had a decent reason for wanting them to battle, but he was wrong on one point. Heroes, first and foremost, were supposed to rescue people. Fighting villains should really come after securing and evacuating civilians. Though he supposed All Might's view was skewed because he was called most often to subdue powerful foes. Still, he would have preferred fundamental hero studies to start with the fundamentals. Maybe he would broach the subject with Shota if All Might didn't provide a syllabus. Seeing his costume made some excitement return. Most of his requests had been approved, including his hood design, which he had been most worried about. Foremost was a black, reinforced jumpsuit with chaotic dark red lines and trim. It was heavily inspired by a pre-Quirk era comic book antihero, Venom, though the spider design was replaced with a subtle biohazard symbol as a nod to zombie virus tropes. It was made with melee fighting in mind and could withstand blade damage and some fire. The blood-red gloves were reinforced with ivory-colored steel in the knuckles and matching 1-inch claws at the fingertips. The similarly dark red boots had heavy steel toes and heels. The accompanying hood was admittedly more intimidating than most heroes would prefer. But Izuku planned on going underground anyway, with a focus on patrolling areas ignored by daylight heroes. It was designed to look like a realistic black skull with jagged sharp teeth that lined up with his own mouth. The teeth were stained red. The only splash of color aside from red were his green eyes. He had wanted goggles with his costume, but that had been rejected for now. Since these were only prototypes, the support company didn't want to risk a first-year breaking expensive, high-tech equipment. Which fair. Last was a black utility belt. It mostly housed a multitude of small first-aid supplies. The weapons that had been approved were 2 stun guns, a small canister of bear mace, and a cattle prod disguised as a nightstick. The claws and teeth were meant as a last resort, with the non-lethal weapons as his main support outside of hand-to-hand. He had requested flashbangs and smoke bombs as well, but they were denied, pending approval from a qualified teacher. He felt a little salty about that as he watched Katsuki grin over his literal arm grenades. His indigo friend was rocking hobo chic like Shota, though the top of his outfit was a deep, almost black purple. All he was missing was the gray capture scarf. He'd been planning to beg their guardian to teach him how to use one but hadn't gotten the chance. Izuku was delighted to see a metal mask covering his lower face. The two had brainstormed equipment for Hitoshi, and apparently the support company was able to deliver on the acoustic voice modulator. Both of them were antsy to see how well it worked. After everyone assembled outside the gates of the faux city, All Might appeared holding a top hat. Everyone, draw a lot from this hat. You will be forming teams of 2. The hero went on to explain the heroes versus villains match as everyone complied. Izuku drew Lot B and was paired with a bird-headed boy called Tokoyami. They exchanged nods as everyone else sorted out their teams. The greenette felt very sorry for the shy boy, Koda, being stuck with Katsuki, who still looked set off from their earlier argument. Next, the teacher had them return 1 letter to the hats so he could draw the competing teams. Izuku's team was villains, up against Ida and Shoji as heroes. Engine and Dupli Arms against Zombie and Dark Shadow. It could be worse. Hitoshi was paired with Ojiro as villains, against Siro and Uraraka. The greenette didn't know the limits of the girl's quirk just from the assessment, but Siro was a highly mobile tape dispenser who could swing himself around like Spider-Man. They all piled into an observation bunker just outside the training ground as All Might led the first matchup, heroes Todoroki and Kirishima against villains Sato and Yaoyorozu, to their starting areas. The reinforced room was equipped with multiple monitors showing feeds of the building they would be working in. Both heroes and villains had 10 minutes to plan and set up before the competition started. The teacher joined them a couple minutes later and addressed the spectators. Now, pay attention because after each match we'll have a discussion on tactics. On the interior monitors, Yaoyorozu was facing away with her shirt open in order to create multiple objects. Sato, red from embarrassment, was eating sugar packets and doing his best not to look at his female teammate. Outside the building, Kirishima was looking frustrated while trying to talk to Todoroki, who was ignoring him. All Might shook his head disapprovingly at the lack of communication between those two. Back in the building, the villains were discussing plans. The teacher adjusted some dials to get audio. Ki will start with a big ice attack, probably trying to freeze the entire building. That's what this is for. The girl shook out a fuzzy blanket that looked big enough for both of them. It's a body heat-activated blanket. I'm not sure if it will work. She trailed off looking uncertain. Sato grinned with a shrug. All I can do is punch things, so it's worth a shot. He wandered over and the two bundled up under the fabric so it could heat up before the match started. Their voices were muffled but still audible. Yaoyorozu snagged the other items she created and dragged them under with them. This is a net gun. It should work against Kirishima since the net itself is woven steel. His hardening looked jagged and sharp, so he could probably cut through normal rope. This is a fire extinguisher, Throw it and it will explode into supercooled foam. It should make Todoroki too cold to attack while suffocating any flames he might try to create. The Greenette found himself impressed with her quick thinking. It was a solid plan, although it all hinged on Yayorozu's knowledge of Todoroki's quirk and habits. Most heroes wouldn't have such detailed information about their opponents. Although he thought she wasn't giving Kirishima enough credit as a threat. At least until the start was called. The Ice Prince began with a massive attack that froze the entire building and surrounding sidewalk. His red-headed teammate yelped in dismay at finding himself rooted as well. Even hardening his arms and punching the thick sheet over his feet didn't help. "Stay out of my way." The monotone words preceded Todoroki walking into the building alone. Back in the villain's base, everything was covered in a layer of ice and frost, even the papier-mâché warhead. The blanket was as well, though Izuku could see the frozen coating starting to melt. Sato used his strength to punch through enough for the two to escape. Under Yayorozu's direction, they stood on either side of the door waiting. As soon as Todoroki entered the room, it was over for him. Eyes wide with disbelief, he was swiftly tangled in a net before Sato lunged forward to wrap him in capture tape. Villains win. Everyone please return to the observation room. All Might spoke to them over an earpiece. After a few minutes for Todoroki to defrost the building, they all returned. Kirishima looked disgruntled and immediately sidled away from his teammate. The heterochromatic boy was blank as ever, but his hands were clenching and unclenching into fists at his sides. Everyone else was chatting excitedly until All Might called them to order. "Let's start with positives first. What did everyone do right?" He went around the room, his hands raised. Most of the good feedback was for Yayorozu's planning skills and Sato's teamwork. Next were the areas that need improving. Izuku raised his hand for that, as most of his classmates focused on the obvious of Todoroki not working with his teammate. When he was called on, he took a deep breath. Depending on the materials the bomb was made of, Todoroki could have detonated it with the extreme temperature change. Some chemicals are highly reactive to sudden fluctuations. In a real-life setting, he could have potentially murdered his teammates and nearby civilians by acting rashly. The words were blunt and to the point. They should be taking casualties into consideration, fake scenario or not. The smile on All Might's face shrank and he took on a grim air as he nodded. Correct. When dealing with unknown variables, it is highly important to exercise caution. In this case, I said the target was a bomb but never imparted what it was composed of. If, for example, it was a biological weapon, any damage to the outer shell could spell disaster regardless of if it exploded. He turned to the console and typed something in. A second later, a news article popped up on one of the screens. 12 years ago, a group of villains infiltrated and took over a military munitions facility. Among the stockpiled weapons were several types of explosives. When the team of heroes breached the building, a stray quirk detonated a room full of ammunition. It set off a chain reaction that leveled the building and surrounding area. 5 heroes and 4 villains died, and 7 heroes and 8 military personnel were severely wounded. The explanation was sobering and several classmates looked horrified. Izuku kept his eyes on Todoroki. His jaw clenched, but he didn't otherwise react. It was hard to tell if the lesson was having the desired effect. The Greenette guessed that he'd find out next time they had a similar class. This is not to frighten you into inaction. The hero continued after letting it sink in. But to impart that in the real world, lives are always on the line. Mistakes are impossible to avoid, even for seasoned pros like me, but they may be lessened by critical thinking and situational awareness. That is why you are here at UA, to learn how to deal with the unexpected and build up your strengths for when such situations arise. Clearing his throat, All Might brought the surveillance feeds back up. Let's continue. Team A are heroes, Team B are villains. Please go get set up. As Izuku and Tokoyami made their way into the building, the Greenette found himself having to revise his opinion of the number 1 hero. He thought that combat as a first lesson was a bad idea, but the hero's speech was important. Possibly even more important than anything else they would learn today. It was a roundabout way of teaching them to learn from their mistakes and think before acting. Shrugging away the thoughts, once the planning time started, he turned to his teammate. My quirk is called Zombie. It enhances my physical abilities and I can stop my own breathing and stuff. I'm better suited for melee combat. How about you? He skipped over the unnecessary details, not wanting to distract from their goals. The bird-headed boy made to answer, but his quirk itself chimed in. I'm Dark Shadow. I'm super strong in the dark and can attack or defend up to mid-range. Fumi needs to work on his melee. Tokoyami scoffed and looked away in embarrassment at being called out by himself? That's cool. So we should find the fuse box and shut off electricity to the building. If Ida can't see, he'll have to rely on Shoji to get around instead of just numing freely. I saw Shoji make ears out of his tentacle things earlier, so he might be the bigger threat. What do you think? He bounced on his toes, eager to start. After a moment of thought, the bird boy nodded in agreement. I can defend the weapon. Perhaps you could run around as a distraction on the lower floors. If we can separate them, it would be easier. Great. I'll go shut off the power. If I can't find it, we can smash the lights though. Keep in touch. He tapped the earpiece to make sure it worked before jogging off. There were faded signs in some of the corridors pointing towards various wings of the building. On the first floor, he found a back hallway labeled Maintenance, with 4 minutes to spare. The doors were locked, but a hard kick got them open. At 2 minutes, he finally found what he was looking for. Warning signs for high voltage marked a row of fuse boxes and levers. The boxes were padlocked shut, but a nearby toolbox yielded a wrench that he used to pry them open. Before touching the boxes, he experimentally pulled a lever. The lights went out. For now, he turned them back on and waited. All Might's voice crackled over the comms unit to tell them that it was time to start. Grinning, Izuku waited a few minutes more before turning off all the levers and prying out the fuses, stuffing them into a pouch. Even if they thought to turn the power back on, they wouldn't be able to. Now was the hard part, since Izuku was blind as well. Sneaking out of the room, he dragged a hand along the wall to keep tabs on where he was. Some windows let in light, but not many, as he found his way to the main staircase. To his surprise, it was easy to track Ida from the ruckus his plate armor made as he moved. The uptight boy was on the 3rd floor landing, trying to feel his way up. Izuku didn't know where Shoji was and murmured the observation to Tokoyami. Sneaking up on him was laughably easy, as Izuku literally crawled up the stairs to avoid tripping. It let him move much faster, and before he knew it, he was only 5 steps behind the anxious knight. He contemplated using a taser but dismissed it because of all the metal on Ida's costume. He wanted to take the boy out, not fry him. With calculated movements, he unraveled a length of capture tape and crept closer. When the other boy took a step, he held the tape taut and slid it under his foot so it was in front of his ankle. On his next movement, the tape tripped him, making him fall forward with a fearful yelp. Izuku took the opportunity to wrap the capture tape around his other ankle before pouncing onto his back to do the same to his flailing arms. In less than a minute, he had Ida hogtied and immobile. Ida is out of commission. The greenette chirped before continuing his climb to the floor with the bomb. Before he could reach that landing, All Might announced that the villains had won. Shrugging, Izuku pulled out a small flashlight and backtracked to free Ida. The other boy looked very disgruntled but congratulated him on a good ploy. When the 4 of them returned to the bunker, All Might replayed the footage so everyone was aware of what happened. When the heroes entered the building, they separated, lulled by the lights being on. When Izuku shut off the power, Shoji had used extra ears to lead him to Tokoyami, but the bird had been ready for him, able to see in the dark. They traded a few blows before Dark Shadow lassoed him with tape. All in all, it was an uneventful match with overwhelming victory. Dude, you looked hella creepy. Kaminari boggled at Izuku. If I saw you scuttling up to me in the dark, I'd piss myself and renounce villainy in a heartbeat. He shuddered with feeling as others nodded in agreement. Giggling, Izuku shrugged. That's the idea. It might be unsettling for civilians, but I want to go underground like Eraserhead. I'm interested in some publicity, but ultimately I want my results to speak for themselves rather than catering to popularity. That's super manly, bro. Kirishima beamed at him. The teacher coughed to regain the student's attention. It was difficult to pinpoint strengths and weaknesses since the match was over so quickly. Yaoyorozu pointed out that both Shoji and Ida should add flashlights to their costumes, but otherwise their plan had been solid in theory. It just didn't survive contact with Izuku's tactical thinking or Tokoyami's strength in the dark. The rest of the matches went without a hitch as well. Hitoshi and Ojiro as villains lost to Shiro and Uraraka because of their combined mobility. While the girl distracted them by throwing debris, Shiro climbed up through a window and touched the bomb. Katsuki thoroughly ignored Koda and charged off, leaving him alone with the bomb. Azui and Aoyama won because the frog girl slipped in and touched the bomb with her tongue while the quiet boy panicked. All in all, it was an informative and fun-to-watch lesson. By the time it was over, it was nearly time for everyone to head home. All Might dismissed them early to get changed and return their costume cases to the classroom before leaving. Izuku and Hitoshi were eager to recount their day to Shota and Naomasa, a very novel thing for either boy, as they headed from the classroom to the teacher's lounge to wait for their guardian. The two boys were surprised and happy to see Naomasa already home when they arrived. He greeted Shota with a kiss after the hero kicked off his boots and slumped into his chair in the living room. "How'd it go?" "Expel everyone but these two." He shot the teens a small grin. "There's takeout in the kitchen. Go get washed up." While Hitoshi dropped their bags in the bedroom, Izuku washed his hands in the bathroom. He could still hear the adults talking through the half-open door. Shota grumbled for a moment before heaving a sigh. "I still have all of the Hellions. No one has stuck out as lacking. Yet." There was a quiet mumble. "Although, Izuku," he raised his voice, making the greenette wander back out and flop on the couch with a curious expression. "Some people expressed concern about your costume." That brought a scowl to the teen's face. "What? Is it too inappropriately tight and revealing for a 15-year-old? Maybe too suggestive? Impractical for physical fighting? Or dash?" He had a lot of thoughts about the other costumes, especially after hearing Uraraka and Yaoyorozu complaining to each other about their specifications being ignored in favor of sexualizing them. The man sighed again and held up a hand to stave off more sass. "Those are valid, and I will address that with the girls if they want to change their designs, but no. They thought yours was too villainous," says the hobo. He almost felt bad when Shota pinched the bridge of his nose like he had a headache. Almost. It was All Might, wasn't it? He didn't even really need to ask. The number one had been shooting him odd looks in the observation room. The detective jumped in with an eyebrow raised. "What is your costume?" "It looks like Venom had a BSTRD love child with Ghost Rider and ectoplasm." Hitoshi chimed in, returning from the back rooms to flop next to Izuku. "I think it's cool. So does most of the class." He pulled out his phone and swiped around before showing Naomasa. He apparently snuck a couple pictures when Izuku wasn't looking. The man looked thoughtful as he scrutinized the costume. "It is cool," he finally admitted. Before Izuku could feel too vindicated, Naomasa added, "But I can see where they're coming from." He made a placating gesture with his hands, sensing the incoming protests. "I think the main issue might be the color scheme. It's kind of dark and bloody. Green and black might go over well and fit your zombie motif a smidge better. Have you also considered a cowl and detachable filter mask? Even underground heroes need to comfort victims sometimes, so having a way to hide your teeth out of combat would be good." As much as he wanted to, Izuku couldn't find it in himself to argue at the suggestions. He very much wanted to, but they were logical points. Mostly he was irritated that the design got approved in the first place if a teacher was going to throw a fit about it on the first day of class. Didn't they review requests before sending them in? It would take at least a week for a new costume to get approved and made. Maybe he could still have fun with it though. The original design did come from when he was younger and on a fictional hero binge. There also wasn't a viral or toxic component to his quirk, so the biohazard symbol might be confusing anyway. In hindsight, his mind whirled with possibilities. He still wanted to stick with the dark image, but maybe something more thematic and obscure. Muttering to himself, he got up and wandered into the bedroom to claim a fresh notebook. He was oblivious to the amused looks he was getting from his housemates as he reclaimed his seat and scribbled notes and rough sketches. Eventually Hitoshi stood to fetch the food and Izuku was forced to pause when a plate was shoved at him. They ate in companionable silence with the TV set to the news. The volume was low enough for conversation while the adults kept an eye out for any breaking news alerts. As Shota explained it once, sometimes the feckless parasites get to villain fights before even the pros. In which case either the hero or Naomasa might be called into work. Their idle chatting was focused on how their first day went. Compared to junior high, it was amazing. Neither of the boys had really connected with their classmates, but, Kaken aside, they all seemed nice. It did remind Izuku of his curiosity about the invisible girl. Hey Shota, how did Hagakure get through the general exam? The indigo boy perked up at the topic. I was wondering that too. They both eyed the teacher curiously. The general exam uses robots that are assigned a point value. There are also points awarded by judges for rescue and cooperation. She barely scraped in with rescue points. Coda as well. The man technically shouldn't tell them that, but he rarely cared about policies he didn't like. He'd even criticized the school system in front of the class while explaining the apprehension tests. You'd think they would advertise that aspect if they really wanted heroes who know how to do more than kill villains and cause collateral damage. Hitoshi sniffed in disdain. Both adults nodded in agreement, Shota with a scowl. I bring it up every year. Unfortunately, while UA is left to run itself how the teachers see fit, the trade-off is that the school board calls the shots on testing and graduation requirements. Of course, the school board is funded by the HPSC. The Ravenet speared a piece of chicken on his chopsticks and bit into it like it personally offended him. Naomasa patted his shoulder in solidarity. Believe me, the police force would thank all the hero schools if they'd stop churning out mini endeavors. Unfortunately, it isn't up to us. They all returned their focus to eating, the mood soured briefly by politics. Once Izuku was done with his plate, he resumed his writing. He wanted the new design finished by morning so that he would receive it before the next heroics practical. It would throw him off to get used to one set of gear only to have to adapt again to a new one. The next morning, after sneaking past the mob of reporters outside the gates, a very cheerful Izuku was on his way to hand over his costume design to Power Loader. Shota had given it his personal seal of approval at breakfast and told him he would punch All Might for wasting everyone's time if he complained again. To expedite the process, the tired man wanted it done without having to wait on a company. Going through the UA support department ensured it would be ready by Friday at the latest. The caveat was that students might pitch in to help make it if the head of the department was too busy. He found the door to 1H already open with black smoke billowing out. It was concerning, but the fire alarm wasn't going off. Come to think of it, did UA even have a fire alarm? Glancing at the ceiling, he couldn't see any of the traditional sprinklers or emergency lights. Shrugging, he hitched up his bag and stepped over the threshold. The smoke was so thick inside that 2 industrial-sized fan vents in the ceiling were struggling to keep up, explaining the spillover out the door. The ginger-haired teacher was gesticulating wildly while yelling at a girl with pink dreadlocks and golden eyes. Both of them, plus the surrounding students, were covered in soot and ash. The table they were standing over had a large hole melted through the middle. Hatsum, I told you yesterday not to tinker around during homeroom. It's too dangerous when not everyone has safety gear on. If this keeps up, I'm banning you from the studio. The hero seemed more upset about the lapse in safety than the damage to the classroom equipment. It made sense since building support gear was inherently risky. One of the other students spotted the loitering Greenette and interrupted the tirade. Maijima-sensei, someone's at the door. Blinking, the man turned to squint through the smoke. Oh. Hello, Izuku-kun. Let's step outside. He herded the Greenette back out into the hallway. Aizawa texted me about your costume. You have the notes. Nodding, Izuku dug a folder out of his bag and offered it over. It's all here. I'm flexible on a lot of things, so let me know if anything needs to be adjusted. He fidgeted with his pack while the teacher looked over the details. After a few minutes, Power Loader let out a low whistle. This is impressive. You know, if the hero course doesn't work out, you'd have a decent shot in support. Heat rushed to his cheeks and he ducked his head. I don't know anything about building, sensei. Analysis and note-taking. Thank you though. I will just keep it in mind. This all looks good. I'll have my 3rd year's work on it and send it over to 1A once it's done. Flipping through the pages again, he paused. I'll approve the bombs, but you'll need to have Snipe show you how to use them. Same with the gun. It'll only have stun rounds, but you'll need to know how to aim. I'll give him a call for you, to set up a meeting once they're done. Bowing, Izuku beamed at the man. Thank you. He hadn't been sure those would be approved since the support company denied them. It seemed Maijima was more reasonable. After parting ways, the Krynior rushed back to his own classroom just in time to vote on a student representative. His nomination was Yaoyorozu. She was smart, quick-thinking, and personable from what he could tell. No one else had stuck out to him as being a likely candidate. Ida came close, but he seemed too uncompromising and rigid. To Izuku, a leader needed to be commanding but also understanding and flexible. No one would want to listen to a walking rule book who couldn't relate to them. Others seemed to agree, as Ida came in third. Second was Yaoyorozu. First was Izuku. He stopped breathing in surprise as he stared at the results on the board. He didn't know how to process that. He hadn't really done anything noteworthy. Standing up in a daze, he headed to the front of the room and bowed alongside the new vice president. Thankfully, calls for a speech were cut off by Shota signaling the start of the next PRD. The Krynior was shell-shocked for the rest of the morning. Only an alarm blaring from the intercom at lunch startled him out of it. He and Hitoshi were eating outside again since the weather was nice, affording them a front-row view of the reporters storming the gates. Knowing the source of the security breach eased their worry. Instead, they amused themselves with betting how long it would take for Shota to start arresting them. Hitoshi won, predicting that their guardian would hold back for 5 minutes. Izuku figured he'd snap at only 2 minutes. The entertainment factor carried over for the rest of the day. Especially after learning that Yaoyorozu ripped into panicking upperclassmen in the lunchroom via a megaphone. That prompted Izuku to promote her to class president while assuming the vice role himself. She was more capable than he was for addressing crowds. The rest of the week passed with less excitement, aside from Thursday when Snipe called him away from a lesson on hero ethics. He was thankful for the break because he was having a very hard time biting his tongue as Yagi blundered through an outdated discussion on villain apprehension protocols. Yes, Sensei, the police did have the right to detain heroes suspected of using excessive force. No, heroes could not arrest people unless there was probable cause. The way he spoke made it seem like heroes were above the police, yet Izuku knew for a fact they had to follow the same DMN procedures. The cowboy chuckled, startling the student out of a mumble fit as they walked through the hallways towards the gyms. You got that right. No one, especially a hero, is above the law. I'll talk to Nezu about Yagi. He's new to teaching and from an older generation. It might just be an oversight. He patted Izuku on the back. For now, Maijima wants me to test you on long-range weapons. Blushing at being caught muttering, the Krynior struggled to brush off the aggravating lesson. Excitement made him fidgety as they stepped into a room that had a firing range. Along the front wall was a cage containing a multitude of locked-up firearms. Snipe pulled off a glove to touch a fingerprint scanner before swiping his staff ID. The cage door opened with a loud beep while the man explained. This here is my domain. No one is allowed to use this room without my direct supervision. If you want to practice shooting with live ammo, you'll need to let me know. We'll be going over safety, maintenance, and stances before anything else. He emerged carrying a handgun. First lesson, always assume a gun is loaded. Second lesson, never point a gun, even an empty one, at someone or something you don't intend to kill. Even non-lethal rounds can kill in the wrong circumstances. Third lesson, never touch the trigger unless you intend to shoot. After popping out the clip and checking the chamber to ensure it wasn't loaded, he handed the empty weapon to Izuku. Under the critical eye of Snipe, the teen gingerly gripped the handle and dedicatedly kept the muzzle pointed at the floor with his finger along the trigger guard. He didn't want to blow his chances of approval due to carelessness. He would be using stun rounds, but after the comment about even non-lethal ammo, he wasn't going to risk being inattentive. The hero seemed satisfied that he was taking it seriously. Good. Come over here and I'll go over the specifics. He strode over to a table lined with cleaning kits and started teaching the Krynior about the components of the gun and how to keep them in working order. To Izuku's disappointment, they didn't actually get to the practical part of the lesson before the next bell rang. Snipe clapped him on the back with a sympathetic smile. "Don't worry about it. I'll see if Shota will let you come in on Saturday. Y'all don't really need offensive gear for your heroics training till next week." On Friday after lunch, the class was instructed to change into their gear. The greenette was a touch confused, given Snipe's comment the previous day, but eagerly joined the others in heading to the locker room. As promised, his new outfit was complete, minus the gun and bombs. He still kept the weapons from his previous outfit to ensure he wouldn't be defenseless if it turned out there were battle elements to the training. The new costume wasn't as scary as the old one, but still undeniably badass. The underlayer consisted of black leather pants and a leather zip-up vest that covered his neck, reinforced with subtle knee pads and inlaid armor. The jacket was a black leather trench coat that went from ankles to neck as well. There was an attached hood that could be pulled up to hide his hair and protect his head. The inside was layered with hidden pockets, foregoing the need for a utility belt. The entire main outfit was done in a subtle black and dark gray checkered pattern. His gloves were the same as his original concept, just black leather with dark steel claws. The same for his boots that now ended just below his knee. The most major change was to his mask, which now only covered his lower face from nose to chin. It was still fashioned in the shape of a sharp-toothed skull, but, taking Naome's suggestion, there was a separate mask that looked like the lower face of a cartoon zombie that could be pulled up to cover the teeth and act as a filter. He still had yet to get his fancy goggles, but someone had thrown sleek black sunglasses in for eye protection. If his specifications were followed, it all was fireproof, shockproof, and puncture-resistant. Those would have to be tested later to see what they could withstand. For now, he was very happy with it. Best of all, he doubted anyone would know the source inspiration. It was from a pre-Quirk zombie survival video game. The series had been rebooted again in recent years, but the character had been redesigned after the 200 and some odd years since the dawn of Quirks. Only die-hard fans would notice. When he emerged from a changing booth, he got some questioning looks and a disappointed groan from Kaminari. "Amen. What happened to your other costume? It was great." The blonde hung off the shorter boy's shoulders with a dismayed expression. "All Might said it was too villainous looking and kicked up a fuss to make me change it." Izuku grumped as he easily carried the additional weight towards the buses. Hitoshi was already waiting, slumped against a blank but confused-looking Todoroki. The excitable blonde finally let go of Izuku to stand on his own when they reached the Indigo Boy and Ice Prince. "That SCKS. You still look badass though." He finger-gunned with a grin before trotting over to join his friends. The greenette took the opportunity to rescue Todoroki from his sleepy friend, pulling Hitoshi over to lean against the side of the bus instead. As soon as everyone was assembled, Shota ushered them into the vehicle. Ida, who had been arguing passionately with Yaoyorozu about seating assignments, looked red and shamefaced when he realized the benches weren't the traditional style. The class president looked relieved when he wandered off to sit near the teacher. Her gaze lit up when she spotted Izuku, and she moved to join him and Hitoshi near the back. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her costume had also been adjusted. "Sensei told me you suggested he talk to the girls about our costumes. Thank you so much." "Well, I was uncomfortable bringing it to his attention first." She fussed with the hem of her now longer skirt. It had a split up both sides to her thighs for easy Quirk use but had more coverage. Previously it barely covered her, but now it reached her knees. The sleeveless top also covered her entire chest, with a zipper in case she needed more exposure. There was still a window for her stomach, but she seemed at ease with that. "I don't mind showing skin for my Quirk, but that was too much and not what I asked for." Shaking his head, Izuku shrugged. "I only pointed out that some of you looked uncomfortable. Sensei will take you seriously if you have any other concerns. He looks mean, but it's mostly a case of resting beach face." The comment earned a shocked giggle, the girl covering her mouth as a snort escaped. "Don't say that so loud." She managed through a guilty snicker. "As a class rep, you should set a better example." "Bold of you to assume this isn't my better example." He kept a deadpan expression, prompting more giggles. He felt accomplished. He had worried that Yaoyorozu would be as uptight as the other rich kids. She was proper but had a sense of humor. Before he could try getting her to snort again, Shota stood up and demanded their attention. Today we are going to be doing rescue training. There will be a guest, be on your best behavior. It won't take long to get there, so settle down. The USJ was an impressive behemoth of a building located at the far edge of UA's massive property. The doors dwarfed even Shoji as the students made their way inside and assembled at the top of a set of tiered stairs leading to the central plaza. The plaza held a fountain and 4 road-like paths branched out in the cardinal directions. North was the entrance. East led to a large cluster of destroyed buildings and a walled-off hill. South, through a large grassy field, the pathway terminated between the base of a small mountainous zone and a huge dome with smoke-blackened windows. West housed a lake that made the sizable yacht floating in the center look small and another dome with rain hammering the glass panes. Throughout the green space between zones, trees and shrubs dotted around, making it seem as if they were still outside. Before Izuku could fully take in the view, his attention was grabbed by a figure stepping forward next to Shota. A wheeze from Hitoshi told the greenette that he wasn't seeing things. 13 stood in all their space-suited glory, emanating a sense of cheer despite their helmet not allowing them to emote. Uraraka squealed quietly from further down the haphazard line the class had formed. The 2 teachers held a brief and hushed conversation before moving down the stairs to the middle landing, gesturing for the teens to join them. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. The space hero waved a hand in greeting. Their androgynous voice was bubbly as they launched into a rambling speech about quirks and using even dangerous ones for rescue. The greenette was riveted, fingers twitching as he wished he had a notebook. He wanted to analyze Black Hole in person, and he suspected Hitoshi would love an autograph. They were his friend's second favorite hero after all. But he figured there would be other opportunities if 13 taught at the school as well. For all his hero knowledge, he wasn't aware of every UA staff member. His attention, and the attention of a few others, drifted to the plaza when the air above the fountain seemed to ripple. As he watched, several dark spots appeared in the center of the distortion and rapidly expanded vertically into swirling circular discs that touched the ground. Gasps and shocked expressions caused the teachers to whip around and notice the anomaly. Shota tensed and grabbed his capture weapon while 13 threw their arms out to the sides to keep the students back. A sense of unease at their reactions made Izuku grip Hitoshi's arm and inch backwards. This wasn't part of the training. Dozens of figures emerged from each portal, all looking less than friendly as they ranged out. Some took off towards the various zones while a cluster of roughly 20 formed a semicircle at the base of the stairs. A pale figure decked out in disembodied hands stepped out onto the edge of the fountain, presumably the leader since they placed themselves above the others. A humongous humanoid shambled from a portal next to the leader. Izuku didn't dare think of the massive beast as human, feeling queasy as he took in the blank bulging eyes, beak filled with jagged fangs, and bared brain. Last but not least, the portals shrank and coalesced into an imposing dark figure made of shadows on the leader's right-hand side. "Where's All Might?" a slightly raspy masculine voice inquired. The central figure scratched at their own neck, fidgeting in place with obvious irritation. "The schedule said he'd be here." "So where is he?" they repeated, turning to look at their shadowy companion through the fingers of the severed hand on their face. Messy pale blue hair swayed around their ears with the movement. Shota stepped forward while drawing his goggles over his eyes. "He's not here. Identify yourselves." Clearly he anticipated a fight despite their objective being absent. Something about the person rang a bell of recognition in Izuku's head. The voice, the hair, and the mannerisms all seemed familiar, but he couldn't place his finger on how. Shoving the puzzle aside for later, he glanced over his shoulder. A floating pair of gloves behind him gave him an idea. Slowly, he drifted back to stand next to them, not wanting to draw attention from the crowd below. "Hagakure, take off your gear and run for the door. The bus should have a radio. Get help. I'll try to send Ida after you." His voice was a low murmur. The invisible girl hesitated but then gave a thumbs up. "This doesn't seem to be part of the training." Off came the gloves and utility belt. Her boots stayed on to protect her feet while running. As he watched, they turned and darted away. He let out a sigh of relief when the door opened, just enough for a small frame to slip through before closing again. A couple of his classmates that overheard the plan twitched but successfully resisted looking. The villains seemed none the wiser as the leaders seemed to reach a decision. The pale-haired person finally shrugged and made an absent gesture in the air with a hand. "We're the League of Villains. We are the ones who are going to kill the symbol of peace. Maybe if we take out a few kids he'll show up." Kurogiri. On cue, the villains began surging up the stairs towards the group of students. Aizawa darted forward, flinging himself at them to cut them off. Izuku's stomach flopped with fear at seeing his guardian up against such high numbers. A glance at Hitoshi showed a similar pinched expression of worry. 13 barked sternly for the class to retreat, but as the teens turned to flee, a heavy security shutter began to lower over the exit. "Ida, run for help!" Yaoyorozu shouted over the commotion. Clearly she had the same thought Izuku had. After a moment of hesitation, the blue-haired boy revved his engines and took off at top speed. The shadowy villain appeared in front of him, trying to block the way, but Katsuki leapt forward to level a pair of explosions point-blank at their face. It was followed up by Ishido flinging gobs of acid at them. In the confusion, Ida slid under the lowering barrier and out of sight. 2 students had escaped. The dark form wavered to avoid the attacks, not seeming to have a corporeal body until an enraged shout erupted from them when some of the acid hit near their neck. "Enough of this. Be scattered and die." Before anyone could react, their bodies seemed to explode, shadows erupting outward to crash down around most of the students like a suffocating shroud. Panic gripped Izuku as his vision went black and frigid cold briefly enveloped his body, accompanied by the sensation of falling. In less than a second he hit the ground hard and rolled down the now sloping terrain until his back hit something solid. Blinking open his eyes, he found himself surrounded by crumbling buildings. The glass dome of the USJ was still overhead, giving him some sense of relief that he was still in the compound. It appeared that the warp villain had landed him in the ruins area. A few yards away someone groaned, drawing his attention to a tangled mess of limbs. Uraraka stood first, having landed on Shoji. Thankfully she was light and didn't seem to have done much damage to the larger boy. As he climbed to his feet, his tentacle arms morphed into eyes and ears, craning around to check their surroundings. The girl perked up when she saw Izuku, trotting over to help him up. "Thanks." The greenette patted himself down before taking out his stun baton in anticipation of a fight. "Are you hurt?" Both of his companions shook their heads. Uraraka made to speak, but Shoji cut her off. 10 people incoming. I don't think they're friendly." "Right." The brunette grabbed a small chunk of concrete from the ground and slipped into a shaky fighting stance. "We need to get back to the others." "Sensei." She trailed off with a worried frown. "Sensei can handle himself. 13 was okay, so he has backup. But you're right." Despite the vote of confidence for Shota, the greenette gritted his teeth. Fear ate away in the back of his mind as he recalled all the villains still at the plaza. Even 2 pros would have trouble. To say nothing of not knowing where Hitoshi was. Forcing the thoughts away, he tensed as menacing figures came into view from around and inside the broken buildings. "Shoji, can your limbs make you fly?" "No." The other boy grunted as one of the villains charged at him with what looked like a wild boar mutation. Izuku pulled down his cute zombie filter to give the encroaching enemies a good look at the sharp teeth lining his secondary mask. A hulking woman with 4 arms scoffed and ran forward while her 2 companions hesitated at the display. The greenette ducked under a grab and rammed the end of his baton into her exposed side, pressing a button to activate the hidden cattle prod. She jerked with a scream and fell over twitching, but before he could savor the minor victory, the other 2 rushed to back her up. One shot metal nails from their palms and the other moved to tackle him while spewing toxic green gas from his mouth. Izuku stopped breathing and lashed out with the baton, cracking the villain across the face before they both went down. A punch to the side of his head made him growl as it jarred his vision and made him drop his weapon. Blinking rapidly, he scrambled for his taser and jammed it against the villain's jaw as he leaned in to force him to breathe the quirk gas. He convulsed violently and slid to the side, letting Izuku crawl out from under him. As he did so, a few nails hit his arm and back but couldn't penetrate the leather of his costume. He saw some hit the down villain as well. These people weren't trained. They were just cannon fodder to keep the students busy and away from the plaza. The thought made him grimace even as he rushed towards the nail guy. When he was close enough, he threw sand at his face and kicked him hard between the legs while he was reeling and unable to see. The villain's face went pale as he crumpled to the ground and hunched in on himself. The greenette didn't get a reprieve as something slammed into his back, drawing a startled grunt as he was forced to the ground. When he tried to move his arm, he found that he couldn't. A quick glance showed a blade embedded in his shoulder. It withdrew before plunging back in a spot he couldn't see, but he could feel his shoulder blade crack and the grating sensation of metal against bone. There was a throbbing ache deep in his chest, but it was ignorable as he surprised his attacker by pushing himself upwards, impaling himself more in order to leverage the weapon out of the villain's hands. Twisting around, he sent a vicious kick at their knee. There was an audible and satisfying pop as the cap gave under his metal soles, sending them screaming to the ground. Izuku! Uraraka sprinted over, looking pale and a touch nauseous as she stared at the sword skewering him. Why, you shouldn't move like that. Shoji joined them a moment later, eyes wide as he took in the situation. Waving them off, the greenette experimentally wiggled the length of blade sticking out his front. It didn't budge much when he tried pushing it back where it came from. It's fine. Though I need to tell Majima-sensei to reinforce the fabric when we get back. The last was muttered as he fingered the cut leather on his shoulder. Though, to be fair, they probably hadn't thought to rate it against swords. Oh, can you pull this out, please? I promise I'm fine. The larger boy seemed to shake himself. Drawing in a deep breath, he walked around Izuku to grip the handle. After a moment to psych himself up, he yanked it free and let it fall to the ground. We need to get back to the plaza before any of them recover. I'll carry you. He crouched so that Izuku could climb onto his back. Normally the greenette would protest, but an idea struck him as he peered down the hill the zone was on. That's a great idea. Uraraka, can you make us lighter? Shoji, you can't fly but you could glide. That thought aside, the multiple arms wrapped around him were rather cozy. The other boy was an amazing hugger. Steeling herself, the brunette nodded as she caught on. She touched all three of them with her quirk active before joining Izuku. I'll release it when we're close. The boy took a running jump and made a startled noise when the lack of gravity sent them flying. He hurriedly let go of his passengers to spread all of his arms, the membrane between them acting to stabilize and keep them on course. Izuku frowned as they got closer to the plaza. Most of the lesser villains were incapacitated, but Shota was fighting the leader and appeared to be struggling. Thankfully, the hulking abominations still stood stationary by the fountain. Ashido, Jiro, and Ojiro were harassing the shadow villain to keep them from interfering with the teacher. 13 was prone and unmoving on the stairs. The trio landed roughly in some bushes edging the plaza as Uraraka released her quirk. Just in time to see the hand's villain grab Shota's arm at the elbow. Where they touched, clothing and skin began flaking off into gray dust and blood. The hero grunted and pulled away, kicking the villain in the face and jumping back to put distance between them. They exchanged words that Izuku couldn't hear before the villain turned his back to the hidden group to look towards the other side of the area. Near the lake, 3 pale faces peered out of the bushes. Nomu, deal with this hero. I've got other things to kill. With that they darted towards the students. Izuku wasn't aware that he was moving until he was already springing onto the edge of the fountain and diving at the villain's back. They went down hard with Izuku's arms wrapped around their knees. An angry growl escaped them as they kicked and tried to get the greenette to let go. Their pants began sliding down during the scuffle, revealing the swell where lower back met backside. He held on with all his strength and did the only thing he could think of as a hand whipped down to try grabbing his head. Opening his jaws wide, Izuku bit down hard, digging the sharp teeth of his mask in to help tear off a chunk of flesh. The body under him went rigid as a pained yelp escaped them. After a shocked pause, the villain redoubled their efforts to escape, finally succeeding in kicking Izuku and shoving him away. The teen let them go and scrambled back, heat flooding his face as he chewed on the stolen meat. An almost inappropriate noise eeped out of him as he registered the flavor. It was amazing. Like eating a 5-star meal after a decade of dumpster scraps. Naturally warm and moistened by equally fresh blood. He was so enraptured by it that he almost didn't notice the villain recovering. Bit me. The rage-filled shriek probably carried all the way to the main campus. Murderous crimson eyes zeroed in on the student happily munching on their flesh. During the melee, the hand covering their face was knocked away, revealing premature wrinkles and scars. Blinking, Izuku swallowed his prize and beamed, already feeling his previous wounds healing with the fresh pick-me-up. Sunflower-san. That's where he knew this villain from. He climbed to his feet while trying and failing to lick the blood from his mask. You taste delicious. Oh, what are your pronouns? I should have asked at the arcade. Their features contorted between surprise, confusion, and fury. They were shaking and a hand reached up to claw their own neck until it bled. Kill this one. The beaked horror paused in its efforts to smash Shota through the concrete, dropping the broken hero like a discarded toy. As it stepped towards Izuku, a deafening crash echoed throughout the building. I am here. All Might stood in the rubble of the ruined entrance, other teachers fanning out behind him. He wasn't smiling. In the blink of an eye, the number 1 hero stood between student and Nomu, easily soaking a punch that would have crushed Izuku's small frame into paste. Scrambling to get away, the Greenette rushed over to Shota and was met at his side by Yaoyorozu, Azui, and Kaminari. The class president unabashedly ripped open her top to produce a stretcher from her torso, laying it beside the hero. Uraraka ran over and touched his arm, quirk activating so they could shift him onto it with less strain on his body. Kaminari and Shoji lifted the stretcher and the others circled it protectively as they sped towards the heroes. All Izuku could focus on was Shota's blood-stained face and twisted arms. Now that he was out of the fight, reality crashed into him, leaving him feeling jittery and faint. His guardian might die. While Izuku was having fun with the hands, villain Shota was fighting for his life. With that realization, he had to swallow hard to keep the meat down. He looked around wildly and let out a relieved whimper when he saw Hitoshi sprinting along the edge of the dome alongside Katsuki and Todoroki. All of them were soaked to the bone and they slumped to the ground behind the line of heroes and next to the group surrounding Shota. Without hesitation, the Greenette threw himself at the Indigo Boy and held on desperately. They only peeled away from each other when the villains retreated, letting waiting paramedics hurry in. They scrambled to follow Shota as he was carried outside and transferred to a gurney. When they made to follow him into the ambulance, an EMT blocked their path. I'm sorry, but there's no room and we need to go now. A mild force pushed them away before the doors slammed in their faces and the vehicle sped off. Eyes growing blurry with tears, Izuku had to be led away by an equally distressed Hitoshi. They rejoined their classmates who were huddled together near the bus. More paramedics were looking them over and tending mild wounds. Thankfully, it seemed that none were hurt too badly. One rushed over with a medical kit and started examining Izuku. Through the numbness that settled over him, some confusion stirred. He's not hurt. It's just his quirk. Hitoshi waved the woman away before gently swiping a thumb across the Greenette's cheek. It came away smeared with red. Oh right, he was crying. That would be disturbing for people who didn't know how his body functioned. He let the Indigo Boy remove his mask and closed his eyes when an equally gentle kiss was pressed to his other cheek. They kept to themselves in a miserable embrace, Hitoshi glaring at anyone who drifted too close. Eventually someone approached and wrapped them in a firm hug. Cracking a tired eye open, Izuku noted the tan trench coat before he even looked up to see Naome's face. The man looked haggard and stressed, not noticing the odd looks he was getting from everyone for the display of affection. After several moments, he pulled back to look them over. I need to stay here, but Snipe will drive you home. His voice was soft and tightly controlled as he tried to regain a veneer of professionalism. I'll call you guys as soon as I can with updates. Not wanting to cause the man any more grief, they nodded and let themselves be herded onto the bus with the rest of the students. Everyone was silent and several of the teens were crying. Izuku was dimly relieved to notice a floating blanket wedged between Ishido and Shiro. He'd feel even more terrible if Hagakure was overlooked in the chaos. Snipe and Cementos accompanied them back to the main campus, the rest of the staff staying to help wrangle the villains that were left behind. The two pros led them to the locker rooms and stood guard as they changed out of their costumes. Aoyama and a soot-stained Sato stepped into the showers, but the rest just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Recovery Girl was waiting outside the doors giving healing kisses and gummies to everyone as they filtered out. After having a brief conversation with his colleagues, Snipe gestured for Izuku and Hitoshi to follow him. Silence reigned for the walk to the parking lot. The two boys opted to climb into the back seat together while the cowboy slid behind the wheel. He paused for a few moments before sighing and passing his phone back to them. "Give me your numbers and text yourselves so you have mine. If you need anything before Naomasa gets home, y'all call me. I'll have to get back here after dropping you off." Izuku fumbled with the device as numb fingers struggled to work. He finally managed to start a group text to expedite the contact sharing. The ride was quiet aside from soft American music playing on the radio. It only took about 10 minutes before they pulled up in front of the building. After giving the hero his phone back and exchanging subdued farewells, they got out and trudged up to their empty apartment. Once they got rid of their backpacks and outdoor where Hitoshi sighed and scrubbed a hand through his damp hair. "Go get a shower. You're covered in blood." Despite that, he pulled Izuku into a tight hug. "I'll watch the phones. It'll be fine. Shota's too salty for this to get him." The attempted joke was weak but prompted a tiny smile. Craning up, the greenette kissed him lightly before stepping back. "Yeah, you're right. I'll try to be quick so you can wash off too." His shower turned into a 30-minute trial. At first he broke down and cried some more in private. That alone only took 10 minutes. A further 10 was spent scrubbing himself down until dirty pink water ran clear. The last 10 went by in a shell-shocked daze as he stared at the remains of a shampoo bottle that had crumbled to dust when he tried to pick it up. Izuku stared at his hands like they were bombs ready to explode. In reality, that wasn't terribly far from the truth. After Hitoshi barged into the bathroom to see what was taking the greenette so long, it was a very awkward juggle to get him out of the tub and dried off while he babbled an explanation. It was a miracle decay hadn't activated while he was touching Hitoshi earlier. The notion left him in a figurative cold sweat. He very firmly refused to unclench his fingers from the fists he had shoved under his armpits, thankful that the quirk didn't seem to work on himself. This resulted in him sitting on the couch with just a towel around his waist. Shed fur from Mommy was already itching at his thighs and back because of the decision. At least it was distracting. The indigo boy paced back and forth while muttering to himself furiously. His hair was back to its natural wild state from the number of times he'd run his hands through it. His friend had been like that ever since he tossed Mommy into Naomasa and Shota's bedroom to keep her safe roughly an hour ago. Izuku wondered if that's what he looked like during a mutter spree. No wonder people got creeped out. He startled when the other teen abruptly darted down the hallway and into their room. Several minutes later, he emerged carrying a pair of thin winter gloves. Marching into the kitchen, Izuku heard a drawer open and bang shut before Hitoshi walked out with a determined frown. "Control first, freak out later. It's a 5-point touch, right?" He plopped down next to the greenette and started mutilating the fingers of the gloves. Hope built in his chest as he belatedly realized what Hitoshi was doing. By the time he was done, each glove sported a hole where the thumb and index finger used to be. He tossed them into the greenette's lap with an expectant look. Drawing in a deep breath, Izuku gingerly picked one up while keeping his pinkies raised. It was an awkward and slow effort to get them on without all 5 fingers touching the fabric, but he managed. Once they were situated, one of Mommy's least favorite toys was tossed at him. Catching it instinctively, the greenette sighed in relief when nothing happened. Next he touched a hideous throw pillow that everyone hated but couldn't get rid of because Present Mike gave it to Shota. Still nothing. The last test was an empty soda bottle. They both relaxed when it seemed the makeshift barriers worked. Should we call someone? Izuku darted a glance at their phones laid out on the coffee table. No one but Snipe and a few classmates had texted since they got home, so Naomasa was likely still busy. After a moment of thought, Hitoshi shook his head. "It can wait. How did this happen?" Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku gave a sheepish shrug. "I kind of bit the leader and ate some of them. But this has never happened before. I think over the past 8 years I would have noticed if, like, I had my mom's quirk after biting her. He paused as he considered the possibilities. I've never eaten fresh off the bone meat while not starving. Your quirk has gotten stronger since you're eating properly. But still, the indigo-haired boy sighed. Maybe it's temporary. Like, there's this kid in 1B that I heard can copy quirks for a few minutes if he touches someone. Maybe it's like that, but you have to digest the meat fully for it to wear off. It was a good theory and there weren't any others he wanted to examine. Izuku shuddered at the idea that it might be permanent. How the hell did the Hands villain manage? That led to a rather sad thought. Most quirks manifested between the ages of 4 and 5, young enough for kids to still get picked up and played with by their parents. Did something happen to theirs? Decay was terrifying and dangerous, particularly if someone, especially a child, didn't know how to control it. Villainous, as most would call it even if they didn't know the person's current profession. Were they pushed into villainy because of it? That doesn't really matter right now. Hitoshi interrupted his musings. The comment made Izuku startle and belatedly realize he'd been mumbling. I'm going to shower finally. Then we are going to take a nap. His tone didn't leave room for arguments as he stood to follow through with it. With the gloves, Izuku finally felt confident enough to stand and make his way into their bedroom. It eased even more stress when nothing decayed as he dug out fuzzy pajama pants decorated with fluffy white rabbits. After slipping them on, he padded out to release a displeased cat from confinement and curled up on the couch. He snagged the blanket draped over the back of it and partially burritoed. When Hitoshi joined him, he held open the cocoon so he could crawl in with him. They stayed cuddled up together, though neither actually slept. It was well after midnight when the front door opened to admit Naomasa. The detective looked pale and exhausted as he sluggishly removed his jacket and shoes. When he spotted the teens, he sighed and walked over to slump on the opposite end of the sofa. Shota is stable after surgery. He woke up enough to demand to be discharged, so he seems fine. A strained chuckle escaped. They're keeping him until Sunday. A knot in Izuku's chest eased at the good news. Guilt still made his throat tight. He should have been helping Shota, not trying to chat with the murderous villain. If he'd gone after the Nomu instead, the hero might be less injured. Logically, he made the right call in saving his classmates, but it didn't stop the what-ifs bouncing around his head. Naomasa went on, distracting the Greenette from his thoughts. We recovered surveillance footage from the USJ, but today technically, I'll need to go over what happened with you two to fill in the gaps. For now you should try and rest. He patted their ankles before standing. I'm going into the precinct early and I'll need to take you with me for official statements. With that, he padded into his and Shota's room, likely to sleep. He retreated too abruptly for them to even think about mentioning Izuku's new quirk. They exchanged looks before Izuku shrugged. It was clear their second guardian was physically and emotionally drained. It was probably for the best to wait until later so as not to stress him out more. The gloves were doing their job, so it was less urgent and hopefully temporary. A couple hours later, Hitoshi got restless and padded into the kitchen to start coffee and breakfast. The Greenette lazed for a bit longer before going in to help and get his own meal started. He was still feeling full, but stress eating was a bad habit he picked up from his mother and fully embraced now that he could. Not long after they started, Naomasa emerged. He looked like he hadn't slept at all and beelined for the coffee pot as soon as his bleary-eyed stare landed on it. If his hair was longer, Izuku was sure it would be sticking up all over the place. They settled in the living room to eat in silence, no one wanting to acknowledge the empty armchair. Mommy seemed to realize something was wrong and forwent begging for scraps of meat to curl up where Shota usually sat. The Greenette almost started crying when he noticed. Once they were all done, the detective surprised the teens by, instead of collecting their dirty dishes, hugging them. After your interviews, I'm going to be stuck in the office. But you two should visit Shota. I'll text you his room. Information. Because of Naomasa's status as one of their guardians, it was decided that someone else would conduct the interviews. Their questioning was performed by an officer with a feline mutation. Despite the serious connotations of the meeting, Izuku had to step on Hitoshi's foot 6 times to keep him from insulting the man with cat puns. Thankfully, neither of their stories took long to recount. Although, Izuku was forced to explain his quirk when he got to the part about getting stabbed through the chest. The blade hadn't even hit his heart, so he was confused when even Hitoshi looked alarmed. As for the 3 students stuck in the downpour zone, they only faced 5 villains. Because of the water, Katsuki had been reduced to physical fighting, a fact that Hitoshi was gleeful to point out, said the blonde off. Todoroki almost froze the entire dome with his ice until the other 2 ripped into him about not hurting his allies. The Indigo Boy brainwashed one attacker into knocking themselves out, Katsuki broke one's legs, and the other 3 were incapacitated by Todoroki's quirk. They didn't have too much trouble and were uninjured aside from bruises and scrapes. Afterward, they met with Naomasa in his office to receive an allowance and instructions to try to de-stress and enjoy themselves as much as possible. The 2 boys weren't keen on doing much more than visiting the hospital and going home. Still, after some debate, they opted to get coffee along the way so they could truthfully tell Naomasa they'd done something. As an afterthought, they grabbed some pastries to share with Shota as well. Izuku knew that hospital food wasn't as bad as it was made out to be, but it was very bland to account for upset stomachs and medical diets. Their incapacitated guardian would probably appreciate some flavor. When they arrived at Shota's room, it was to find a mummy arguing with an annoyed-looking doctor. "I feel perfectly fine. The damage is contained and I refuse to sit here for a week." Their guardian's waspish tone was stubborn. They both turned to look at the boys when Izuku cleared his throat. "You look like a B-horror movie reject. And can you even move your arms?" His voice was reproachful. "We can call Naomasa if you need a second opinion," Hitoshi added before loudly slurping his coffee. The threat seemed to take the wind out of the hero's sails, though dark eyes still glared at them for the interference. The doctor looked relieved, smiling at the boys. "He's a bit of a handful. Keep him busy for me while I go look over his test results." When they nodded agreeably, she patted them on the shoulders on her way out. With a huff, Shota laid back against the raised bed and stared them down. They ignored him while dragging chairs closer to sit. Hitoshi reached into the pastry bag and pulled out a donut. While maintaining eye contact with the man, he took a big bite and chewed as obnoxiously as possible. Shota scoffed and looked away. "Why are you wearing gloves?" The man broke the silence, glancing at Izuku. Of course he would pick up on the anomaly. Swallowing his blood-spiked coffee, the greenette fidgeted. "I bit that villain at the USJ and seemed to have copied their ability?" It came out as a question since he wasn't sure how it actually worked. For all he knew, maybe he straight up stole the quirk. He couldn't exactly call up the villain and ask about the side effects. Shota seemed to think along those same lines. "Don't eat directly from any more people until we figure out if it's permanent and how it affects the target." The greenette nodded in agreement. "Toshi, and I think it might be based on how fresh the meat is and my digestion. We'll know probably by later tonight or tomorrow. Keep me updated. And don't tell anyone else about it aside from Naomasa." Shota reached out to grab the pastry bag from Hitoshi with a grunt. Moving was clearly painful, but he was stubborn. "I'm sure I don't have to tell you that copying, stealing, or erasing quirks is taboo. It would paint a bigger target on your back than your diet already does." Izuku was well aware already. It made him feel weirdly happy that the hero also considered the consequences and wanted to help him avoid it. After almost 2 hours of hanging out and keeping Shota occupied, he and Hitoshi were shooed out of the room by a nurse so they could take the hero for more tests and images. The man complained the entire way. Exchanging small smiles, Izuku and Hitoshi were reassured that Shota would be fine. By the time Monday rolled around, Izuku still had decay. He'd done his bathroom business 2 days in a row. The meat should have passed through his system. Yet he still had the extra quirk. The gloves helped keep the burgeoning panic at bay, but only somewhat. They were warm and collected mommy fur like magnets, making them itchy. They also soaked in blood stains from his food if he wasn't careful. Showering with them was out of the question since he only had one pair, leading to him accidentally destroying the towel rack. His weekend was miserable. The mummy formerly known as Shota returned Sunday night with Naomasa in tow. The 2 adults were arguing about the hero returning to work in the morning. While Izuku and Hitoshi agreed with the detective, the man should stay home a few days, They could tell Shota wouldn't budge. They instead exchanged a look and silently vowed to make him regret the stubborn streak. Shota sidelined the discussion by throwing something at Izuku. The teen was surprised and grateful to see a new pair of cotton gloves. They were dark red with only the pinky and thumb covered. The connecting fabric ran over the backs of his hands and around his wrists, leaving his palms bare to avoid accidentally decaying them when making a fist. Immediately he exchanged his cut-up winter gloves for the lighter pair. "Thank you." He beamed at the two men. "You're welcome. Here's some more." Naomasa placed 2 extra glove packets on the coffee table. "I'd recommend an extra for your backpack and another in your room. If anyone asks, say you developed a skin condition from the attack." The hero grunted before shuffling over to his chair to rest and cuddle the cat. Mommy purred up a storm while rubbing all over him. She'd missed him too. That's why upon entering the classroom Monday morning, Izuku found himself facing a curious and concerned Kirishima and Kaminari. "Why are you wearing gloves, bro?" The earnest red gaze actually made Izuku feel bad for lying. One of the villains last week had a quirk that made my hands break out in a rash when I touched them. It's fine though, Recovery Girl looked at it this morning. I just have to keep them covered until it goes away. There were glaring holes in the explanation, but thankfully they didn't press. Instead, the electric blonde switched topics. "Is it true you got stabbed?" That drew a bit more attention from surrounding classmates. A few looked horrified. Chuckling, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with a shrug. "Yeah, but I'm fine. My quirk won't let me die from normal stuff like that." Thankfully, before more questions could be posed, the door opened and Shota shuffled in. "Return to your seats." He sounded just as deadpan as ever. You'd never know that the night before he could barely hold chopsticks to eat. "Sensei, should you be out of the hospital?" Ashido looked worried, leaning over her desk to get a better look at him. Several others nodded in agreement. The hero rolled his eyes. "I'm fine. You should worry about yourselves." The ominous statement garnered fearful looks, which Shota seemed to relish. "In 2 weeks the sports festival will take place." Shocked murmurs started up as everyone eyed Shota skeptically. Even Izuku was surprised and wary. It was Ida who voiced everyone's thoughts. "Sensei, is it wise to hold the sports festival after the villain attack?" "No." But the higher-ups thought it would be a morale boost. A way to show that UA will not be deterred just because of a few villains. The man sighed. "Besides, it's the one chance per year to showcase your strengths to agencies who may then recruit you later." Hitoshi grumbled. "And showcasing our strengths and weaknesses to every villain who watches it." He was clearly displeased with the decision. Those who heard him nodded in agreement, even stoic Todoroki. It all seemed like a terrible idea. Security will be heightened this year. Every guest attending will be required to go through checkpoints and outside heroes will be contracted to patrol the grounds. That didn't really account for the villains targeting them having a warp quirk. But that went unsaid. Since Shota was just the messenger, the students dropped the subject. At lunch, Izuku and Hitoshi were kidnapped by Togata, a reluctant Amajiki following. The 2 younger boys were allowed to get food before they were marched to an out-of-the-way table. The now third years were worried about them after hearing what happened. Apparently that included Hato as well, but she was thankfully preoccupied with class president duties. It was crazy. A level 4 alarm went off and the school went into lockdown. We didn't know what happened until this morning. Togata's eyebrows were furrowed in concern as he sat next to Hitoshi, ostensibly to keep him from escaping. The indigo boy stared longingly out the window. Izuku settled comfortably next to the shy boy and offered him a sashimi-like slice of meat. It was accepted with a blush, neither looking at the other. "We're fine, senpai, really. The only ones who got seriously hurt were Aizawa and 13. Honestly, sensei shouldn't even be out of the hospital yet." The blonde smiled despite the topic. "Call me Mirio. I think we're friends by now." His tone turned more serious. "Has he at least been to Recovery Girl?" Catching on to Izuku's ploy, Hitoshi shrugged. "Probably not. She'd have to hunt him down like a feral cat first. I was going to tell her after I was done eating." As an afterthought, he gave permission to use his name. The greenette chimed the same, echoed quietly by Tamaki. bright blue eyes narrowed in thought. I can tell her. He beamed. It's only fair since I'm keeping you right now. Besides, our next class is near the infirmary. We'd be grateful. Izuku genuinely was. He's so stubborn. He got distracted by finally eating, signaling the others to do the same. Since decay was added to his body, he'd been abnormally voracious. It made sense since he was probably burning more energy supporting 2 quirks. But he wasn't willing to starve again just to see if it would get rid of the addition. The greenette finished before anyone else and was sipping on a blood pack when he spotted Yaoyorozu. He'd intended to talk to her earlier. Sorry, I need to talk to someone before break ends. Before that could protest, he stood and jogged off. Said conversation resulted in Izuku and the class president sneaking back into the classroom while everyone was still occupied. Todoroki was eating at his desk per normal, though paused to watch them with curious suspicion as the 2 co-conspirators hovered at the front of the room. The greenette beamed at him cheerfully as Yaoyorozu began producing small items and arranging them on the teacher's desk and podium. When they were done, about 20 mummy action figures littered the surfaces. The girl giggled as she pulled her blazer back on. I've never pranked anyone before. You're sure he won't be mad? Nah, it'll be fine. And if he does get mad, I'll take the blame since it was my idea. Izuku assured her. Turning to Todoroki, he bowed. Please keep this a secret. A bemused expression crossed the other boy's face. It's not my business. The monotone was tinted with quiet amusement. He returned to eating without a fuss. The 2 class reps exchanged a look before vacating the scene of the crime. Thank you for helping, Yaoyorozu-kun. The greenette smiled at her as they navigated out to the quad as an alibi. Oh, it's no trouble. It was fun and excellent quirk practice. Though, please call me Momo or Yamamo. I hear formalities enough at home. Plus I'm using your name, it's only fair. The 2 settled into comfortable silence, Momo reading a textbook and Izuku scrolling through his phone. When the bell rang, they exchanged grins and headed back to the class. They arrived to see most of the class laughing about the figures. Everyone wisely shut up and took their seats in silence when the teacher strode in. His expression was priceless as he took in the additions. And the best part occurred only a minute later when Recovery Girl ambled through the door to bully Shota to the infirmary. Excited anxiety coursed through Izuku as he sat next to Hitoshi, pinky fingers entwined for comfort, in the stadium waiting room for 1A. Despite everyone's misgivings about the sports festival, now that it was here there were many grim and determined faces. No one wanted to fail on national television. It would reflect poorly on their future prospects. Not that the 2 cared about that overly. Both were planning on going underground, so didn't want their abilities televised. But the double-edged sword was that if they failed deliberately, it would make Shota look bad, as their teacher and also an underground hero. The man and Naomasa had told them it was fine, but Izuku and Hitoshi didn't quite believe them. It was a matter of pride for the boys if nothing else. The silver lining was that neither teen had inherently combative quirks. Or, well, Izuku couldn't showcase the destructive quirk he did have. Shota had gotten him permission from Nezu to keep the gloves on during the competition despite them technically being support items by the festival definition. That aside, when compared to powerhouses like Todoroki and Katsuki, they didn't stand much of a chance. They aimed to get taken out in the early 1-versus-1 battles if the preceding events didn't get them first. Speaking of the Ice Prince, he walked up to them, though his stern gaze was honed in on the greenette. Objectively, I'm stronger than you. But I expect you to pose a challenge and I will beat you. What am I, chopped liver? Hitoshi looked distinctly unimpressed. Everyone here will pose a challenge. Don't insult them. The rebuke made Todoroki blink in surprise. For his part, Izuku was eyeing the indigo boy speculatively, the declaration of war ignored. You're pale and insomniac, you're probably anemic. That means your liver would be less rich and bland. Maybe fatty though, which would help the flavor a little. Humming thoughtfully, he missed the various alarmed and dismayed looks he received. Hitoshi just sighed, used to such tangents. It didn't help that Izuku had been too nervous to eat breakfast, though he certainly didn't need to be hungry to contemplate such things. The indigo boy once had to sit through the other raving about wanting to taste a diabetic person's fresh meat to see if it was like candy since their bodily fluids were sweet. The hazard of being friends with a sentient zombie. The others would get used to it. Or not, it wasn't really Hitoshi's problem. They were saved from more awkwardness as a warning bell chimed. It was the signal to head to the field entrance for introductions. Everyone naturally fell into two lines behind Yaoyorozu and Izuku, being the class reps. Izuku scowled at present Mick's introduction of 1A mentioning the villain attack. He wasn't the only one with a grim expression as they filed onto the field. The hyper-blonde teacher was in full radio show personality, but he should know better even still. 13 and Shota almost died. Students almost died. It shouldn't be made a spectacle of or implied to be beneficial to their learning experience. This was exactly why students from 1B were standoffish and thought 1A was arrogant for surviving. The media sang their praises and now one of their own teachers was as well. The rest of the introductions were lackluster and belittling by comparison. In front of the entire country, Midnight was in full hero persona and costume as well. It was a little jarring after seeing her strict and professional in class. She liked to joke with the students but kept it PG-13 and platonic. Now she was playing up for the cameras. Izuku had nothing against it, it just made him wonder if she genuinely liked the DM-Interx display or if it was all marketing like with other heroes. He made a mental note to ask her after the festival. Katsuki, having come in first place in the general entrance exam, was called up to make a speech. "I'm going to win. So come at me with all you've got." All in all, it wasn't too bad for the emotionally constipated Pomeranian. It got people fired up and raring to go while not being too selfish. The first event was an obstacle race. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged raised eyebrows at that. It was like UA was trying to give the recommendation students an edge or something. Considering Izuku could see the flaming ball of joy named Endeavor in the stands, it probably was a valid assumption. UA's budget had to come from somewhere. At least the obstacles were different even if Todoroki's opening move was the same. The Ice Prince was a one-trick pony and it was disappointing. The other boy supposedly had a fire component to his quirk, but he refused to use it. Still, when he came in first place, it was hard to argue power. Katsuki was second. Izuku and Hitoshi cruised through in the middle of the pack at 22nd and 23rd respectively. Everyone from 1A passed. After a 10-minute intermission, the next event was called a cavalry battle. They had 15 minutes to form teams of between 2 and 4 people. Hitoshi's hand slipped into Izuku's and they exchanged grins. The idea was to form tactical alliances, but the Greenette could see most of the class clamoring for Katsuki's team. Todoroki was being avoided like a plague until Yaoyorozu approached him. That drew Kirishima and Uraraka to his team. The cheerful redhead had been muscled off Katsuki's team by the manic support student with pink dreadlocks. She'd been rejected by Todoroki, so went for second best. Glancing around, Izuku smiled and waved at Kaminari, who was looking lost as his friends dispersed to different teams. A relieved expression crossed his face as he jogged over. Meanwhile, Hitoshi exchanged meaningful edgelord glances with Tokoyami, which drew the Blackbird to their mismatched group. With 9 minutes left, they got to planning. It was decided that Kaminari would be the rider while Tokoyami took the front. The flashes of light from electricity would be partially shielded by the Blackbird's body, so Dark Shadow wouldn't be as hindered. It also ensured that if the rider short-circuited, the formation wouldn't fall apart. Hitoshi and Izuku would take either side. They weren't the most mobile or flashy team, but the hope was that it would make the others underestimate them. While everyone stampeded for the top headbands, Team Kaminari would slink around stealing low-value points. They only needed 4th place. Their plan worked for the most part. Team Kaminari was low-profile enough to fly under the radar as they collected headbands from those rushing teams Bakugo and Todoroki. They spotted Team Monoma doing the same and gave them a wide berth. Hitoshi brainwashed a couple horses into disqualifying their teams, but it was mostly uneventful until 5 minutes before the end. Team Todoroki zipped past with Uraraka zero gravity, and Dark Shadow took the opportunity to rip a few headbands off. Realization dawned in both teams a fraction of a second before Present Mike crowed that Team Kaminari was now in first place. The sentient quirk had accidentally nabbed the 10 million too. A wall of ice went up around the two teams to fend off others as they squared off. Keep to their left. Izuku cautioned. Todoroki only used his right side for ice, and it was also the side Yaoyorozu was on. The class president had created a javelin and was using Kirishima as a shield, so facing them head-on was a bad idea. Uraraka was on the team's left side. The Greenette felt bad thinking of her as a weak point, but it was undeniable in this case. When the other team charged, Izuku, Hitoshi, and Tokoyami dodged and closed the distance. With a quiet apology, the Greenette kicked Uraraka's shin, making her falter with a yelp. Kaminari followed up with a shock that made the girl accidentally release her quirk. It wobbled the formation and Todoroki was in danger of being dropped. Taking advantage, Izuku reached up to grab more headbands from around his neck. The action was blocked by Todoroki's arm and flames burst to life along it. Not wanting to set the points on fire, Izuku released his hold and followed his team in a retreat. Just as the 1-minute mark was called, the ice surrounding them shattered and Team Bakugo charged in. Between Todoroki's fire and Bakugo's explosions, Dark Shadow had to retreat, leaving their front vulnerable. Thinking quickly, Kaminari raised the 10 million above his head. Good luck! With that he threw the headband into the air. A second of pure confusion allowed Team Kaminari to evade to a safe distance before chaos erupted as Teams Todoroki and Bakugo dove for the abandoned points. Between Shiro, Ida, and the support student, Team Bakugo swiped up the 10 million just as midnight call time. The end result was Bakugo in first, Todoroki in second, Kaminari in third, and Monoma in fourth. Izuku's team collapsed onto each other in relief. Despite the two friends not wanting to win, they didn't want to rob the chance from Kaminari and Tokoyami. The four spent a few minutes celebrating before everyone was ushered off the field. There would be an hour-long lunch break followed by an hour of recreational games before the 1 versus 1 lineups were announced. It gave the surviving 16 students ample time to rest and get healed up if they needed it. Izuku was relieved since he was famished after all the activity. Dude, are you okay? Kaminari's words drew attention to Izuku's charred hand and forearm. He hadn't even noticed. It was a good thing his fingertips were too damaged to use decay. Oh, it's fine. Izuku chuckled, oblivious to the shocked and worried looks the blonde and blackbird sent his way. I need to get my lunch from Recovery Girl's fridge anyway so I can get it healed. New pink skin was already starting to peek through. Soon it would either scar or fade to his normal tone. It was just slow since he hadn't eaten since last night. Seeing their reluctance, Hitoshi rolled his eyes and draped his arms over Kaminari and Tokoyami's shoulders. He's fine. Let's get food while he gets healed. He forcefully steered the two away from Izuku. Halfway to the makeshift infirmary, Izuku found his way barred by Todoroki. The other boy had a severe frown and his gaze kept falling to the injured appendages. Holding in a sigh, the Greenette resigned himself to his fate. You didn't hurt me. It's already healing, see? He held up his hand and wiggled his fingers. People got so weird when he didn't show pain he couldn't feel. Can we talk after you see Recovery Girl? Todoroki looked awkward and uncomfortable in the way he held himself. Curiosity piqued, Izuku nodded gamely. The other boy rarely spoke to their classmates unless it was required, so the request was intriguing. As long as you don't mind me eating while we talk. It'll boost Recovery Girl's quirk and keep me from getting fatigued. After collecting his lunch along with a forehead kiss from the old hero, Izuku led them to an unused waiting room to hang out in. He got the sense that Todoroki didn't want their talk overheard. Being in private, the rigid set of his shoulders relaxed. While Todoroki collected his thoughts, Izuku dug into his food brains and, ironically, liver. He was careful to keep his left pinky raised since he hadn't had time to grab a spare glove from his locker. The contents of his bento briefly distracted the other boy before he shook his head and got back on track. You made me break a promise. I swore I'd never use his fire. Hughes, Todoroki nearly spat at even the vague mention. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Wait. Izuku waved his chopsticks and swallowed a mouthful before continuing. I do know what quirk marriages are. I'm guessing your dad is a flaming D, at home just like in public? But he's not sitting in front of me right now. He didn't block my attempt during the cavalry battle. You did. It's your fire. Now, please continue. Todoroki looked taken aback by the correction. For a moment his features pinched and it seemed like he might leave, but then his jaw set with stubborn determination. In my first memories of my mother, she's crying as she pours boiling water on my left side. It reminded her of father. A day later he had her committed to a psychiatric ward. No matter how he beats me, I refuse to let him win by using his dash. Yours. Izuku mumbled around a heart-shaped piece of brain. Glaring, Todoroki pushed on. His fire. He only had me and my siblings, discarded them as worthless, to have a successor who will surpass him and beat All Might. I'll only use my ice to win, to prove he can't control me. Humming, Izuku pondered the tragic backstory he'd somehow unlocked. It was certainly a messy one. So, you're doing what your father wants by winning, but being petty about it by hobbling yourself to do it. That didn't seem very effective if the other boy really wanted to snub Endeavor. A scowl twisted Todoroki's lips. If I rebel too much, he has ways of ruining my life even more. Have you tried talking to anyone about it? Besides me, I know Endeavor can throw money around. But have you gone to the cops to know for sure they wouldn't do anything? A certain lie-detecting guardian came to mind. He waved his hands around, almost dropping his bento. I thought nothing would happen to my mom either, but Eraserhead listened to me and got me out. He left Hitoshi out of it. His wasn't Izuku's story to tell. The cold expression on the other boy's face thawed a bit as curiosity took over. Your mother? It was clear he wasn't expecting Izuku to actually reciprocate tragic backstories. Frowning a bit, Izuku nodded and raised the bento pointedly. I eat human meat and drink human blood to survive. She couldn't handle it, so she starved me. If we'd met before you, a strong breeze would have knocked me over and I'd have had to have surgery to fix my hand. Said limb was already almost fully healed between recovery girl and eating. She would allow me 2 meals a week, only enough to keep me from going insane and attacking her like I did when she tried not feeding me at all. No one cared, not even the adults at school. They called me a freak and thought I was dangerous. They called the police on me when a group of bullies attacked me for being gay and I defended myself. That's how I met Eraserhead. He listened and acted even though I was convinced no one else would want me besides my mother because I'm an abomination. But now I'm not with her anymore and here I am. He shrugged, fidgeting with his chopsticks. It was surprising to realize that it got easier to talk about the more he did so. It helped that Todoroki needed to hear a different perspective. I can't promise anything will come of it for you. I can't promise it will get better. But I can promise that Aizawa will hear and see you. Or if not him, then Detective Tsukachi. I think you met him after the USJ. A look of surprise crossed the other boy's face. When he looked at Izuku, he almost seemed to marvel. You're gay. His tone was soft and unguarded. That wasn't what Izuku was expecting him to latch on to. But he could understand. While being gay or bi wasn't a huge deal socially, not many publicity admitted to it since it was a personal matter and some prejudices still impacted jobs and housing. His middle school classmates illustrated that. I'm bisexual. They were afraid of taunting me for my quirk, so they picked the low-hanging fruit when they noticed how close Hitoshi and I are. He didn't mind outing Hitoshi since they'd discussed doing so before. Neither of them cared to keep it a secret. Todoroki looked like Izuku had made some great revelation. Though after a few moments his expression closed off again as he got back to the important topic. No, you're the only one outside the family I've told. The vulnerability was still there under the surface. My relatives don't care. They said I'm being selfish and should listen to my father. Do you want to talk to Aizawa or Tsukachi? Izuku made an effort to soften his tone. Now that he knew what was going on, he felt bad for thinking of the other boy as an ice prince. And the blasé way he acted to the confession initially. Maybe. Yes. The veneer of calm was ruined by his lost frown. Nodding in understanding, Izuku set aside his bento and pulled out his phone. Opening the group chat he had with his family, he pondered the best way to go about this. I unlocked a tragic backstory that needs an adult. Direct and to the point. It only took a second before Aizawa responded. Where are you? Waiting room 3A, I think. Izuku resumed eating as they waited. The other boy fussed with his hands nervously. They both startled when someone knocked on the door a while later. The bento box disintegrated when Izuku clutched it on instinct. He watched with dismay as the last few pieces fell to the floor. Ignoring Todoroki's look of wide-eyed bafflement, the greenette called for the person to enter. Shota didn't look overly surprised when he stepped in and spotted Todoroki. Casting a glance at Izuku, he tossed a new glove his way. Sometimes the greenette wondered if erasure gave him telepathy too. Do you want Izuku to leave while we talk? He sat down on a bench so he was eye level with the teen, expression neutral but softer than what it was in class. Can't he stay? The other boy looked uncertain, shooting Izuku an almost pleading look. It was probably less intimidating than being alone with Shota since he'd already told Izuku. Nodding, Izuku shot off a placating text to a worried Hitoshi before giving the conversation his full attention. Todoroki mostly looked at Izuku or his hands as he told the same story of his life to the hero. There were some more details, such as the brutal and abusive training regimen he'd been forced into since he was 5. His mother's broodmare status, forced to pop out kid after kid year after year until the right quirk mix happened and her health failed. How he barely knew what his siblings looked like until he was 12. Alongside how Endeavor had killed his eldest brother when the 14-year-old had snapped and rebelled some years ago, he only knew what Tuya looked like up close from his shrine photo. It seemed that the Todoroki family was steeped in tragedy of Endeavor's making. Throughout it all, Shota listened attentively without interrupting and withheld judgment. Izuku felt like he should be taking notes on active listening skills. Seeing a legitimate comparison made him feel worse for his earlier interruptions. He vowed to research the topic later. Not everyone viewed their own trauma in the same jaded way he and Hitoshi did. Once the other boy was done speaking, silence descended for several minutes as Shota absorbed the information. Finally, he shifted in his seat. If you're comfortable doing so, I'd like for you to speak with Detective Tsukachi. His quirk is called Human Lie Detector. With an official statement, we can attempt to remove you from that house. The hero looked troubled as he sorted out his thoughts. When he spoke again, the words were slow and cautious. There are no guarantees. Endeavor is powerful and the HPSC will not want the number 2 hero's reputation smeared for its poor reflection on them. But if it came to that and it was made public, civilians would be in an uproar against him and his rating would tank regardless of the commission sweeping it under the rug. Izuku couldn't resist chiming in. Everyone knows he has a violent and strict disposition. It wouldn't stretch the imagination for it to be so at home too. He rubbed a finger over his lips as he pondered. Instead, it would be in his best interest to keep it quiet and comply instead of fighting. Like when Mom signed me over instead of fussing and making her situation worse. That earned contemplative looks from both of them. Todoroki looked cautiously hopeful. He values public image above everything else. Izuku might have a point. One step at a time. Let me get Tsukachi here to talk to you. He shot Todoroki an appraising look. Are you still up for participating in the festival? The other boy grimaced. But have no choice if I'm going home with that man at the end of the day. Shota grunted. Stick with Izuku and Hitoshi. Don't be alone with Endeavor if you can help it. I'll have one of them notify you when Tsukachi arrives and we'll work it out around your battle schedule. He stood with a mild stretch. There's 45 minutes left, go get food. The man ambled out, leaving the teens in awkward silence. After a pause to decompress, Izuku stood with a smile. You really should eat. If we fight, I'll feel bad knowing you didn't while I did. Hitoshi and the others are still in the refreshment skybox. He held out his hand in invitation. After some hesitation, Todoroki slotted his hand in Izuku's and accepted the offered help. Keeping Todoroki away from his father proved to be difficult. The flaming trash can seem to be actively seeking out the teen. He even tried muscling his way into the refreshment skybox despite it being restricted to UA students and staff. To their relief, All Might popped up from nowhere and distracted Endeavor at the door. It allowed the group, which still included Tokoyami and Kaminari for some reason, to sneak out through the neighboring room. Todoroki had to carry his bowl of soba and eat as they walked down to the stands to join the rest of the class. Just as the recreational games wrapped up, Shiro craned his head to look for Katsuki and Kirishima, who still hadn't returned to the stands. The boy blinked after a moment. What's Endeavor doing in the student section? He sounded wary, not liking the hero's ugly expression. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged looks of suffering before grabbing Todoroki and dragging him towards the nearest hallway entrance to hide. We'll look for Kirishima and Kaken. The greenette cheerfully explained to assuage confused glances. Don't want them to be late for the pairing's reveal. At that point, the Blackbird and Electric Blonde had sussed out the reason for the three's evasion. Izuku felt like kissing Kaminari when he leaned over to whisper in Shiro's ear. After a moment, the other boy gave a worried grimace and a reluctant thumbs up. He stood and turned towards the walkway Endeavor was using, shooting out tape to block the path before the man could enter the 1A area. What is the meaning of this? The hero scowled and burned away the makeshift barrier. Sorry, sir, but this section is for students only. Shiro didn't look sorry. The man drew himself to full height in an attempt to intimidate. Do you have any idea who I am, boy? Step aside. The flames wreathing his hair flared brighter and hotter, forcing the boy back with a yelp. Yaoyorozu rose with a frown at the commotion, intelligent gaze narrowed dangerously. Before she could approach, Izuku darted forward to stop her. He ignored hissed protests from Hitoshi and Todoroki, who were keeping out of sight. He stood on tiptoes to whisper a request in her ear. She looked uncertain, but after a moment complied, lifting her shirt to produce the requested item. Hiding the object with his body, it looked like he was just casually clasping his hands behind his back. Both class reps strode over to the quickly escalating argument. At this point, the nearby audience and surrounding classes had caught wind of the drama. Endeavor wasn't exactly quiet in his displeasure. He was nearly shouting as he tried forcing past the 1A students rallying around Shiro. It looked like the other boy had a sunburn from the heat of the number 2's aggressive posturing. None of the students were happy about the intimidation. Half of them looked ready to throw down, some quirks noticeably at the ready. Sir. Izuku raised his voice, almost yelling to cut off the ego-driven rant that was building. As my colleague said, this is a student-only area. You need to leave before we call security. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement from the teachers' section as the disturbance reached their attention. The man snarled and stepped forward menacingly. The sweltering wave from his quirk made Izuku's skin feel taut and dry. The front of his gym uniform began smoldering, and though he couldn't feel it, he imagined his face was blistering. Yaoyorozu and the others had to stumble back, but the boy stood his ground with a glare of his own. Angry turquoise eyes promised pain if he didn't move. Several people cried out in alarm at the greenette's proximity to the scorching furnace. Finally, Izuku revealed the fire extinguisher he held, swinging it from behind his back and pulling the trigger point blank at Endeavor's face. For several seconds, all that could be heard was the whoosh of pressurized dry powder as the teen emptied the canister. It put out the flames and coated the man in a crusty white film. Once it was empty, Izuku tossed it aside and folded his arms with a scowl. Dumpster fires aren't allowed on school grounds. An enraged shout left the disgraced hero, and he attempted to reignite his quirk. The fire suppressant powder kept them small or non-existent. Endeavor seemed apoplectic, rearing a fist back to strike Izuku. The teen didn't flinch, simply maintaining his unimpressed stare. Before the blow could land, a gray scarf wrapped around the other hero from mouth to knees, immobilizing him. Shota and Naomasa stood behind him, erasure active and a hand on a hidden gun respectively. Behind them, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Midnight raced overlooking said. The entire stadium held its breath. And then pandemonium erupted as the detective slapped quirk suppressing cuffs on the hero. The teachers and officer escorted the number 2 away, making sure he didn't break away from sheer strength as he struggled and cursed. Most of the people who witnessed the entire event began booing Endeavor. As word spread, arguments broke out about the justification of Izuku's and the number 2's actions. A couple people came to blows, and the hero's working security were called in to subdue them. Exchanging uneasy glances, The entirety of 1A retreated from the stands and into their private waiting room. Katsuki and Kirishima were already there. Both were staring in shock at the TV mounted in the corner. It was showing live footage of the chaos. With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, Izuku abruptly remembered that the festival was televised. Dozens of cameras had probably picked up the incident. Swallowing thickly, the greenette shuffled over to hide behind Hitoshi in a corner. Taking a leaf from Tamaki's book, he faced the wall with his forehead pressed to it. Everyone was stunned, but soon they would come to their senses and swarm him. His friend looked amused with a hint of exasperation. He obligingly blocked Izuku from view so he could have a mental breakdown and heal the burns he'd received in peace. Todoroki was still with him, and they were soon joined by Tokoyami and Kaminari in shielding the small teen from overly concerned classmates. The heterochromatic boy looked dazed, expression distant. That more than anything kept the others away, not wanting to openly talk about Todoroki Sr.'s actions until they could determine his son's stance on the incident. Only a few minutes later, Recovery Girl and Snipe rushed in. The nurse did rounds healing minor burns while the gunslinger beelined for their corner. With his mask on, they couldn't see his face, but his voice was tense with worry. "Y'all okay?" He included everyone but mainly looked at Hitoshi, the tuft of green hair sticking up from over Hitoshi's shoulder, and Todoroki. "Yeah." Hitoshi resigned himself to being their mouthpiece. No one else seemed inclined to talk. "This dumbass needs some food and something to drink, though." He gestured over his shoulder. The nurse bustled over as if summoned by the words. She pulled a blood pack from the bag she carried as well as a fresh bento. "Izuku, come here so I can heal you." After a moment of hesitation, Izuku stepped out from behind the indigo boy. The blisters had already disappeared, but he still looked like he had a bad sunburn. His body had been healing the damage as it was happening, or it would have been worse. The charred front of his gym uniform highlighted that. The downside was it used the energy he'd gained from his lunch to do so. The greenette accepted the forehead kiss gracefully before snatching the offered food and blood. Forgoing politeness, he ripped open the box and began eating with his hands. At some point, Recovery Girl returned to her station, leaving an extra blood bag with Hitoshi. Snipe stayed to keep an eye on everyone. He chatted amicably with the class as they waited for information on what was happening. Izuku was working on draining the first blood pack when midnight arrived. Her eyes were still glinting with anger, but she was trying to appear unruffled for the students. "The festival will continue in 15 minutes. However, if you're no longer comfortable competing, you may withdraw." There was a lengthy silence as everyone weighed the option. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged looks. It would be the perfect out for them to dodge the publicity. But in the end, both remained silent. The greenette felt like after the confrontation with the steaming pile of sheet he had to fight. If for no other reason than to preserve his pride and show that he wasn't afraid after the incident. In the end, no one bowed out. Todoroki was up first against Kendo from Class B. Because she was a brawler, she didn't last long against his ice. After the match, Izuku received a text from Naomase saying he would be interviewing the heterochromatic boy immediately. He and Shoto were trying to expedite the process of removing him from Endeavor's house. The fresh footage of the hero assaulting children with his quirk and trying to punch Izuku would probably help. If they were successful, Shoto would be going home with the Aizawas at the end of the day. The two teens watching from the stands weren't up until the 4th and 5th rounds. It gave Izuku time to decompress and recover, which he was thankful for. Hitoshi was against Uraraka while Izuku was paired with Kirishima. He knew Hitoshi would win. Not because of his quirk, but because Uraraka struggled with hand-to-hand combat despite having a touch-activated power. Regardless of zero gravity, the indigo boy just needed to outmaneuver her. The greenette's own fight was a question mark. He was strong but not strong enough to break through a brick wall, which the sunny redhead was. In a test of endurance, Kirishima would win. So he needed a way to keep the other boy too distracted to use his hardening. He had a few ideas, but they were shaky at best. The notable things he could think to take advantage of were the facts Kirishima was slowed down when his power was active and was kind to a fault. Pulling a notebook out of the waistband of his pants, he settled in to scribble notes on the fights while muttering. He was oblivious to the amused stares of his classmates. While he mindlessly, for him, wrote and observed, he cycled through plans. He would have missed Hitoshi's fight if Ishido hadn't bonked him lightly on the head to snap him out of it. He spared the girl a thankful smile before focusing on the field. The two teens faced each other in the middle of the cement and dirt platform. Uraraka looked fierce and determined. Hitoshi was smirking with his hands in his pockets. Izuku rolled his eyes at the nonchalant mask. The Indigo Boy's lips moved as he spoke to the girl, but it was too quiet to hear from the stands. Her mouth stayed firmly shut in a grim frown, ignoring the no doubt taunting questions. The brainwasher could be downright vicious, trying to provoke responses, so Izuku was impressed. Then again, she wasn't stupid and Hitoshi had used his quirk on her before. When midnight called the start of the match, Uraraka immediately darted forward to try touching Hitoshi. She was fast and scrappy, but Hitoshi had experience sparring with Izuku and Shota. Grabbing her wrists, they grappled for several seconds before Hitoshi hooked a long leg behind her knee and pulled her off balance. She stumbled to her knees and he darted behind her, pulling her arms behind her back and using his superior weight to force her into SBMs. To everyone's surprise, Uraraka threw her head back, hitting Hitoshi in the face. He yelped and let go to try stemming the blood flowing freely from the now crooked nose, giving her the opportunity to slap his cheek with all 5 fingers. Realizing his slip-up, the boy grabbed her shoulder and used the lack of gravity to swing behind her, arm wrapping around her neck in a chokehold. Uraraka struggled violently trying to break his grip, but eventually went limp from lack of air. The Indigo Boy let go as soon as he was deemed the winner and hurried to ensure her breathing started back up. She was already regaining consciousness when Izuku and Kirishima stood to make their way to the field for their own match. The cheerful redhead grinned and waved at Izuku from across the platform. He couldn't help but return the gestures. It was hard not to since Kirishima was so friendly. He almost felt bad about what he was planning. Almost. No. Hard feelings? Izuku called. No hard feelings. Kirishima bounced on his toes like an eager puppy. As soon as the fight started, Kirishima charged, forearms crossed in front of him for defense with his quirk active. Izuku turned on his heel and ran towards the boundary line, stopping a few feet from it and crouching down with hands braced in the dirt. The action surprised his opponent but didn't deter him from closing the distance to try shoving the greenette out. When he got in range, Izuku sprang forward while throwing sand at the other boy's face. He staggered to a halt with a pained cry to rub his irritated eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction, Izuku lifted his leg back and mercilessly kicked Kirishima in the ball. A high-pitched yelp preceded the other boy collapsing into a whimpering heap. The greenette was declared the winner after carefully rolling Kirishima out of bounds. Thinking his classmate might not appreciate his presence, Izuku let the robots handle taking him to the infirmary. The battles advanced fairly quickly from there. Kaminari won against Zero by electrifying the tape that wrapped around him. Katsuki was up against Hatsum. The Hypergirl was more focused on advertising to support companies but did give the angry blonde a decent fight while showing off. Eventually Katsuki blasted her out of bounds when one of her contraptions malfunctioned due to the heat of his explosions. Monoma vs. Ibra lasted only a few seconds. The Tranquil Girl casually slapped him off the platform with her vines. In the second tier of fights, Kaminari was up against Katsuki first. The Electric Boy tried discharging all of his energy to get Katsuki out quickly. It would have worked if Katsuki hadn't blasted himself into the air in response. The overload made Kaminari short-circuit and Katsuki kicked him off the platform with no resistance. Todoroki vs. Yaoyorozu similarly ended quickly when the boy froze half the stadium in an emotional outburst. Izuku lost to Tokoyami because his speed was no match for Dark Shadow. The greenette was satisfied with his ranking and happily returned to the stands for good. Hitoshi wasn't so lucky, catching Ibra immediately with his quirk and ordering her out of bounds. The semifinals saw Hitoshi against Tokoyami. Much like Uraraka, the Blackbird didn't speak. Dark Shadow prevented the Indigo Boy from reaching Tokoyami, but 5 minutes later something odd happened. The sentient quirk started cackling at something Hitoshi said and unthinkingly crowed agreement. The next moment Dark Shadow, gold eyes faded to white, turned and shoved his user out of bounds. It was fascinating to realize Brainwash worked on Dark Shadow independently. Next saw Todoroki and Katsuki destroying the entire platform. The heterochromatic boy still only used his ice, which set Katsuki off until he was in a feral rage. His taunting and yelling reached the stands. It seemed he was angry that Todoroki used his fire against Izuku in the cavalry battle but refused to show the same fair fight to Katsuki. Eventually Todoroki collapsed from hypothermia and Katsuki was declared the winner, even though the blonde loudly disagreed with the verdict while demanding a rematch. Last, but not least, Hitoshi and Katsuki faced each other in the finals. The explosive boy valiantly kept his mouth closed for the first few minutes of the fight. Hitoshi was mostly on the defensive, evading and darting around. He landed a few hits, but he was mostly focused on psychological warfare as he never stopped talking. Eventually he landed on a sore topic that made Katsuki scream in incoherent rage. Apparently there were words in there somewhere because he abruptly halted his attacks, turned, and walked out of bounds. Hitoshi won first place. He didn't look very happy about it. The awards ceremony passed without much incident. Shoto forfeited to Tokoyami rather than battle over third place or share. It was worrisome, but considering everything going on behind the scenes, Izuku couldn't fault him for wanting to stay out of the spotlight. Katsuki looked angry but grudgingly accepted the second-place medallion. Like it or not, the blonde realized he'd lost to Hitoshi's quirk fair and square. He was probably sad at himself for falling for the taunts when he'd known about brainwashing since middle school. The indigo boy looked irritable and tired. No doubt he was kicking himself for not throwing the match earlier. Still, Izuku was proud of him. All Might presented the medals in a typical flashy show. The #1 hero got his toes stomped on by Hitoshi when he almost let their last name slip during his speech. Not even the scoreboards or announcements had their last name, courtesy of Shota threatening Yamada and the technical staff with disembowelment if they used it. The official reason was that the younger Aizawas were going underground after graduation. The real reason was that all three Aizawas wanted to F with the students for as long as possible. Hitoshi's actions and the discrepancy when announcing the names of the winners caused murmurs from the crowd, but it was quickly forgotten in the excitement of the closing ceremony. When the winners were free to go, Izuku rushed from the stands to meet his friend in the lower concourse. Ignoring Hitoshi's morose scowl, the greenette pounced on him and wrapped him in a bear hug. "You're amazing, Toshi. Don't worry too much, people will forget about it in a couple weeks." A grunt was the only response for a moment before the indigo boy returned the hug. "I hope so. I never expected my quirk to work on Dark Shadow." He grumped. The reminder made Izuku beam and nearly vibrate in excitement. "I know. That was so cool. I wonder if Tokoyami would let you try again." He glanced around for the blackbird, but the other boy had already wandered off. The greenette pouted but simply vowed to corner Tokoyami when classes resumed. They broke apart from the hug, but not before Izuku pressed a kiss to Hitoshi's lips. The other boy returned it with a sigh, tension slowly draining out of his frame. They stood for a few seconds with their foreheads pressed together, the physical contact after the hectic day recharging their metaphorical batteries. A coo behind them preceded a camera shutter sound. It made Izuku startle and turn just in time to see Hagakure dart off with a giggle, phone in hand. She acted like she was getting away with something. The two boys exchanged amused smirks, knowing that their relationship would soon spread to the class. So far Ida thought they were related to each other, and Izuku was eager to see his conniptions at the rumors. And if the uptight boy tried correcting the gossipers by saying they were brothers? The chaos would be glorious. They just had to figure out how to casually leak their family name to drag Shota down with them. Was it slightly icky to make people think they were NCSS? Would their reputations take a hit? Probably. Were they still going to do it? Also yes. They had to get their entertainment somehow, and Shota could turn it into a lesson on not making assumptions based on questionable sources and half-truths. Izuku threaded his fingers through Hitoshi's and tugged him to go change out of their gym uniforms and find Todoroki and their guardians. After leaving the locker room with packs in hand, they didn't have to go far. Naomasa was loitering outside of the waiting room they'd used for their discussions earlier. The man looked grim while staring at his phone. When he noticed the two boys, his frown turned into a small smile. Hey, I was just about to text you. He wrapped them in brief hugs once they were close enough. You did a great job in the festival. Despite the proud words, he patted Hitoshi's back consolingly, knowing the teens plan to not win. Is Todoroki coming with us? Izuku tried to contain his eagerness. A classmate was fleeing abuse, not coming over for a slumber party. But the anxious energy coursing through him was equal parts concern and wanting to rope himself another friend with matching trauma. If he could collect enough emotionally constipated and antisocial people, they could call themselves the Dead Inside Brigade. Or maybe Team Dead Inside would have a better ring to it. He'd have to brainstorm with his theoretical future friends. Either way, it was immutable that he would be the mascot. He was literally dead inside after all. Lost in his own musings, he almost missed Naome's confirmation. Yes, he will. The man sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Do you two mind sharing your room? We'll have to see about upgrading if this turns out to be a long-term arrangement. He sighed but didn't seem too upset at the notion of getting a bigger apartment or house. As long as he doesn't snore. Hitoshi shrugged listlessly. Beside him, Izuku nodded with an impatient shuffle. The smile returned and Naomasa chuckled. You'd have to ask him. But for now, Endeavor is sitting in jail. We need to go gather Todoroki's necessities from his house while we easily can. He knocked on the door and a few seconds later Shota and Todoroki exited. The other boy already carried his backpack and had changed clothes. He looked drawn and pale but held himself with a steely confidence that had been lacking earlier. He nodded to Izuku but stayed silent. Despite wanting to talk with him more, especially about his defeat due to hypothermia, the Greenette opted to give him space. The pestering could happen later after emotions had settled a little. Getting to the Todoroki estate took an hour-long trip that was mostly spent in silence since Shota and Hitoshi both fell asleep not long after they started out. Naomasa was content to listen to the radio as he concentrated on driving. Todoroki was messing around on his phone, still giving off antisocial vibes. That left Izuku to his own devices. Mostly he surfed the web on his own phone while the Indigo Boy used his shoulder as a pillow. During his free time he'd taken to trying to dig up information related to his abilities. He'd already researched undead and resurrection quirks when he was younger. They were classified as rare self-healing quirks but weren't considered special since they only affect the user. An underground hero in America called Forsaken was basically a living skeleton, after dying in a fire as a teen, who could use their own bones as weapons. They died for good after being dumped into an acid bath by a villain. In the early days of quirks, there was also a Puerto Rican vigilante who could survive having his body destroyed as long as his brain stayed intact. One biography detailed an unfortunate incident where he was beheaded and regrew an entire new body over the course of 2 months. He reportedly aged normally and died of a slide. At such quirks could be looked down on or venerated depending on cultural and religious beliefs, but generally they weren't much to write home about. The main reason Izuku got so much flack was because of his diet. But highly religious people also viewed him as unclean on occasion. It was no skin off his nose either way. Quirks that could copy or take other quirks though. Copy quirks were rare. So rare in fact that it was a statistical improbability that he and Monoma would be attending UA at the same time, in the same year, from the same generation. It was even more unusual than quirklessness since census data still placed the quirkless population of Japan at well over 1 million people. If 1% of the Japanese population was quirkless, copy quirks were more of a 0.0001% deal. Like, only 100 documented cases in the country at any one time. Worldwide, they only accounted for 0.00003% of quirks, or about 2,000 people out of billions. It was mind-boggling for Izuku to realize just how odd and unique his ability was, especially when combined with the undead aspect. And then there was the fact it had nothing to do with his mother's pull or his father's supposed fire breath. He was starting to suspect his mother of lying somewhere along the line. Where the lies began, he had no interest in speaking to her to find out. For now it could remain a mystery and source of speculation. As for quirks that could straight up steal other quirks, the topic was so taboo that most mentions of it in Japanese forums got deleted. Or the notion was so absurd that the person talking about it would get mocked and ignored by other users. There were stories about the dawn of quirks that could still be found that hinted that someone once had the ability. A powerful villain that lusted after power and was summarily defeated by early heroes. But those read as cautionary urban legends more than anything. The obfuscation was irritating, and Izuku wished he had a computer that could access the deep web so he could find other sources. Taking a break to rest his eyes from the harsh glow of the screen, he focused on the scenery. The area where the estate was located was hilly and forested, inclining steadily until it met mountains still capped with blinding white snow. The view was pretty as they navigated winding cliffside roads. But as they turned onto a private drive that curved away from the cliffs and through the trees, it soon became blocked by a wrought iron gate and attached stone fence. It was a glaring eyesore sullying the natural landscape. Though, to be fair, celebrity heroes like Endeavor did need some way to keep rabid fans and reporters away. Todoroki briefly hopped out to type in a code that made the barrier creak open. On the other side, wilderness gave way to manicured trees, hedges, and lawns that led up to a traditional two-story Japanese manor. It seemed excessively large for just 3 people. As they parked near the garages, the courtyard gate opened and a distressed-looking woman with white and red-streaked hair stepped out. She wore glasses that did nothing to hide red-rimmed gray eyes as she watched them approach with clear trepidation. "Shoto, who are they?" Her voice was heavy with reluctance, like she already suspected why they were there. "That's that boy who attacked father." She frowned deeply at Izuku when he stepped out from behind his taller companions as they stopped a polite distance away. The detective took the lead since his official presence was for legal reasons. His expression was friendly but neutral. "My name is Naomi Tsukachi. I am the detective in charge of Todoroki's case. This is Shota Aizawa, Todoroki-kun's homeroom teacher and a licensed pro hero. Are you perhaps Fuyumi Todoroki?" "Yes, I am." Her tone and the ambient temperature turned cold. "And what case?" "I was watching the festival. You should be arresting that one, not my father." An accusatory finger pointed at the greenette. Frost was slowly forming on the trembling digit. Thanks to him, villains know a weakness of hellfire. The consequences of that incident being aired live had occurred to Izuku. He couldn't find it in himself to care. The man thought himself above everyone, so clearly he could handle a weakness being exposed. He also doubted it was the first time Endeavor had been assaulted with a fire extinguisher. Any villain with half a brain should have had the idea occur to them before against fire quirks. It was in the name, fire extinguisher. Basic logic wasn't illegal. Something wrapped snugly over his mouth and Izuku flailed until he realized it was Shota's capture scarf. From the amused and, in Fuyumi's case, scandalized looks he was receiving, he'd been muttering, "Oops. We are here," Shota intervened, "because facts have come to light concerning your father's treatment of your siblings. There is enough evidence that Shoto is being removed into my care until further notice. We are here for his things." The words were blunt and dispassionate. There was a brief second where the temperature dropped even more that Izuku thought she might attack them. But the moment passed and she burst into tears instead. "Do you really hate us that much, Kashoto?" She stumbled oddly over his name. "He only wants what's best for you. He even gave in to your tantrums to let you act as you like outside the house. Grandmother still hates him for that, you know. Now you want to shame us even more." Shoto had said his relatives were indifferent to what was happening in the house. That must extend to his sister as well. A glance at said boy showed a tense but stoic expression, though his hands were shaking by his sides. "Fuyumi, you've seen him hit me." The quiet words made her recoil. "Tits." A darted glance at Naomasa had her hesitating before shouldering on. "That was only during hero training. He wanted you to succeed at UA, that's all." The detective's genial face melted into a grim frown at the deflection. "Let me reintroduce myself, Todoroki-san. I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. My quirk is called Human Lie Detector." Her face paled at the new information as he went on. "I am the lead detective overseeing the investigation into the ongoing abuse of Shoto Todoroki at the hands of his father, Enji Todoroki, and the unreported death of Tuya Todoroki 10 years ago. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I can return tomorrow with a warrant. The inside of Todoroki's house was impressive in its lack of personality. There were plenty of beautiful wall decorations to complement the architecture, like a frameless ink painting of a natural pond full of koi that Izuku was contemplating stealing. Expensive modern furniture dotted the rooms interspersed with traditional touches. There were also a lot of plants. But all the stuff did nothing to hide the lack of a soul. There were no family photos next to the $1,000 mirror in the entrance hallway. No personal belongings could be seen in the sitting room. Not a speck of dust or scratch decorated the wood and tatami floors. The only thing to show that people lived there was an occasional singed surface and sooty fingerprints on the stair railing, and those weren't good signs. Oh, and a bloodstain on the rug in the upper hallway landing. After learning Tsukachi's quirk and the threat of even more legal trouble, Fuyumi tersely threw open the courtyard gate and waved them in. She refused to look at Shoto, who stalwartly ignored her in turn as he led everyone into the family room. With the tension thick enough to cut with a knife, Naomasa had suggested that Izuku and Hitoshi help the heterochromatic boy pack while he and Shota dealt with the still crying woman. None of them protested being able to escape the oppressive atmosphere. In sharp contrast to the rest of the house, Shoto's room was very messy and lived in. Dirty clothes littered the floor, not a single one reached the hamper near the closet door. His futon was still unrolled and messy from sleep. There were photos on a haphazardly closed dresser that depicted cute cats and dogs rather than family, aside from an old-looking photograph that was two people standing in a garden. The woman was probably his mother, judging by the storm-gray eyes and long white hair. Even in the picture she looked sad and tired, but her smile was genuine as she looked down at a little boy hugging around her waist. The boy's face wasn't visible, but his spiky, vibrant red hair had white and gray streaks like an old man's. He murmured the observation to himself absently. "Mother and Tia. A year before I was born." Shoto's voice startled Izuku from his curious staring. He paused next to the dresser after grabbing a suitcase from the closet. His hair was mostly white when he died. Marie Antoinette syndrome, as it was popularly understood, wasn't real, Izuku knew from his own experience. Outside of a quirk or hair, people couldn't get an entire head of white or gray hair just from one shock or traumatic event. But intense, chronic stress and health problems could cause premature graying. How much of a monster was Endeavor that his oldest son faded so young? Izuku started getting gray hairs after he was diagnosed quirkless, but it reversed once he died and the more vicious quirkisms stopped being directed at him. Whether it was stress that caused his or a medical condition that dying fixed was anyone's guess. "Your dad's an a-hole." Hitoshi deadpanned before inviting himself to flop onto the futon. It seemed he wanted to continue the nap from the car. Since he won the sports festival, Izuku decided to cut him some slack. A small smirk of agreement crossed Shoto's lips before he started digging clothes out of the dresser. Izuku shook his head fondly before returning to the task at hand as well. "Do you want help?" The boy paused, nodding and gesturing towards a desk in the corner. "My computer and the notebooks in the drawer." There was a carrying case tucked under the desk that Izuku bundled the expensive laptop, a mouse, and chargers into. In the drawer were 3 notebooks marked with school subjects. He tucked 2 into the bag but fumbled the third. It landed open on the floor. Rather than math homework, the page contained a list of names. Several were crossed out. Did he find Shoto's hit list? If Izuku had Endeavor for a father, he'd probably have one too. But instead they seemed to just be male-given names. Towards the middle was Shoto and it was circled. Izuku shrugged and continued with putting it away. Once the desk was cleared out, Shoto directed him to take over folding clothes into the suitcase so the other boy could gather stuff from the bathroom. They were all casual wear aside from spare UA uniforms. There were a couple zip-up compression vests, and Izuku wondered if Shoto had an injury that required them, but he didn't want to pry when he returned. They were both efficient, and soon everything the boy wanted to take was ready to go. It all took less than a half hour. After waking Hitoshi up, they made their way back downstairs. In the hallway in front of the ink painting Izuku had admired, Shoto paused. He gazed at the art with a small frown before reaching up to remove it from its hook. Then, with careful fingers he rolled it up and offered it to Izuku. They won't notice it's gone. Politeness dictated that Izuku should refuse the gift. But he really was in love with it. After a second of consideration, he accepted it with a grateful smile and tucked it safely into his hoodie pocket. It would go over his desk next to nature sketches and hero portraits he'd done while honing his drawing skills. And if he felt a little chipper at it being stolen from Endeavor, only he had to know. Fuyumi's raised voice drew them to the family room. Hitoshi stuck an arm out to halt the other two, keeping them out of sight. A sleepy scowl tugged his lips as he eavesdropped. Shoto's expression was stony once more as the words registered. Tally unstable. How can you do any better? You're a hero, not a psychologist. The last thing Kimiko needs is to be uprooted. Shoto, the hero corrected waspishly, is a perfectly healthy young man. And if he does have legitimate mental health issues, the last thing he needs is an abusive, intolerant household. You're not helping your case. He sounded said. The good mood from stealing Endeavor's art took a nosedive. Fuyumi's argument was disgusting to Izuku since it hedged on undermining her brother's autonomy. A quick glance exchanged with Hitoshi had the indigo boy gently gripping Shoto's shoulder and steering him towards the front door. They exited the house silently as Naomesa's professionally detached tones redirected the conversation to legal matters. The bright and cheery courtyard garden seemed like a poor backdrop to the solemn air that settled over the teens as they shuffled to the car. Thankfully it was still unlocked so they could store the belongings in the trunk before piling into the back seat, Izuku once more in the middle. Not knowing what to say, the greenette was relieved when it was Hitoshi who spoke first. You don't have to explain anything. It's none of our business as long as you're safe and happy. Pink stained Hitoshi's cheeks and he kept his gaze glued out the window at the mushy words. A mildly shocked expression broke Shoto's indifferent mask before it smoothed back over. The reaction reminded Izuku of their earlier conversation about sexuality, just more subdued. After a few moments the other boy finally nodded. Thank you. I will eventually. Just not now. He pulled out his phone to delay further conversation. Izuku texted Shota that they were all in the car, wanting to get Shoto away from the house as quickly as possible. The two men seemed to agree because it took only a couple minutes before they emerged. They were both clearly upset but trying to hold it together for the teens. Naomesa gave a tense smile in the rearview mirror. We'll get takeout on the way home. How does fried chicken sound? It sounded gross to Izuku but he kept his cannibal mouth shut. He had a spleen with his name on it at home. The other two grunted in agreement but otherwise kept their broody silence. By the time they arrived back to Mizudafu and picked up food it was dark out. Everyone except for Naomesa and Izuku were asleep when the detective pulled into the back parking lot of the apartment. Shoto woke up easily to an elbow in the side but Izuku ended up having to lug Hitoshi's stubborn butt upstairs. To be fair, if the greenette were able to feel tired he would be too after the sports festival and following stress. After dropping the indigo boy on the couch it fell on Izuku to set up Shoto's futon in their room. It was a little cramped but not too bad since Izuku and Hitoshi shared their bed. Food was a quiet affair as everyone ruminated on the events of the day. Izuku did earn the tiniest smile ever from Shoto when the other boy caught him feeding mommy some of his meat, per usual. The greenette counted it as a win. The 3-day weekend after the sports festival passed in a blur. Shota and Hitoshi spent most of the time sleeping in between bouts of lazy activity. Shoto was incredibly quiet and kept to himself. They left him alone to adjust and come to terms with the abrupt displacement, aside from making sure he was taking care of himself. Boredom spurred Izuku to fill a new notebook with quirk analysis on their classmates. The festival footage was posted online for him to examine the fights he'd missed. Naomesa was called into work several times between the Endeavor issue and the League of Villains case. Izuku overheard a private conversation between their guardians one night that set him on edge. He had to bite down the urge to stress eat or go on a rampage. Maybe both. Definitely both. But he wasn't supposed to have heard Shota and Naomesa, so he fought to play dumb about it. The flaming trash can was attempting to press kidnapping charges in addition to suing the school, Izuku, and Shota. The Hero Commission was backing him up and pressuring the police to drop the case against the number 2 hero and return Shoto. As it stood, Naomasa was worried that threats to cut funding would sway the police chief. If the coercion continued, they might have to make the battle public to hit Endeavor where it hurts, his rank. Though that would do very little for everyone's mental health, especially Shoto's and his mother's. As for the league, Naomasa openly updated the 3 boys and Shota. Technically it was against procedures, but it wasn't illegal for him to consult with the hero about the case. Since the USJ incident, the villain group was laying low and not making any moves. That made sense since the leader was injured by Izuku and Snipe. But there had been an uptick of unexplained pharmacy thefts that they suspected was Kurogiri fetching first aid supplies. The store security feeds had all been obscured with black smoke-like wispies that seemed to match the shadow person's quirk. Overall, the weekend was a strange mix of relaxing and stressful. It was almost a relief when classes rolled back around, though that brought with it a whole new set of problems. The second they stepped through the 1A doorway, they were speared with predatory looks from the class gossipers. The intense scrutiny had Izuku frozen in his tracks in confused wariness. Ashido vibrated in her seat with a wide grin before losing the battle with her excitement. "Why didn't you two say you were dating?" she blurted out while gesturing between Izuku and Hitoshi. The 2 boys exchanged amused glances. In the rush to rescue Shoto, they had forgotten about Hagakure's eavesdropping. It was a shame that Ida seemed to be running late for once to really add to the confusion. After a moment, Izuku shrugged at Hitoshi and sat down at his desk, letting him handle it. A rude gesture was directed at the greenette before Hitoshi sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "We're not dating." The lackluster tone matched the dead expression Hitoshi adopted. It was pure perfection when paired with Katsuki snickering behind the Indigo boy's back. The blonde was familiar with their antics when it came to explaining their relationship to people who made assumptions. Prior to UA, it was mainly their middle school teachers on the receiving end as petty revenge for letting them get bullied. Confused silence encompassed the room before Hagakure popped to her feet. The phone clutched in her invisible hand prominently displayed the illicit photo of Izuku and Hitoshi kissing in the stadium concourse. Disbelief was clear in her voice. "This doesn't look platonic to me." The screen was moved in Hitoshi's face as if to drive the point home. "That's because it wasn't platonic." Izuku chimed in a bored tone. He was only half paying attention as he scribbled in a notebook. He paused to poke Katsuki in the back of the head with a pencil when the other boy's amusement became too noticeable. The small explosion in retaliation didn't faze Izuku. It was Uraraka who refuted the claim next. "So, you are dating?" She looked confused. Hitoshi rolled his eyes so hard Izuku thought they'd fall out of his face. "No." Clearly tired of the debate, he finished the walk to his desk and slumped into the chair. Before anyone else could speak, Ida entered the room trailed by Shota. The teacher's presence halted further arguments, though Izuku knew they would be hounded at lunch. Causing classmates headaches brought Izuku joy, so he wasn't too annoyed by the idea. This was more fun than junior high at any rate, and it would help weed out bigots while being educational. "Today I will be handing out packets with your internship offers." The news immediately redirected everyone's focus. A squinted glare kept the students quiet, but their excitement was palpable. It's highly unusual for first years to receive offers. This year is different because of the controversy of the villain attack. The reminder of the event made several people shudder. Momo raised her hand with a frown. "Sir, has there been any news about the League of Villains? Are we still in danger?" The underlying question was if going away on internships was wise. It was just as valid as when they questioned the sports festival. Perhaps more so due to their quirks now being known. Just as before, Shota sighed and shook his head. "We don't know anything for sure. There is pressure from the school board to get you all trained faster to defend yourselves. I disagree, but it's not my decision. Just know that all heroes participating this year are being heavily vetted and monitored for your safety." He brought a heavy stack of papers out of his desk drawer and handed it to Aoyama to pass out. "Even if you did not receive personal offers like some, there are 40 agencies the rest of you can choose from. You are representing UA and should act accordingly with whoever you pick. But that does not mean you shouldn't use common sense. If something happens that you or your mentor can't handle, contact me immediately. My number is included on each list. If you abuse it, you will be expelled. The stern ultimatum had everyone looking grim. Even Izuku couldn't hide a deep frown despite having a better idea than anyone of what was going on behind the scenes. Once everyone had their lists, Shota bundled up in his sleeping bag and keeled over behind his desk. You have 1 week to decide. In the meantime, you're not my problem until after lunch. On cue, Midnight sauntered in. We can't have you going out into the big bad world without proper attire. That's why today's hero class will be on code names. She dropped a box of small whiteboards on Ida's desk. Degree. Striding up to the podium, Izuku proudly turned his whiteboard to present his name. Carrion Hero, Hannibal. It earned a couple snickers from classmates that understood the reference, but Midnight looked less than impressed. Isn't that a fictional serial killer? And Carrion Hero doesn't inspire a sense of safety. A pout formed on his lips. He'd been hanging on to this idea for ages. Ken-sensei is literally named after an ancient mass murderer. And his title is Blood Hero. The argument made her frown. At least change it to avoid copyright infringement. She waved him off with a huff. Slumping back to his desk, he stared at the blank slate before grinning. The amusement didn't last long. Dead inside, Donner and Romero were all shot down. The teacher argued that, while clever, they were too horror-oriented or in poor taste. Izuku didn't earn any points for laughing at the unintended pun. As the clock ticked closer to the end of class, he threw his hands up in despair. Eventually it was down to just him and Kaken, who was having similar difficulties satisfying Kiyama-sensei's criteria. Hitoshi, who had been agonizing over his name, passed with a nice, easy siren early on. Even Shoto had eked by with Freezer Burn, a nickname the Indigo Boy had taken to using for him over the weekend. It was getting frustrating. Zomboy was a fun play on words but was too on the nose for him to want to get stuck with. Finally he scribbled down his last best idea and walked back to the front. Midnight eyed him warily. Revenant. He stared down the hero as she deliberated. A grimace made him squint, but it seemed she was just as done with the exercise as he was. Fine, that will do. Bakugo, what about you? The blonde grunted sullenly and turned his board so she could see, not bothering to get up. Ground zero. She hummed as she tested it, flashing a thumbs up after a moment. It's confident, explosive, and simple to remember. Good job. With that, hero informatics was over and it was time for math. Predictably, while Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shoto were sitting outside eating, they were hunted down. What wasn't expected was that it was by half their class. Hagakure and Ishido were leading the gaggle of nosy students wanting to continue their homeroom questioning. The trio was surrounded in less than a second. So, are you two dating or not? Hagakure bounced in place. Hitoshi fixed them with a blank stare while slurping his noodles loudly. The greenette made a show of biting into a particularly bloody section of liver while maintaining eye contact. Several faces in the group turned pale at the reminder of the cannibal in their midst. Once he swallowed, Izuku took pity on them. We're not dating. As we said before. Are you friends with benefits? Kaminari piped up with a sly smirk. That he caught on to their word play first was interesting. Though he was still missing the mark, he got points for trying. Next to Izuku, the heterochromatic boy turned his head to observe them too. Over the weekend he had looked curious about their sleeping arrangement but hadn't asked. With a quiet hum, Izuku shook his head in response to the question. The others looked stumped. Kirishima raised his hand like they were in class. So, if you're not dating, not friends with benefits, but the kiss wasn't platonic. How does that work? He blushed and looked apologetic for prying. The two friends exchanged glances. Should they play around more? The Inquisition was turning out to be a headache for them too at this point. They underestimated how voracious these classmates would be. Hitoshi shrugged. We're aromantic partners. He went back to eating, case closed. Thanks to the lack of care growing up, they were both touch-starved and didn't mind displaying physical affection even though it could be construed as romantic. They were best friends who were physically attracted to each other. That was all Izuku really needed in terms of labels. He loved Hitoshi, don't get him wrong. He wasn't an unfeeling robot and he did understand and experience the various forms of love. But he couldn't wrap his mind around why society was so enamored with romantic love being special and exclusive when it was just a bunch of chemicals in the brain telling them who to partner with to increase survival chances. Then there was the oddity of SEC being closely tied to romantic love by society even though they had nothing to do with each other. It didn't make sense to Hitoshi either, and that's why they worked so well together. A couple people looked enlightened, but Hagakure made a confused noise. Isn't that where you're not attracted to anyone? There was genuine curiosity in her tone. The electric blonde saved them from having to play at being minority ambassadors. You have a phone, look it up. He grinned and gave Izuku and Hitoshi a thumbs up. It's cool that you figured yourselves out already. I'm still trying myself. Anyway, I'm starving. Let's go eat. He and Kirishima began herding the others away. When Izuku looked over at Shoto, the boy had his phone out and was swiping around with a frown of concentration. If you have questions, feel free to ask. That earned a nod, but the other boy seemed content to research on his own for the moment. With the unwelcome distraction gone, Hitoshi and Izuku went back to their food. Internship week arrived far sooner than Izuku would have liked. Don't get him wrong, he was looking forward to the experience. His offers had been rather lackluster thanks to the Endeavor incident and the fact he used underhanded tactics to get so far in the one-on-one battles. He only received 20 offers and the single interesting one had been from Hawks. After looking into the number 3 heroes' public records, Izuku opted to ignore it. The fastest hero alive wasn't known to take interns, and when he did they often got left in the dust with the sidekicks. From what he could tell, no actual teaching took place. Shoto got an offer as well, which was summarily dismissed by the other boy because the hero was an Endeavor fan. That fact made Izuku suspect the winged hero was only interested in him because of the Endeavor incident too. As the winner of the sports festival, Hitoshi got thousands of offers, but he wanted to stick to underground heroics. Shota suggested that he could take on both Hitoshi and Izuku. It was very tempting, but the Greenette declined. Hitoshi deserved Shota's full attention since the Indigo Boy had finally asked to learn how to use a capture scarf. Shoto also went with an underground hero, Flashpoint, to avoid the media. Despite having a strong fire ability, the sublimation hero preferred to work at night to reduce risk to civilians from their quirk. The heterochromatic boy wanted to learn to control his own fire, so it was a good choice. Izuku opted to stay on the underground bandwagon too, which was why he found himself on a train bound for Hosu on a Sunday morning the day before internships officially began. The hero he was stuck with, after weighing all his options, was very far from his first choice. In fact, he was tempted to pick a limelight agency anyway just to avoid the hero he ultimately went with. Unfortunately, their experience with a non-combative quirk was too valuable to ignore. That didn't mean he was happy about it. At the first sign of misconduct, Izuku would happily report his mentor to the Underground Hero Alliance for a license review. Native was a controversial figure with a spotty record, both as a person and as a hero. The man was 100% Japanese, born and raised in Kyoto, yet he loved offensive and stereotypical Native American iconography. There was an international outcry when he first debuted as a limelight hero, and the scandal forced him underground because he refused to apologize or show respect for the customs he was mocking. Later, it was uncovered that he donated to organizations that were working to block Ainu culture and history from being taught in Japanese schools. In addition, though it couldn't be proven, Native was rumored to ignore requests for help from mutant civilians. And that was only what was officially published after the HPSC censored the articles. All in all, Izuku wouldn't PSS on Native if he was on fire, but he would use the man to improve his own abilities. Sitting across from Izuku was a very quiet and tense Ida. The other boy was bound for the normal hero, Manuel's agency. Anyone with a brain could figure out from his behavior that he was only going to Hosu because Stain was still their hunting heroes. Ingenium, Ida's brother, had been attacked and permanently disabled on the day of the sports festival. As a member of a legacy family, Ida was no doubt being pressured to take up his brother's hero name, as his brother had done when their father retired, who likewise took the name from his father. That on top of Ida seeming to genuinely love his brother meant the boy had something to prove in addition to general revenge. It was a bad combination. That had nothing to do with Izuku though, so he let Ida stew in peace. He liked Ida as a classmate but they weren't friends. At the start of the 2-hour ride he tried to talk to the other boy and had been brushed off. That was all the Greenette could do since ultimately Ida's thoughts and actions were his own. If anything, the Greenette was more worried that his own mentor would be targeted, rather than Ida tracking down the villain on his own. He hoped Stain would have bigger fish to go after, like Endeavor. Izuku wanted to avoid the moral dilemma and potential real death to himself involved if Native caught the hero killer's attention. Thankfully the odds were low for either team to encounter Stain, since Hosu would be crawling with other heroes for him to go after. The increased law enforcement presence was the only reason Shota let anyone in turn there. As the train slowed to a stop at the station, Izuku tried one last time. If you need anything, day or night, you have my number through the group chat. I literally never sleep, so maybe we'll see each other on patrol. He rubbed the back of his neck at the uncomfortable atmosphere. The effort received a plastic smile. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. I hope your internship goes well. With that, Ida joined the procession of people exiting the car without waiting for Izuku. Heaving a sigh, the Greenette gathered his costume case, backpack, and a cooler stuffed with a week's worth of food before following the crowd. Native's tiny agency was a brisk 15-minute walk from the station. It was located in a 5-story building next to a water tower and took up a 300-square-foot rented office. There were 3 employees aside from Native and no room for housing an intern. Izuku had been offered a space on the hero's couch, but Shota gave him money for a hotel room down the block instead. It would lend him privacy for his diet anyway, which he preferred to keep secret from bigots despite enjoying the shock factor. The decor of the agency made Izuku want to vomit and rethink his decision to not become a villain. For being so small, it was amazing how much pretentiousness the hero managed to pack through the door. Every inch of the walls were covered in paintings that depicted Native American culture, interspersed with animal hides, decorative tomahawks, and feathered turquoise jewelry. The height of cringe was a mounted bison head directly behind Native's custom wood desk that was carved with grizzly bear and white-tailed deer motifs. Thankfully the other desks were normal office stock so he could stare at something without wanting to set it on fire. One of the 2 sidekicks on duty grimaced in sympathy and let Izuku regain his bearings before waving him over to her desk. You the intern? Be glad you're only stuck here for a week. She pushed out a chair and gestured for Izuku to sit. My name's Dietz, as in details. My quirk is observe and it lets me pick up on subtle clues in the environment that most people would miss. How about you? The introduction was brusque but friendly. Judging by the 30 or so tabs open on her 2 computer monitors and the dark bags under her eyes, they were rather busy. Izuku Aizawa, Revenant. The Greenette sat while fishing relevant internship papers out of his bag. My quirk just boosts my physical abilities and lets me not die easily. The second sidekick finished a phone call and swiveled to give his attention to Izuku. You're the kid who attacked Endeavor. There was a deep frown on his face that exuded disapproval. That type of disrespect won't fly here. When the Greenette just stared with a blank expression, he scoffed and turned back to his work. The more amicable of the 2 waved a hand dismissively. That's Scratch, ignore him. He's discount Pictionary. Do not ask him to show you his quirk. After signing one of Izuku's papers, she handed the rest back. Native doesn't come in until 6 in the evening. That's when you need to be here. He'll explain how the week's going to go then. Your teacher said you'll be staying nearby. Her words trailed off as she opened a drawer. It took several seconds of shuffling for her to find what she was looking for. Normally agencies are supposed to provide food and shelter to student interns, but since we can't, consider this partial reimbursement. A thick envelope was offered to Izuku, who took it and peered into it curiously. The decent stack of yen was nestled inside. Shota had given the 3 teens their own credit cards, with spending limits, for the week to account for necessities and emergencies, but it would be nice to have some extra on hand just in case. And if he got too bored during the day, he could do something fun without worrying about it being his guardian's money he was spending. He tucked it safely into his bag and smiled gratefully. Thank you. I'll check in at the hotel and come back later. After polite farewells, he hurried to escape the gaudy closet. Despite his record, Native presented himself as a serious but friendly individual. He seemed diligent as a hero and quizzed Izuku on what he'd learned at UA before even broaching the subject of patrol. Because the agency didn't have the space for a gym, he took the Krynior up to the building's roof to spar. Thanks to Shota's harsh drills both at home and in school, he managed to impress the hero by beating him a couple of times. The dirty fighting Izuku embraced seemed to annoy the man, yet he nodded in approval when Izuku explained that his power was not inherently combative. Mine is Pathfinder. It lets me track specific people if I have something that belongs to them. Native explained. It's tough to make it as a hero without a flashy quirk, but if you train hard it's doable. This agency specializes in search and rescue. When we don't have active cases, we just keep this section of Hosu clear of criminals. I'll also be teaching you some parkour. The man adjusted his feathered headband before gesturing to the next building over. It was 7 stories and close enough to touch if Izuku leaned over the edge far enough. Several utility and gutter pipes lined the side and led to the top. See if you can get up there. I'll stay here in case you fall. We'll spend some time getting you familiar with jumping and climbing before heading out on patrol. The key part about parkour training was learning to land without breaking anything first. Thankfully for Native, Izuku was familiar with that concept and was more durable than the average student. Scrapes from slipping were easily absorbed by his costume. A moment of instinctive panic at losing his grip on a pipe resulted in him punching holes in the brick wall with the claws in his gloves. It was good for testing their durability at least. They held his weight easily as he regained his wits. Maybe he should change his theme from zombie to cat. The mental tangent didn't help his concentration, and Native scolded him for just hanging there for several moments. After he reached the roof, the hero swiftly followed to coach him over a larger jump to the next building. So things went for 2 hours before Native called a halt. They scaled down to street level for a short break. Izuku didn't need it but politely ignored the man's heavy breathing. From there, they wandered the city looking for trouble. They ran into no less than 4 other patrols, making the Krynior realize what Shota had meant by increased security. Thanks to Stain, the streets had never been safer. They spent 5 hours wandering around while Native gave him pop quizzes on procedures before calling it a night. The next 2 days followed the same pattern, though with progressively more difficult training. Izuku learned that Native had a short temper under his placid exterior, witnessed when the Krynior got caught up in analyzing a move and zoned out for too long. He also got to see the rumored bigotry in action. A brawl between drunks got out of hand before the duo could get to the scene. A woman with saga skin and mole claws was stabbed. Native pretended not to notice the growing puddle of blood under her unconscious form as he fussed overly long with cuffing the other participants. It fell on Izuku to provide first aid and call an ambulance for her. That morning in his hotel room, he spent several hours on the phone reporting Native to the UHA and Shota. His guardian was said and vowed to throw his weight around to get the other hero suspended. The good thing about being an underground hero was that they had different processes and regulations in place than daylight heroes. Often, the HPSC could be bypassed completely in licensing decisions since they only cared about public-facing heroes. In the meantime, Izuku was tasked with documenting any and all other incidents until the end of the internship. The 3rd day was when Hosu blew up. Almost literally. Only a half hour into the evening training, a piercing scream of terror echoed through the buildings. It was quickly followed by more and more in a cascading wave as whatever was happening caught attention. Something exploded in the distance, lighting the sky with an eerie orange glow. A stampede of panicked civilians flooded the street below, fleeing the center of the city. Towards the rear of the pack, an inhuman shriek rose above the chaotic cacophony. Izuku's heart gave a jolt when his eyes landed on a hulking behemoth lumbering after the civilians. Nomu. Images of the USJ sprang to mind and the Krynior whipped out his phone. Native shouted at him to stay put as he rushed across rooftops to get closer while readying his bow. Izuku kept one eye on the unfolding carnage and the other on his surroundings as he tapped a message to all of his contacts. 2 rushed to pick specific people. SOS Enemu in HU. With Native's instructions to stay on the rooftops in mind, Izuku pulled his cartoon zombie mask up and dropped down to street level. Most of the heroes were rushing towards the city center to contain the flames and any additional villains. That left the fleeing civilians to their directionless stampede, endangering just as many people as the Nomu rampage was, if not more so. He rushed forward to help a man to his feet before dodging through the mob to do the same for an old woman. Her head was bleeding from a kick she took from panicking peers, many people literally stepping on her to get away. Izuku growled as he hefted her over a shoulder. He silently vowed to add a megaphone to his equipment to help with crowd control in the future. 4 blocks away, police were setting up barricades while trying to gain control of the flow of people. Izuku rushed over to a patrol car and handed the lady off before he began to sprint back to Native. He encountered 2 more people who were downed on the road, neither had a pulse. They had been trampled like the old woman almost was. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Izuku forced himself to continue on. There was no saving a corpse. When he reached the street with the Nomu, it was already dead with several arrows embedded in its brain. It seemed that this particular Nomu had been susceptible to ambush attacks. That was surprising since Izuku knew the one from the USJ survived even All Might's protective wrath. Did that mean that these monsters were underdeveloped or otherwise weak? Shigaraki had said they were genetically engineered to fight the number 1 hero. Native shouldn't have stood a chance. Shoving the useless speculation from his mind, the Greenette turned to more dire concerns. The pro was nowhere to be seen, so the teen returned to the roof for a better view. Things were beginning to settle down in the immediate vicinity, but he could still hear screams and fighting in the distance. That was the most likely direction his mentor could have gone. He was about to head towards the epicenter of the disaster when a shout echoed from a nearby alleyway. Dread built in Izuku's chest. Changing directions, he ran as quietly as possible towards the commotion and peered down. Of course Stain would take advantage of the chaos to strike. Of course the hero killer would choose Native out of the dozens of other heroes available. Of course now there weren't even civilians nearby to send to the police for help. Shota and Naomasa were going to have conniptions when they heard Izuku's shitty luck. Pulling out his phone, he hurried to swipe a message with a location tag and hoped it was readable as he sent it to his contact list again. He was too focused on the murder attempt below to proofread. The pro hero was quick on his feet, but Stain was almost inhuman. Izuku could barely track his movements as steel slashed towards Native, sword missing his face by a hair's breadth. Only by the grace of an empty bottle the hero tripped on trying to scramble away. The villain immediately lunged forward and stabbed down with a knife held in his offhand. It drove home into the top of Native's left shoulder. The pro cried out when the blade was ripped free but fell limp when the blood-coated blade was brought up to Stain's mouth. Some part of Izuku was tempted to leave and plead ignorance. The world needed fewer people like Native in it. He doubted Naomasa would fault him for it, even if the Greenette couldn't lie about the reason, given the circumstances. But then Shota's work to get the man's license revoked would be rendered pointless. And if there was anything Shota hated with a fiery passion, it was having his precious naps stolen by meaningless bureaucracy. Then there would be the hassle of Izuku needing to pretend to be traumatized by Native's death if he wanted to avoid scrutiny just because of his quirk. Eating people skewed his morals enough that he didn't care about people dying outside of his family and friend groups. He couldn't care unless he wanted to starve. He didn't have the luxury of turning vegetarian because of squeamishness. Not many people would understand that logical disconnect. Without further thought, he pulled the cutesy mask down to expose the more intimidating sharp teeth and leapt from the roof. In hindsight, he should have made a plan. But dropping feet first onto the killer like a sack of potatoes did the trick of knocking the blades from Stain's hands and forcing him to the ground. Izuku attempted to pull zip ties from his pockets, but the villain recovered too quickly, bucking the 120-pound teenager off of him and whipping around to swat him away like a gnat. Izuku's vision swam as he crashed head first into the brick wall of the alley next to Native. While Stain retreated a few steps to assess the situation, Izuku scrambled to his feet. "Before you kill Native, I have a question." Izuku was beyond grateful that his quirk didn't allow him to perspire, otherwise he would be sweating bullets as he stepped between the hero killer and his inert prey. The man scowled but seemed reluctant to attack upon taking in Izuku's small fame. probably guessing he was young based on stature. Out of the way. You needn't die tonight, but if you interfere you will be killed. This fake isn't worthy. He began advancing, a new dagger at the ready. Just how many blades did the guy have? Judging by all the sheaths strapped to his chest and belt, a lot. Swallowing hard, Izuku took on a defensive stance in front of Native. As he slipped his stun baton and can of bear mace from their places on his belt, he shut down all bodily functions aside from breathing enough to speak. And I agree with you. But if I let you commit murder, then I'll become just another fake hero that you'll come for later. But you'll kill me for doing what you want heroes to do? You have me in a catch-22 here. Native is a racist, quirkist a-hole that I regret interning with, but I can't let him die. His license is being revoked at the end of the week anyway. He won't be a hero for long, no death necessary. That made the man pause his advance. That's a nice thought, but what's to stop him sniveling to the hero commission to get it reinstated? Or taking the loss out on civilians? No, there is no reprieve for the wicked. Leave now and we won't meet again if you continue on the righteous path. If we fight, the weak will be called. His mouth was set in a stubborn, grim frown. There was no reasoning with a zealot, yet Izuku couldn't let it go. The hero killer irritated him on a level normally reserved for door-to-door solicitors and nails on chalkboards. Stain's videos made him want to punch someone from how intolerable he found them, despite agreeing with the message of holding corrupt heroes responsible for their actions. Izuku just hadn't been able to figure out why until the man was standing in front of him. You seem to think the likes of Ingenium and Native are the scum of the earth. But I think you're just a coward. You go after easy targets while ignoring heroes who actually hold the power to back up their villainous natures unopposed. Like Endeavor, who parades around completely unscrutinized despite mercilessly beating and murdering his own family members. Like Uwabami, who prioritizes her modeling career above saving lives, to the point of ignoring emergencies in favor of giving out autographs and selfies. All you're doing is killing indiscriminately and preaching without real conviction to make yourself feel better about your own hypocrisy. All Might is the only true hero in existence? Bullshit. If it was really about heroes doing their jobs, then you'd worship the underground heroes who do good work for sheet pay without recognition. You're just an All Might otaku gone wrong. Izuku was fuming by the end of his rant. His fingers tightened around his weapons as the realization that he just insulted a serial killer slowly filtered into his brain. Not that he would ever take it back. If he was going to die for real, then it might as well be for a legitimate reason. Stain froze in shock, probably not used to victims verbally attacking him so viciously. His face slowly morphed into a snarl of rage. Without further warning, he lunged at Izuku, swiping with the dagger. The greenette dodged back but missed the knife Stain slashed at his face. It came away bloody, and the man looked triumphant as he liked away the traces on the blade. Only to GG and start spitting as soon as the taste registered. Izuku took advantage of the distraction to swing the bear mace up and opened fire directly in the villain's face. Stain howled and stumbled away, dropping his weapons once again and clutching his eyes. The irritant burned wherever it touched, the liquid base leaching into his cloth masks and forcing him to pull them off before it could reach his sensitive nose hole. Hacking coughs racked his frame as the inhaled particles settled in his lungs. Darting forward, Izuku jabbed his baton into Stain's unprotected side and pressed the button to activate the stun feature. The man jerked with a strangled note and went down hard as his limbs seized. The teen pounced on the prone form to restrain him with zip ties. 6 for his wrists and 6 for his ankles to try to prevent the hero killer from breaking them to get free. It was over. The man's eyes were clenched shut and he seemed to struggle just to breathe through an inflamed respiratory system and sinuses. The fight was rather anticlimactic to Izuku, not that he was going to complain. Loud footsteps at the mouth of the alley made him tense and reclaim the can of mace, pointing it at the newcomers before even looking up. Ida, Shoto, and Flashpoint gawked at him in disbelief. That Stain. The pro sounded faint and blanched when Izuku nodded. Flashpoint startled into action when Native made himself known by whining in pain. Freezer burn, freeze Stain in place and disarm him. Tenya, get Native out of here and wrap his wounds. Do. They paused while pointing at Izuku, not knowing his codename. Revenant. Shoto supplied while helping said teen off of the villain. Right, Revenant, are you hurt? Izuku seriously contemplated the question. Something in his neck was grinding when he moved, probably from hitting the wall, but beyond that he felt fine. When he shook his head, Flashpoint looked relieved. Go with Tenya and flag down the backup I called for. Everyone rushed to comply. Izuku helped Ida get Native to the sidewalk and helpfully provided bandages while keeping an eye on the surrounding street. There was a tense atmosphere between him and Ida that neither wanted to provoke just yet. Native was conscious and glaring at Izuku in silence as well. Apparently he'd heard the Greenette's words to Stain and took them personally. A group of pro-heroes rounded a corner at the end of the street. Endeavor was among them, making Izuku grimace even as he waved his arms to get their attention. Hopefully he wouldn't start shit over Shoto with witnesses present. Behind Izuku, a cry left Ida, quickly drowned out by an inhuman shriek and gust of wind. Before the Greenette could even react, for large objects pierced through his armor and dug into his skin. Then the ground was falling away at an alarming speed. A look-up confirmed that he was in the grasp of a flying Nomu. He still had his weapons, but he didn't want to test if he could regenerate from a fall of this height if the monster dropped him. The water tower near Native's agency came into view as the Nomu aimed towards it. Two familiar figures stood atop it watching their progress, and when they drew close enough a large warp gate opened midair. The Nomu flew straight in, Izuku still firmly in hand. A deep ache in Izuku's torso met him as consciousness returned. When or why he passed out was up for debate. Maybe it was the vertigo of passing through the portal. Maybe it was the tacky blood crusting his clothes and the gnawing hunger cramping his belly. Apparently his hero gear was not rated for crushing Nomu claws. The disoriented thought made a hysterical laugh bubble up his throat. Maybe he should commission a mech suit from the support department instead of just armor if he had to keep adding resistance features. The sound of shoes scuffing near his head prompted Izuku to pry open his eyes. The room was dimly lit, but he still had to squint to bring everything into focus. Prone on the floor as he was, Izuku couldn't see much beyond a dark, surprisingly cobweb-free ceiling. A pale face swam into view after a couple of blinks. It took Izuku several moments to identify Shigaraki. The older teen appeared spooked, crimson eyes widening as he took a step back upon noticing Izuku was staring at him. The villain scratched at his neck and turned away. I thought you said he was dead. There was an accusatory note at whoever he was talking to. He has no pulse and the amount of blood he seems to have lost is fatal. The baritone reply was easily identified as Kurogiri. The mention of blood loss made Izuku grimace. No wonder he was so hungry, his energy was repairing the damage from Stain and the flying Nomu. Without blood in his system he'd turn into a shriveled mummy in a couple hours. If they didn't kill him for good first. And if he didn't snap and kill them. He didn't bother hoping for rescue before either of those options became relevant. Realistically, it would be a couple of days at least before the heroes pinpointed a location, much less put together an extraction team unless someone in the league got careless. A huff preceded a light kick to Izuku's side. The teen groaned in annoyance and he swiped blindly at Shigaraki's leg only for a small portal to intercept his still-gloved hand. Apparently they'd only gotten around to checking his pulse before he woke up. Clearly not. The older teen sounded annoyed. Chain him to the chair till we know what to do with him. Almost before the order fully left Shigaraki's mouth, vertigo made Izuku's head spin and nausea twist his guts. In the span of a second, Izuku went from laying sprawled on the floor to upright in an uncomfortable wooden chair. As he struggled to regain his wits, chains snugged into place around his arms and legs. Someone began rifling through his pockets and belt, divesting him of weapons. When his mask was tugged off, Izuku lunged forward to bite the villain, but they were too quick. Once his head stopped spinning, he cracked his eyes open to glare. Shigaraki looked smug, but a hint of confusion wrinkled his brows as he stared back. Izuku took stock of his surroundings, a bar, but his eyes quickly zeroed in on the line of scratches on Shigaraki's neck. They looked raw with a hint of blood staining the edges. Izuku liked his lips, recalling how amazing the villain tasted. It was a good thing for his captors that he was restrained now, or he would gladly repeat the USJ incident. As a bleary afterthought, he restarted enough of his bodily functions to interact with his new hosts. Whatever expression Izuku's face held made Shigaraki take a step back with a frown. Why did the Nomu bring him? I didn't give orders to kidnap anyone, much less this brat. A hand drifted up, like he was going to scratch more, but he froze and dropped it back down in a fist as Izuku hyper-focused on the movement. I am uncertain, Tamura. Perhaps that Nomu has a glitch. I will ask the doctor later. The warper's voice came from somewhere to Izuku's right. Young man, what is your full name? You only stated your given during the festival. Several beats passed as Izuku continued to eye Shigaraki like a prime steak, the older teen looking more and more agitated under the scrutiny. Kurogyari stepped into Izuku's line of sight, blocking his view. You lost a lot of blood, but you are awake. What is your quirk? Kurogyari was close enough that Izuku could detect the pungent odor of decomposed meat that clung to him. It made Izuku GG and briefly soured his hunger. What are you? The teen coughed and dry heaved until Kurogyari took a startled step back. The scent lodged in Izuku's nose unpleasantly. Behind the shadow man, Shigaraki grumbled. It doesn't matter. I'll just kill him and we can be done with this. He shuffled around Kurogyari and reached towards Izuku's arm, wary of sticking his hand in biting or clawing range. The leather of Izuku's jacket flaked away when all 5 fingers made contact, steadily eating through the protection. A new voice echoed through the room, making Izuku and Shigaraki jump. The deadly hand retreated before the decay could reach flesh, for which Izuku was grateful. Tamura, it was I who ordered the retrieval of this young man. The voice was deep and commanding, emanating from a TV mounted on the wall. Despite the hunger reviving with Shigaraki so close, Izuku felt compelled to give the speaker his whole attention. This is the boy that injured you at the school? Green hair, green eyes, and freckles, you said. What is your name and quirk, young man? The disembodied voice repeated Kurogyari's questions. This time Izuku was unable to stop himself from responding. He wanted to talk to the person. Izuku Midoriya, zombie. He bit his tongue after the information spilled out. This villain must have some sort of persuasion or compulsion quirk. Midoriya, your mother is called Inko. A strange note colored the voice. The speaker almost seemed surprised. Even more so when Izuku hummed in agreement. Fascinating. What does your quirk do? Genuine interest slipped through an attempt to regain some aloofness. Struggling against the impulse to speak only made Izuku almost bite his tongue off. Regrowing body parts was not something he wanted to attempt, so he gave up. An abridged explanation of his abilities poured out. Curiously, he found he could withhold auxiliary information, like copying Shigaraki's quirk through eating him or his adopted family name. The stranger's power didn't seem able to force an answer past the basics. Izuku did include his diet in the explanation, hoping for a meal if they were going to keep him as a hostage. The blood loss was already taking a toll on his self-restraint and making his skin feel tight. Several tense moments of silence passed. Shigaraki fidgeted while Kurogyari's eyes slanted in a confused expression. Them being caught off balance by their, probably, boss would have been amusing if Izuku's fate wasn't on the line. Also, how did a villain know his mother? She wasn't winning any Parent of the Year awards, but he would have noticed if she was slumming with criminals. Finally, the audio crackled back to life. I see. Kurogyari, go fetch some food for Midoriya-kun. The doctor should have plenty of options. Tamura, look into what the heroes are doing to get him back. I have some things to attend to. And that was that. There was a pause during which the two present villains exchanged puzzled glances before Kurogyari disappeared into a portal with a shrug. Without distractions, Izuku's attention went back to Shigaraki, who edged away with a scowl to sit at the far end of the bar counter. He dug a phone from his pocket and presumably began looking at news feeds. As the minutes ticked by, Shigaraki looked more and more agitated. He scratched his own neck with enough force to make fresh blood well up. Izuku liked his lips and strained against the chains, rattling them. Shigaraki froze before swiveling around to stare, bewildered. Why are they letting you be a hero student when you clearly want to rip me apart? The question took a moment to process in Izuku's brain. He paused to assess it before he shrugged. The answer wasn't a secret purse. My guardians want me to at least try being a hero before looking at other less legal options. Shota and Naomasa were cool like that. As long as Izuku and Hitoshi left civilians and good heroes alone, he suspected the two law enforcers would look the other way. Endeavor and the Hero Commission were probably to thank for that. Shock passed over Shigaraki's expression. Becoming a villain is your backup plan? Phone forgotten, he turned to give Izuku his full attention. Why not just join us now? Holding a conversation took a lot of Izuku's concentration, but not openly lusting after Shigaraki's meat seemed to put the villain at ease. I'm just being logical. Legal civilian jobs are out of the question because quirk disclosure is a part of the background check process. Being a hero would give everyone with a so-called villainous quirk a social boost, and I'd have a constant source of food thanks to UA and hospital networking. Becoming a villain would be easier on the surface, yes. Yet can you honestly say you can keep me fed and happy enough to not attack you again? A criminal life offers no guarantees regardless of funding. All it takes is one hero raid to disrupt access to my food, and then my teammates are looking like 5-star meals. But like I said, it's an option if UA doesn't work out. Izuku's voice cracked at the end of his lecture. He grimaced at the sandpaper-like feeling in his mouth from the lack of fluid in his system. A scowl worked across Shigaraki's face. I'm not afraid of you. As if to prove it to himself, the older teen stood up and paced closer. Izuku had to repress the urge to mime biting at him to see if he would startle like his middle school classmates. Anyway, I doubt the heroes will waste time and resources getting you back once they see your quirk description. The only thing worse than a villainous quirk in their eyes is being quirkless. My League of Villains seeks to tear down the gilded walls of this society, to expose the hypocrisy that festers within. Shigaraki seemed to work himself into a rant, beginning to pace back and forth in front of Izuku with restless energy. What does killing All Might have to do with anything? Izuku interrupted before Shigaraki could gain more steam. He really didn't want to listen to a monologue with his head pounding like it was. It was strange, with his energy so low he could almost feel the pain, but it was mostly just an intense, throbbing pressure. He idly wondered if his brain was trying to swell from the earlier meeting with a brick wall. Hopefully Kurogyari would get back with someone to eat soon. The question gave the older teen pause. He turned to face Izuku again with a smirk. With the symbol of peace dead, there will be no more hiding behind his cape for the masses and ignoring the flaws ingrained by hero worship. No more excuses for inaction, as even other heroes sit on their hands waiting for All Might to do their jobs for them. No more false hope. Shigaraki idly flexed his fingers, likely imagining decaying the #1 hero. But at the end of the day, I simply hate him. Izuku hummed as he considered the words. Except, he countered after a moment, killing All Might will just make him a martyr. You'll just inspire others to worship him even more and rush to replace him so they can keep being blind and comfortable in ignorance. Humans are like that. They don't like change and they don't like looking at their own flaws. If you actually want to change anything, you need to shatter his pedestal first. Shake people's trust in heroes so they won't care when one dies. An impish grin tugged Izuku's lips before he could mask his expression. I know where you could start. Stain Jilling Native Location.go. That was the last text message anyone received from Izuku before eyewitness reports and video footage from a reporter indicated that he was flown through a warp gate by a Nomu. That was nearly 10 hours ago. Hitoshi was losing his mind with worry as he sat with Shoto in the Hosu City Police Headquarters. The heterochromatic boy had been present for the abduction and was taking the loss hard on top of festering rage at Endeavor. According to the other boy, rather than trying to save Izuku, his father muscled in on escorting an already docile and restrained Stain while yelling at Shoto for running away from home. His imposition was just in time for news cameras to show him with the hero killer, implying to viewers that the #2 hero was the one who defeated him, even though that was all Izuku's doing. When Hitoshi and Shota arrived at the police station, it was to intervene with Endeavor trying to drag Shoto into a car directly after giving official statements. Shota and a furious Flashpoint had to physically pull them apart and demand the surveillance footage from the police of the attempted kidnapping of yet another student ward to add to Endeavor's case file. No one was certain how or why Endeavor was walking free when the police database indicated that a judge had yet to even set bail. That shitshow had eaten up 4 hours of time that should have been used to find Izuku, and in the end Endeavor had still been allowed to leave because the police were too overwhelmed in the aftermath of the citywide attack to detain a hero. Hitoshi had to document the forming bruises on Shoto with his phone. Naomasa had shown up at the 6-hour mark, delayed by interdepartmental politics between jurisdictions. He, Shota, Flashpoint, the Hosu chief of police, and several others had disappeared into a meeting room. Hitoshi and Shoto were barred from the briefing because they were only interns who didn't even have provisional licenses. The two students called bullshit, but there was nothing they could do against the adults without delaying everything further. So there they sat, on the most uncomfortable bench in the world, leaning against each other while updating the class about what was not happening. Ida had also been present in the aftermath but left swiftly with his mentor to help clean up the city and had yet to respond to texts. Most concerning for Hitoshi was the possible state Izuku was in when he was snatched. While he'd never personally witnessed his best friend in a hunger frenzy, he'd heard about it in detail. He was afraid for the villains as well as the hero rescue team if Izuku was injured too severely. That's if Shigaraki didn't kill him as revenge for the USJ. What if Izuku killed someone and was labeled a villain? The thoughts made Hitoshi queasy with worry. At some point while stuck in his own head, he started picking at his cuticles, tuning out the sting as they started to bleed. Shoto's hand grasping his own startled him from the dark rumination. Slim fingers hesitantly slotted between Hitoshi's and squeezed lightly. Izuku is strong. He dash. The stiff words of comfort were cut off by the conference room door opening. Both boys straightened their spines and whipped their attention to the adults filtering out. Shota and Naomasa looked grim as they approached the teens. The hero scrubbed his face with his palms, exhaustion evident. They're making his rescue a top priority, but we have no leads. There's nothing we can do until the league's base is found. The lack of sugarcoating was appreciated even though it hurt. All available police resources are going into the investigation in light of the Nomu attack on the city, Naomasa added. In the meantime, both of you are coming home. Flashpoint isn't confident they can stop Endeavor from taking Shoto if he tries again. There was a note of controlled anger in his voice. The entire night had been a tangle of clusterfucks, and even Naomasa's patience was drawn thin, worrying for one of his wards aside. It was a somber drive back to the apartment. Degree. Hitoshi wanted to scream and murder someone when he woke up to the class chat blowing up with links and questions about a news article that popped up amidst the Hosu incident reports. A photo of Izuku from the sports festival took up the space beneath a headline boldly proclaiming, "Stain's apprentice? Hero killer survivor tells all." Cold radiated from the other side of the room, indicating that Shoto was awake and likely saw it too. Trembling with barely suppressed rage, Hitoshi jabbed the link to open the full article. He skimmed it blindly until he reached the promised interview. Kazuki, thank you for agreeing to see me, Native. How are your injuries? Native, I will persevere. Kazuki, that's good to hear. You received them from the hero killer, Stain, correct? Can you walk me through last night's encounter? Native, when the creatures attacked Hosu, I was training a first-year intern invited to my agency from UA. The intern, Izuku Aizawa, was belligerent and disobedient, so I was distracted between him aiding civilians and stopping the monsters. After dealing with one of the villains, I couldn't find my intern. I was worried, so I looked around. It brought me to an alley where Stain and my intern were peaceably conversing. In my shock, the hero killer got a lucky hit. Stain's quirk allows him to paralyze his victims by ingesting their blood. I was unable to move. My intern didn't intervene. He even insulted me before going back to speaking with the villain. Kazuki, your intern was reportedly abducted by the League of Villains in the aftermath. Do you have any insights into why? Native, yes. He is the boy who assaulted Endeavor and caused a riot at the sports festival. I reached out wanting to aid what I believed was a cry for help from someone who felt inferior because of an undesirable quirk, Instead I was led into a trap. Had other heroes not arrived when they did, I would be dead. With rumors of Stain working with the League of Villains, I can't help but wonder if Aizawa's capture was instead an extraction following the failed attack on UA. Native. Hitoshi was going to finish Stain's job if he ever saw that man in person. Every word of the interview was a lie, and the first responders like Flashpoint and Shoto could prove it, from what Shoto had told him. But even if the article was taken down and refuted, the damage was already done. The claim of villainy would already be on people's minds in relation to Izuku's reputation regardless of facts. And if Izuku's quirk was brought up, Hitoshi fisted his hair and bit the inside of his cheek to bleeding as he attempted to keep himself from lashing out. Losing his head wouldn't do anyone any good and would just stress out Shoto and their guardians. Breaking something felt so tempting though. The door clicked open and the temperature began inching back up. Shoto stood in the doorway with erasure trained on Shoto. He looked haggard, like he hadn't slept at all in the 4 hours they'd been home. In all likelihood neither adult had. It was only sheer exhaustion and depression that made Hitoshi doze off for the short time he had. The man grunted as he blinked. "I assume you saw it." He rubbed his eyes wearily. "Come get lunch. We have guests, observe but stay silent. I'm trusting you with classified information that will not leave this apartment. Consider it part of your internship training, both of you. And don't mention now." With that final instruction he left, shutting the door behind him. The two teens exchanged shocked looks before scrambling to their feet. They turned their backs to each other to change into fresh clothes before beelining out of the room, all other wake-up rituals abandoned. Arranged around the living room were a number of people both strange and familiar, all looking grim despite delicious-smelling bags of takeout on the coffee table. The bags were marked with the UA logo, making Hitoshi suspect they were from Lunch Rush. Of the recognizable people were Snipe, Principal Nezu, and Flashpoint. A semi-known underground hero called Noir leaned against a wall in his uniform, which consisted of a black business suit, white dress shirt, black tie, and black fedora. He held an unlit cigarette between his lips. The strangers were an odd mix. One was covered head to toe in ratty black clothes and a face mask, only striking turquoise eyes and hints of nasty scars visible. That one was staring at Hitoshi and Shoto. It put Hitoshi on edge, but maybe he didn't like them being at a private gathering of what appeared to be underground and twilight heroes. One was the businessman with slicked-back green hair that Hitoshi vaguely recalled seeing before. The last one was older with a full beard and one scarred, blind eye. A cane leaned next to him on the couch, but he showed off bulging muscles in a workout tee and joggers. It was a bit cramped with 10 people crowded around the sitting area, especially with Mommy refusing to leave Izuku's spot on the couch. The cat had been concerned with Izuku leaving for internships, but now she was picking up on the tense vibes and clinging to Izuku's sense like she had Shota's when he was in the hospital. Hitoshi blinked rapidly to quell the sting of tears as he mutely accepted a large coffee and food bag from Snipe before sitting on the floor beside Shota's chair. Taking his cue from Hitoshi, Shoto followed and settled next to him after taking likewise offered food. There was strained silence aside from the rustle of a couple people grazing or drinking. After a few minutes, Noir spoke up. "Native will be dealt with swiftly and harshly. There isn't much we can do about Kazuki because she's got ties to Daika City. Clearly they have an agenda in posting that article, but we'll have to wait and see what their plan is." He pulled a flask out of the inside pocket of his jacket and took a swig, somehow without removing the cigarette or ruining it. "I'll do some sleuthing on that front to see if they're throwing in with the League. If they are, it could spell disaster." The bearded stranger scoffed. "Those idiots have bigger fish to fry. But Jiren has said the League is recruiting, so maybe that riled them for some reason. I can maybe get that one in." He tilted his head towards Blue Eyes, as Hitoshi privately dubbed him. "It might take a little while, they're being careful," he cautioned. Blue Eyes finally peeled his gaze away from the interns. "Sure. As long as what I have to do for them isn't held against me." He spoke at the known heroes specifically, rather than answering Beard. He sounded bored despite negotiating his spy perks. "As long as you stick to the mission, you will be granted confidential informant status and protected to a reasonable degree." Nezu affirmed. "Our top priority is the rescue of Izuku Aizawa. Everything else is secondary. If his health and status dictates, you are granted full amnesty to use your quirk to extract him immediately. Otherwise, the location of their base and any information gained would suffice. Blue Eyes nodded in agreement before his attention migrated once more to the students. Nezu's snout twitched when he followed the stare. Oh yes, this is Hitoshi, Aizawa, and Shoto. He waved a paw at each. They can be trusted as Eraserhead's wards and interns. Shoto also witnessed the kidnapping with Flashpoint. The lack of Shoto's family name was odd, but said boy seemed to appreciate it as he partially bowed in acknowledgement. After looking at the video of Shigaraki and Kurogiri captured by the news helicopter, I've deduced that the abduction wasn't planned. Businessman smoothly redirected the attention off the teens. Their focus is elsewhere until the creature gets close to the water tower. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a device that projected the footage onto the wall. Shigaraki recoils and appears agitated. Kurogiri is also slow to open a portal, looking to Shigaraki for direction before doing so. The display zoomed in to highlight the villain's actions. They may not even have realized it was Aizawa-kun. Flashpoint hummed quietly. Until that point, the flying Nomu was picking people up and dropping them from a great height to kill them. They leaned forward to rest their chin in their hand thoughtfully. When Shoto received the distress text from Aizawa-kun, RR Racket and Wingman were trying to bring it down. They said it shook them off and gunned straight for Aizawa-kun once he was out in the open. How is that not premeditation? The principal and businessman exchanged significant glances with each other. Businessman didn't appear happy when Nezu broke the staring contest and cleared his throat. I believe it was planned, but not by Shigaraki. The shadow boss behind the figurehead, on the other hand, the existence of these Nomu who possess multiple quirks seems to indicate a re-emergence of the quirk stealer, all for one. The name seemed to mean something to most of the group, a couple strong curses coming from Beard, Snipe, and Noir. Shota and Flashpoint looked grim. It was hard to tell Blue Eye's reaction, but he tilted his head in what appeared to be confusion. Seeing the puzzlement, Shota quietly spoke for the first time. The boogeyman of the underworld. He can steal and give quirks at will. I never encountered him personally, but I did. Beard clenched his fists in his lap and seemed to struggle with his temper. BSTRD left me quirkless. He fell off the map a few years ago. Most hoped he was dead. The explanation made icy fear shoot down Hitoshi's spine. Dread had him looking at Shota for comfort that wasn't present when Blue Eyes asked the all-too-relevant question, "What's your kid's quirk?" When Kurogiri returned an indeterminate amount of time later, it was to find Shigaraki taking notes on his phone while the captive hero student croaked out a step-by-step guide on how to destabilize hero society without a drop of non-hero blood being spilled by the League of Villains. It was even semi-legal if one ignored blackmail, breaking into classified government archives, and incitement of riots. His voice sounded painfully dry, and occasionally it gave out or he paused to stare longingly at the scratches on Shigaraki's neck. His skin was fading to a sickly gray and was cracking at stress points like the corners of his mouth and where the restraints bit in. It would probably have been smarter to conserve energy, but talking was the only thing keeping him from slipping into a feral state. Zombie mealtime turned out to be a test of nerves for the villains. Kurogiri couldn't get close enough with the meat and blood to feed him even with chopsticks without Izuku gagging too much to keep anything down. Shigaraki nearly got a finger bitten off when he accidentally decayed the utensils while trying and quickly swore off the chore. The ordeal had the teen slipping into a frantic bloodlust during which he struggled so hard he tipped his chair over and broke one of the arm rests. It gave him enough leeway to slip an arm free and try dragging himself, chair and all, after Shigaraki, who smelled the most appetizing. Thanks to the clawed gloves the villains hadn't managed to remove, he was faster than anticipated and cornered the older teen into jumping on top of the bar counter to escape having his ankles chomped on. Kurogiri had to portal a piece of meat into falling on Izuku's upturned face to distract him. That did the trick, and the morsel was scarfed down in seconds. Before he could redirect to Shigaraki again, another hunk of flesh was dropped to the floor in front of him. The ravenous frenzy wasn't sated until the teen had consumed half an adult human worth of tissue and organs and 2 adult humans' worth of blood. Sometime between the heart and the third bag of blood, Shigaraki was portaled to safety, but Izuku was too focused on eating at that point to care. Normally, he wouldn't be able to keep down so much at once, but his body was in overdrive, converting even the solid food into energy as quickly as possible to heal. When he eventually came back to himself, he felt sluggish and bloated. A miserable whine eked out, and he rested his forehead against the gore-stained floorboards as he caught his bearings. There was a pressure in his stomach like he needed to be sick, but his core and throat muscles tensed to prevent it when the thought grew too loud. Was this what an overstuffed leech felt like? He was so miserable that he didn't even protest when a portal dropped him into a barren windowless room with a locked metal door, broken chair, chains, and all. It would be several hours before he recovered enough to bother fully freeing himself from the restraints. Back in the bar, the two villains exchanged shell-shocked stares. They hadn't fully believed the small teenager capable of such blind ferocity, chalking up the bite at the USJ to panic and desperation. That apparently was the rule, not the exception. Once again, Tamura had to marvel that a quirk with such drawbacks was allowed into you. Maybe the school at least wasn't as biased as the rest of society? It made him ill to think positively about it. Hero institution, but it was undeniable given the evidence. Then again, it would depend on if they wanted him back. With that thought, he went back to monitoring news sites while Kurogiri grudgingly began cleaning up the viscera left behind by the messy feast. It was Sensei who wanted the students, so the sentient shadow couldn't even complain. Tamura just hoped Sensei didn't want to harvest that specific quirk for new Nomu. It seemed like a bad idea. Eventually, Tamura got nauseous from the strong cleaning chemicals Kurogiri was using and retreated into his room. The sunflower plushie the teen gave him weeks ago after getting Tamura to break into a crane machine was staring at him from his desk. Its soulless, smiling eyes were creepy. That was why he kept it. That was all. And now it was somewhat funny because a zombie gifted it to him. He backhanded it to the floor with a huff and settled in to hack into the Hosu police database. So far the news wasn't cooperating. It was showing the damage caused by the Nomu, but Stain's arrest was the main talking point. Irritation made Tamura move to scratch his neck, but paranoia over their captive made him clench his hand in a fist instead. Endeavor's name kept popping up with increasing frequency in relation to the hero killer, even though he wasn't supposed to be in Hosu to begin with. It reminded Tamura about the hero student's beef with the number 2. It was obvious after the sports festival, and the younger teen named Endeavor as an example of heroes to use to discredit the hero commission. There was something seriously wrong with the old man beyond the obvious, or at least Izuku Midoriya thought so. Among the expected incident reports, a complaint filed by Eraserhead of all people caught Tamura's attention. It was submitted only 20 minutes ago. The teacher claimed that Endeavor tried to kidnap his own son off the street in front of the main Hosu precinct, citing a child abuse investigation and a restraining order. The reference cases were locked and pending deletion by system administration. Tamura tried to open them anyway, but he found an HPSC firewall. Now thoroughly intrigued, the villain put his full effort into rescuing copies of the files. Anything the commission was trying to cover up would only help the League. It took a few hours to figure out a way to copy and access the database entries, but when he did, Tamura was happy he put the effort in. The Hero Commission was blocking investigations into child abuse, spousal abuse, child murder, and fraud, among other unsavory accusations leveled at Endeavor by Shoto Todoroki. A detective from Muzudafu with a lie detection quirk was heading the effort, which said that Endeavor's son was likely telling the truth. Shoto was in Eraserhead's protective custody as his homeroom teacher. Tamura made a mental note to look into the kid more as a potential recruit. The only other point of interest was that Endeavor should have been rotting in jail while waiting for judgment, but had been released by order of the commission president earlier in the day. Further snooping was delayed by Kurogiri popping his head into the room. "You should get some sleep. Sensei wishes to see you early to discuss the prisoner." A grimace stole over Tamura's face. Early for Sensei meant before noon. He tolerated many of Tamura's faults, but punctuality was not negotiable, even when the younger villain was up all night actually plotting evil instead of just gaming. "Fine. While I'm napping, see if Jiren has any recruits worth seeing and set up meetings." The confrontation with Stain had just reinforced that a middleman was preferred to weed out the annoying ones. He'd be sure to remind Sensei that the hero killer had been his idea, not Tamura's. A couple hours later saw a groggy Tamura sitting at the bar staring blankly into a cup of coffee. So let me get this right. You wanted to see if All for One could be mutated to work from a distance, so you looked for someone with an object attraction quirk 16 years ago. And you met Izuku Midoriya. That's correct. Sensei had the nerve to sound amused by Tamura's mental struggle. You had a baby with her but left because you thought he was quirkless. The man hummed agreement through the TV audio. Tamura valiantly tried not to think about what was required for his sensei to have a child with someone. He also didn't know how to feel about the man abandoning those he deemed useless. The notion made something deep in Tamura's chest burn. But now you're saying that same baby is Izuku, who is not quirkless and is a zombie. How? Tamura grabbed a bottle of whiskey from behind the counter and added it to his coffee. Kurogyari didn't have the heart to scold him for it at the moment. To be fair, my previous experiments of the same nature all yielded quirkless offspring or very weak powers. I'm a first-generation user and the quirk factor is recessive. But that's beside the point. It's quite fascinating. He sounded excited as he explained. In this instance, it seems to have been my longevity and regeneration quirks that worked to pass on their effects. They likely mutated and weakened because they're secondary acquisitions, which is why Izuku's presents in such an odd way. Though I'd have to run tests to say with 100% certainty, I believe rather than taking quirks he takes life force from human remains that he eats. Until the specific trigger that activated the quirk, in this case his death, it was dormant. Taking a deep drink of the spiked caffeine, Tamura frowned. It seems like a pretty major disadvantage from what we saw last night. Rubbing at scratching his neck, he grunted. I want him in my party, as long as we can keep him fed. For a hero brat he's got some good ideas. Even on the verge of quirk-induced insanity, he'd been very concise and logical with his ideas to take down the HPSC. Clearly prior thought had been put into it, and from his comments he seemed amoral enough to go along with most plans. If he's amenable to the idea, I see no reason to advise against it. And if not, I have several ideas to make use of him. A fascinating article was posted this morning that should influence his decision in your favor if his intelligence is worth keeping intact. Tamura made a mental note to look for it directly after the meeting. He'd rolled out of bed only 10 minutes ago and hadn't paid attention to his phone beyond checking the time. That's all for now. I simply wish to keep you in the loop regarding our guest. After Sensei disconnected from the TV, Tamura relaxed to properly wake up. Kurogyari provided him breakfast, which he half-heartedly picked at while bringing out his phone to find the mentioned article. Not that he needed to search much, it was plastered on every news site he looked at. Stain's apprentice, Pondering what little he knew of Izuku. Aizawa? Wasn't that Eraserhead's family name? He thought the younger teen said Midoriya when Sensei compelled him to speak the night before. He added it to the ever-growing list of things to research. Going by what he'd observed of the hero student, he could believe the claim, but he had serious doubts about the source. Even still, Sensei was right that it would make it difficult for Izuku to return to hero society. A short while later, Kurogyari approached him. The slant of his glowing eyes said he was perturbed. He's awake. Irritation carried through his voice, which caught Tamura's immediate attention. It took a lot to ruffle the Nomu. Setting his phone down, he straightened from his slouch. And he was trying to burrow through the wall using his gloves to chisel out the bricks. Izuku glanced up from his digging when the metal door squealed open. He wasn't particularly concerned about getting caught since he'd seen Kurogyari staring at him through the small view slot in the door. He just didn't care. Now both Shigaraki and the Shadow Man stepped inside, disapproval palpable as they cornered him. Stop that. The older teen reached for Izuku to pull him away from the small hole in the bricks. He yelped and jumped back when Izuku snapped his teeth at his hand. You may wish to read this before making your daring escape. Kurogyari held up his phone after zooming in on the Stain's apprentice headline and photo so Izuku could see it without getting too close. The effort to not make the teen GG was appreciated even if it was primarily done to dissuade any attacks. The hero student froze, shock and confusion cycling through his expression before his lips settled in a grim frown. Native or Endeavor? He knew Shoto and Flashpoint would never jump to such conclusions. Ida was iffy, but even if he was sore about Izuku stealing his revenge, Izuku doubted he'd go so far. But two others who'd been present at the scene would no doubt like to see him done away with. This did indeed complicate his desire to return to Hitoshi and their guardians. Native, Shigaraki confirmed. He had a mild scowl from his own reaction to Izuku's attempt to bite him but seemed to shrug it off easily enough. That's plastered all over the news. If you're seen, you'll be arrested. If the families of Stain's victims don't find you first. There's quite a stir on a couple vigilante forums I follow. After running some calculations in his head, Izuku sighed. If I join you and go along with whatever it is you do when not trying to kill my classmates, can I have my phone back? In the grand scheme of things, he didn't really care about public opinion. It was just a larger scale of what he already endured while growing up. He wasn't becoming a hero to be popular. What his heart ached for the most was letting his friends and family know he was safe despite the circumstances. Hitoshi would be losing his mind. He still didn't know Shota and Naomasa well enough to fully guess their reactions, but they were probably taking it hard since they seemed to genuinely care about their wards. And Shoto had been there when he was taken. That would mess with his head when he was already stressed out about his SPRM donor. The Shadow Man shook his head to deny the request immediately, but Shigaraki looked thoughtful. I want you on my team. That means eventually I'll have to trust you. But for now, no. Plus it was busted in your pocket when we took your stuff. When I tried turning it on, half the display was dead. The SIM card could be transferred though. It's up to you. He rubbed the side of his neck with a shrug. There wasn't much of a choice. That's fair. And it actually was, all things considered. Where do you want me to start? He really wouldn't mind finessing that plan to take down the Hero Commission. Having his notebooks would be preferred, but he had most of the contents of them memorized. To his disappointment, Shigaraki had other ideas. For now, we'll get you more food and you'll finish recovering your HP. We've got recruits coming around over the next few days. You'll sit in on the meetings and give your opinions afterwards. Crimson eyes drifted down to Izuku's clawed gloves. You'll also surrender those. Izuku balked at that, shaking his head and hiding his hands behind his back. I'm not living in a villain hideout unarmed. Feed me every day and keep your promises and you won't have to worry about them. The last thing he needed was for them to find out about the copy of Decay he still had. Or might still have. He would have to test if the massive energy loss from his wounds got rid of it. Still, it wasn't a risk he was taking until he was certain. Right now you hold all the cards. It's not like murdering you in your sleep would help me. Most people frown on that and it would just cement that I'm a villain too. Plus your boss would probably kill me. The words made Kurogiri squint in suspicion, but Shigaraki eventually agreed after a few moments. If you try anything else, he gestured towards the ruined wall, it'll be game over for you. A slight scowl tugged his lips. And stop trying to bite me. I'm still healing from the last one and getting shot. He turned to exit the cell, gesturing for Izuku to follow. Kurogiri, get one of the extra rooms ready for him. With some reluctance, Kurogiri nodded. As you wish, Tamura. He turned his attention to Izuku. Do you have any other requirements for your quirk? Nope, just human blood and meat. Though I would appreciate some notebooks and pencils, if you don't mind. Oh, and mouthwash. Showing some goodwill through analysis might get him his phone back quicker. He didn't intend to give them anything too important, maybe just analyzing their quirks for them to start. It would benefit the heroes if he was eventually rescued and get him back into their good graces as well. He was also just curious. Learning about new quirks was a powerful lure that he'd never been able to resist. They turned out to be in the basement of the bar, a set of stairs leading them into a back room behind the counter. While Kurogiri continued upstairs, Shigaraki waved Izuku to join him in the main room on a couch in front of a TV mounted to the wall. The older teen fished a remote from between the cushions and turned it on, switching to the news. So you don't think we're lying? Shigaraki offered while gesturing to the current story. It was a rerun of the sports festival incident. Only, The footage had been doctored to just show Endeavor talking prior to Izuku using the fire extinguisher, not the number 2 trying to attack him and 1A. The newscasters were pointing out that Izuku's actions should have gotten him arrested for assaulting a hero and were connecting it to the new allegations that he was working with Stain and the League. So far there were no mentions of his quirk, but it was only a matter of time before that too was used to drag him through the mud. Even if the story was rebuked and proved false, it would follow him for the rest of his career, if not his life. Grim acceptance settled heavy in Izuku's chest. That type of blatant lying would only be tolerated if the news network was being incentivized to do so, otherwise they'd open themselves to massive legal trouble. That meant someone with a lot of power approved it. Maybe Endeavor. But more likely it was the commission trying to distract from the brewing scandals around the number 2. If Endeavor was framed as a victim of a villain smear campaign, then there would be fewer people who would believe Shoto regardless of Naome's quirk. Native started it to be petty, but the commission was capitalizing on it. Letting out a sigh, Izuku leaned back to stare at the ceiling blankly. I didn't think you were lying. My own mouth got me into this. I should have kept my temper around Native. He slanted a glance at Shigaraki, who was watching him with open curiosity. I reported him to the UHA for quirk discrimination, he explained. They were revoking his license at the end of my internship. I let that slip while trying to keep Stain from killing him. Izuku scoffed to himself. A lot of good that did. He brooded a little before tilting his head to look at the older teen directly. Hey, Sunflower-san, promise we won't go after UA or my guardians, and I'll fully commit to helping you. My name's Tamura Shigaraki. The other grumped at the nickname. Without Kurogiri watching over his shoulder, he seemed more relaxed. It made Izuku wonder again about what drove him to villainy, but now wasn't the time to ask. I can promise I'll try not to. But you know I want All Might dead. Some mania showed through at just the mention of the hero's name, but he seemed to snap out of it when he lifted a hand to claw his neck, gaze flitting to Izuku's gloves and mouth before dropping the appendage back to his knee. A hum escaped Izuku as he considered the conundrum. Then I'll promise to help with things that don't involve them. Anything else will depend on the situation. The further negotiation made Shigaraki scowl but nod grudgingly. Fine. That's to be expected, I suppose. They trailed into mutual silence that grew awkward as they watched the news. When the story started repeating, the older teen switched channels and pulled a game console out from under the coffee table in front of the couch. You want to play? He pushed the power button and held up 2 controllers. I've never played a video game before. That earned Izuku a scandalized stare, to which he simply shrugged. The arcade that day was the first time me or Hitoshi were allowed an entertainment budget. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly before taking the offered controller. A pensive frown enhanced the wrinkles and scars around Shigaraki's mouth. Your mom that sensei mentioned? He navigated through a digital library of games and settled on a cute-looking farming simulator of all things called Stardew Valley. My mom was terrified of me after I died and couldn't stomach the requirements. I was adopted just before UA though. Izuku left it at that. He didn't mind telling people his tragic backstory, but in this case he was aiming for quid pro quo unless Shigaraki snooped about it himself or reporters sank their teeth into it. Thankfully the villain let it go, focusing instead on the character and farm creation menu. After the farm was set up, the screen split to let Izuku make a sprite before loading in. He struggled to grasp the controls and all the buttons were confusing, but the game was very laid back and slow-paced, letting him learn without much pressure. It was actually kind of soothing once he figured it out. He and Shigaraki were decorating the edges of a flower garden when Kurogiri returned. The Shadow Man froze midway out of a portal and stared at them for a couple heartbeats before shaking his head and continuing his entrance. He carried a small cooler and a stack of notebooks. I did as requested. Tamura, Jiren will be around shortly with the first batch of recruits. He sat the items on the coffee table once Shigaraki paused the game. Izuku stopped breathing so he couldn't smell the decay permeating the man. Once Kurogiri stepped away, he honed in on the cooler and pawed through the contents, eventually pulling out a liver to nibble on while listening to the villains. Did he mention any specifics? Shigaraki tried to focus on Kurogiri, but his gaze kept straying towards Izuku's meal. It prompted Izuku to eat as slowly and messily as possible. That got the older teen to look away for good. To his credit, he didn't tell Izuku to leave despite being weirded out. Kurogyari nodded. He did say one of them has a personality disorder caused by their quirk. Try to be tolerant if they seem offensive, they can't help it. It was the Shadow Man's turn to stare at Izuku upon noticing how he was eating. After a moment, a small portal opened to drop a pack of wet wipes on the table next to the cooler. He didn't comment, simply continuing where he left off. Sensei has also taken the liberty of sourcing 2 allies for your consideration. I must fetch them later tonight. A displeased grimace showed Shigaraki's opinion of that. They better not end up like Stain. He rubbed at his shoulder like it pained him. I have been assured that's not the case. Their motives are simpler and easy to appease. Kurogyari didn't expand on the comment. For now I suggest saving your game and taking a break. With that he turned to wander behind the counter, doing busy work with cleaning. Grudgingly Shigaraki did as instructed, saving and exiting the game. After finishing his meal, Izuku cleaned himself up with the wipes before standing. He claimed the cooler and tilted his head. Is there a fridge for this? He addressed Kurogyari since he seemed to be in charge of domestic things. There is a mini fridge in your room. Upstairs, second door to the left. The man paused his cleaning briefly. The bathroom is first on the right. Let me know if you need anything. Some resignation surged at seeming to once again have to hide his food from sight. Though maybe everyone had separate fridges? Food theft was already a common issue even for non-villains. He'd do some light snooping later. Trying to beat back a wave of depression as everything caught up to him, he gathered his things and retreated. The bathroom was his first stop thanks to all the meat he'd consumed to heal. It was very small and basic with a toilet, sink, and a shower that looked like it was added to a corner as an afterthought. The room designated as his seemed to be an office with a futon laid out on the floor. An old metal desk was shoved against one wall and there were a couple filing cabinets. The desk chair looked uncomfortable but serviceable. The mini fridge was tucked under the desk. To his surprise, there was a cardboard box with hygiene items and clothes next to the futon. After putting away his food, he sat cross-legged on the mat to dig through the contents of the box. There was a comb that Izuku vaguely recognized as recommended for curly hair, teeth cleaning supplies, and shower soaps. The clothes looked old and worn but clean. All of them were varying shades of dark gray and black. Shucking off the remains of his hero costume, he tested their fit. The sweatpants were a little too long but rolling up the cuffs fixed that. The shirts fit weirdly thanks to Izuku's muscles. They were tight in the shoulders but comfortable elsewise. He opted to keep them on since his suit was filthy and all but destroyed thanks to the Nomu and Shigaraki. As an afterthought, he pulled on fresh socks, shunning a provided pair of boxers with a nose crinkle. Next, he removed the clawed gloves. Underneath them, he still wore the special half gloves to keep decay in check. Izuku stopped his breathing to listen for any signs that he might be interrupted. Through the floorboards, he could hear Kurogyari and Shigaraki conversing. He felt assured as he removed one of the half gloves and gingerly touched a piece of cardboard from the item packaging. He was optimistic when nothing happened immediately, but disappointment crashed into him when the material began to flake under his fingertips. It was slower than before but still present. He scowled at the offending hand. Was it actually fading or was it just weak because he was still regaining energy? Once he was fully recovered, would excess energy go into the extra quirk again? He'd have to monitor it. For now he slipped the gloves back on. For lack of anything better to do, he curled up on the futon with a notebook and pencil. He could get a head start on the analyses he'd planned for his new hosts while waiting for something to happen. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect when sitting in on villain interviews. On one hand, it was exactly what it sounded like. A recruiter called Jiren brought around 4 people to meet Shigaraki, who asked questions pertaining to their quirks, motivations, and histories. It seemed like a job interview. But most job interviews didn't result in a candidate getting killed for being too vulgar towards a female candidate. Izuku was dismayed by the death because Shigaraki decayed them. The remaining meat smelled too rancid for the zombie to want to touch. After the visitors left and Kurogyari disposed of the remains, Shigaraki turned to Izuku with an expectant stare. Consulting his notes with a frown, the teen shrugged. The only one that stood out was twice. But he needs psychiatric help, not a job. The cloning quirk is interesting, but because it makes him so unstable he'd be too much of a wild card. He also struck me as naive and gullible, which is bad in a villain. Akiko-chan is who I'd recommend from this batch. Her power is weak, but she has experience with smuggling and could get you support gear with her connections. He looked up to gauge Shigaraki's reaction. The older teen wrinkled his nose in distaste. She only wants to join because of Stain. He turned to Kurogyri. Tell Jiren we'll take twice. And that was that. Izuku held in a deep sigh even as he shook his head, suspecting he knew how the next couple days would go. But it wasn't his circus nor his monkeys, so he bit his tongue. Later that evening, Kurogyri disappeared again, leaving Izuku and Shigaraki some time to resume the farming game. The younger was starting to suspect that Kurogyri was a babysitter meant to keep Shigaraki on track for villainous activities. Otherwise he'd probably just turn into a shut-in video game addict. Why would the big boss waste time and effort on someone like Shigaraki? There had to be more to it than the obvious. But the present villains kept information close to their chests around Izuku, and Sensei hadn't spoken around the hero student since the interrogation. Shigaraki wanted to trust Izuku but was still understandably cautious with their agreements so new. At around the time Izuku was jump-scared by an imp in the mines, a portal opened in the middle of the bar to deposit 2 new people before Kurogyri coalesced back into shape. The most immediately eye-catching of the two was a hulking person shrouded with a deep green cloak. They wore a hockey mask reminiscent of a pre-Quirk horror movie monster Izuku vaguely recognized from late-night cable marathons. The second person was tall but scrawny with close-shaved brown hair. A solid metal muzzle obscured most of their features. That one wore a prison jumpsuit and reinforced straitjacket. Kurogyri stepped over to stand beside the couch as Shigaraki stood to get a better look at the recruits his boss chose. Izuku reluctantly followed after setting down his controller. "What are your names?" Shigaraki sounded a little more serious and attentive than he had for the earlier recruits. Was it because they presented themselves as more serious in turn, or because his boss recommended them? The big one pushed their cowl back and removed the mask, revealing short blonde hair, strong masculine features, and an empty eye socket bisected by a nasty scar. Izuku struggled to keep his expression blank as the full picture sparked a memory of who this one was even before he introduced himself. "Go to Imasuji. I prefer muscular." His one black eye swept over Shigaraki, assessing, before briefly landing on Izuku. He seemed to dismiss both of them. "I'm a simple man. I was promised some carnage, so here I am." Spread his arms to encompass the mostly empty room. "You don't look like much, but I'll give you a shot if it means I can keep up with my hobbies." He invited himself to sit at one of the tables, giving the other person the floor without prompting. It was Kurogyri who spoke instead, turning to Shigaraki. "This is Moonfish. Sensei had me rescue him from a Tartarus transport detail. I have been warned to keep his arm restraints on until we have a mission for him. He shares the same tastes as our guest." He gestured to Izuku, who couldn't help but grimace and feel offended at the comparison as he likewise recognized someone who should be on death row. Moonfish had the distinction of being the first villain to be sentenced to capital punishment in decades due to his body count, the heinous nature of his crimes, and his irredeemable madness. He was likely being taken to his execution site when Kurogyri nabbed him. "I eat humans to survive. He eats humans because he's a psychopath. We are not the same." Izuku couldn't keep the contempt from his voice. His upper lip curled in disgust when his words prompted the man to whip his head up to look at the hero student. "Flesh, such pretty red, delicious blood. I'll help you for a taste." Moonfish shuddered before thrashing against the straitjacket. The sound of metal scraping against metal preceded something denting his muzzle from the inside. "Need exquisite meat. It's been too long." He devolved into muttering to himself as he shambled in place. Even Shigaraki looked skeptical when Izuku slanted a glance at him. The older teen rubbed the side of his neck as he considered the two. Finally he nodded. "Sure. If Sensei vouches for their effectiveness, they can join. Kurogyri, set up rooms for them and get whatever they need." He turned to reclaim his spot on the couch though switched the game off. Izuku stayed standing, not taking his eyes off either villain until they disappeared up the stairs following Kurogiri. Neither of them will follow your orders, Izuku cautioned. It didn't even have anything to do with his aversion to them, he simply recognized them for the loose cannons they were. Reports on Muscular said he loved killing to a disturbing degree, to the point he'd been dubbed the carnal murderer by the media. Izuku inferred from his public profile and present attitude that he would do what he wanted regardless of anyone else's goals. The problem with Moonfish should have been obvious to anyone who met him even without the press releases about him. He was clinically insane. A grunt left Shigaraki before he reluctantly leaned forward to tuck the game console away. Sensei thinks they'll be useful, so I'll use them. He stretched out his back with a sigh, brooding at the blank TV despite his words of support for his boss. Did your sensei claim Nomu would work at the USJ too? Izuku hazarded a stab in the dark as he backed out of grabbing range. Clearly Shigaraki didn't have the resources on his own for such a creature. He'd heard after the fact that All Might took it out with ease. We know how that went. Before the other could retaliate for the barb, Izuku turned and made his way upstairs as well. Not wanting to invite conversation, he avoided looking at the small group at the end of the hall as he entered his room. Thankfully Kurogiri seemed to be putting them far away from Shigaraki and Izuku's rooms. He wanted as little interaction with either of them as possible. He only wished the door had a lock as well. The desk chair wedged awkwardly under the handle but did the job of keeping it from opening. Izuku wanted to avoid confrontations if he could. He was on shaky ground already without being blamed for maiming someone for intruding on his privacy. Pacing over to his fridge, he pulled out a heart and kidney to stress eat. Despite his earlier resolve, second thoughts and contingencies ran through his mind. Becoming villains had always been his and Hitoshi's backup plan, but in this case the choice was out of his hands in the worst way possible. That irritated him. In addition, Hitoshi wasn't with him and, though he was glad for that, he missed his best friend. They'd been joined at the hip since they met and had gotten even more used to each other sharing a room the past months. Not having his warm insomniac to cuddle during rest hours made him agitated and sad. The thought to decay the wall and run crossed his mind, not for the first time, but he repressed it. If he was seen he'd be arrested or attacked on sight. The odds were better if he bided his time with the League while gathering information. Eventually he would be given the opportunity to either sneak away or get a message out. At the same time, he was curious if he could shake Shigaraki's confidence in his boss. Izuku just hated being forced to rub elbows with monsters like Muscular and Moonfish. Killing was almost inevitable for villains, but the ones that took pleasure in it and had no other motivations were the worst. For the time being, Izuku finished his snacks and threw himself into his notebook, titled Villain Analysis for the Future. It was indeed the 7th volume in the series. The rest were at home under his and Hitoshi's underwear in the dresser. The hero versions were hidden behind textbooks on their bookshelf. Not the most secure spots, but it was better than nothing. Hitoshi would know to hide them better if the authorities somehow got a search warrant for the apartment. For now the new edition was dedicated to dissecting Shigaraki and Kurogiri based on what he'd seen. In the event that they read it, Izuku stuck to brutal honesty when describing their personalities but curbed the details of their weaknesses. He felt justified in being petty and didn't want them improving too much because of him. Muscular and Moonfish would reluctantly be added once he observed them more. The task quickly distracted him from his worry, letting him zone out in peace for the rest of the night. The next couple of days for Izuku was spent in misery avoiding the psychopaths in residence. Prior to his capture, he would have numbered Shigaraki among them, but he was quickly coming to the realization that the older teen, while mentally unstable, was intelligent and reasonable when he wasn't in an agitated bloodlust. And really, who was Izuku to judge brief lapses of sanity or impulse control? No, the problem was Shigaraki's sensei and Kurogiri, who encouraged the self-destructive mania beneath a veneer of patient support. The big boss was still seeming to ignore Izuku's presence despite being the one who wanted him, but the hero student had overheard one conversation that led him to conclude that he wasn't the only captive at the bar. Shigaraki didn't seem to realize he was just as trapped. Why should I keep them when they won't even listen when I tell them to not leave the bar? Moonfish killed 3 people in this district and Muscular almost brought police to our door. All of your recommendations since the USJ have been failures, sensei. Shigaraki's voice carried up the stairs, making Izuku freeze in his tracks and crouch on the top step to eavesdrop rather than continue down. There was a preordained pause before the TV audio crackled. Do not doubt, Tamura. There have been some miscalculations, yes, but as I have said before, they are simply opportunities to learn and grow. You are making leaps and bounds in your goals, but slip-ups are inevitable since you're still learning. I will always be here to help you back to your feet as many times as you require. There was an undercurrent of fond indulgence as he deflected the blame back onto Shigaraki. Izuku could also feel a tug at the back of his mind, reminiscent of the compulsion quirk but weaker since he wasn't the direct target this time. Kurogyri, ensure the guests do not wander again. Both you and Tamura must impress upon them the importance of patience. They will have their feast soon enough. In the meantime, use the hero killer's reputation in your favor. Many potential allies look up to him and believe him to have been in your employ. A click told Izuku that the TV had turned off. Whether it was the big boss being done with his gaslighting or Shigaraki had enough, he wasn't certain. A few moments later, the sound of a glass shattering pierced the silence that had blanketed the room. Go get the new round of NPCs. Shigaraki sounded sad to Izuku. Since that day, Shigaraki had been ill-tempered, killing 4 potential recruits before Kurogyri reprimanded him. He even forewent his and Izuku's nightly gaming to brood in his room. That left Izuku with just the other villains for company, putting him in a foul mood as well. Since the restriction on leaving was put in place, Muscular was prone to bullying Izuku. The grown but man kept trying to taunt the tiny teen into fighting him. Izuku had to channel Hitoshi's apathy and Shoto's blankness whenever Muscular was present to keep from reacting like the man wanted. It did eventually make him get bored and turn his sights elsewhere. Moonfish was as creepy and deranged as he first appeared to be. Even with Kurogyri providing him with human meat, he still wandered the halls lamenting the lack of screams and crying. Izuku was tempted to take a chunk out of him to see how he liked it, but he didn't want anything to do with knives growing from his mouth. He'd also noticed his food was disappearing at a rate that far exceeded even his stress eating. One new person was allowed to join, once again against Izuku's advice. This time it was a kid not even out of middle school who gave off strong supremacist vibes. He seemed to have a poorly hidden hatred for Izuku. Whether it was because Izuku was a hero student or because of his quirk, the teen couldn't bring himself to care. He even mouthed off to Kurogyri, likely due to his perceived mutation. Ketchup, or whatever his name was, even had antique equipment from pre-quirk-era Nazi Germany. The "I told you so" glare Izuku gave Shigaraki when the older teen realized the kid was a bigot instead of just a hero hater could have curdled milk. Kurogyri had to intervene before Shigaraki could decay the brat upon overhearing a vitriolic rant about inferior quirks directed at the zombie. Izuku was at his wits' end and his nerves were thoroughly frayed by the time Jiren brought new people around at the end of the week. He didn't bother hiding his agitation as he hopped onto the bar counter next to Shigaraki's seat and stole the older teen's whiskey. He didn't know if he could get drunk, but he was very interested in finding out if this meeting went like the others. It spoke volumes for Shigaraki's state as well when the theft simply yielded a sigh. Izuku had been making his displeasure known at every safe opportunity to do so, and this was no exception. He held in a sigh of his own when the door opened to admit Jiren, reluctantly claiming his notebook in preparation for the incoming headache. Just don't kill the stain fanatics this time. They've been the only promising ones. Izuku muttered while getting comfortable. He saw Shigaraki's fingers spasm at the words, but the older teen stayed stubbornly facing the door even as he drew in a deep breath to argue. That suited Izuku since he was in a fighting mood. Degree. Nearly a week passed before Dabi got a breakthrough in his mission. The broker Knuckleduster introduced him to was upfront about the League of Villains being picky about who joined them. It was apparently an abrupt change from before the USJ, when they were looking for numbers more than skills. Now they were looking to put together a smaller elite group. His experience as a street kid and vigilante got him extra points with Jiren, but it wasn't until he mentioned admiring Stain that he apparently passed some type of test. Dabi did admire Stain's message, but according to Flashpoint he was taken out by Izuku Aizawa by himself prior to the sheet hitting the fan. That didn't strike the vigilante as the hero killer living up to his own image. That's how he found himself standing next to a blood-obsessed psycho dressed like a schoolgirl, in the middle of a rundown bar, staring at a hands-wearing advertisement for psoriasis cream. If he didn't owe Eraserhead several favors, he'd be out the door in a heartbeat. Some of his resolve was also because he was intrigued by the ballsy hero student who stood up to Endeavor on national television. Anyone who did that deserved a medal, not death or dismemberment. Though Dabi's target still seemed to be in good health and spirits despite his family's worry. And I'm telling you that if you reject everyone who likes Stain, you'll just be stuck with the psychopaths your sensei set you up with and the neo-Nazi tween. The student in question was sitting cross-legged on the bar counter, scribbling in a notebook while arguing with Shigaraki. All of whom I guarantee will not follow your orders, and one keeps stealing my food. Need I remind you what happens when I don't eat? Twice is the only remotely good decision you've made since I got here. He fearlessly poked the back of Shigaraki's head with his pencil to punctuate. When the writing instrument was decayed with a growl, the teen simply pulled another one from a pocket. You wanted my opinion on your recruits, but you keep ignoring me. It's like you don't want me here. I'd gladly go back to you, you know. Or I can kill you and put you out of my misery. Stop talking back to me in front of people. Shigaraki scratched roughly at his neck and abruptly froze when Aizawa Jr. leaned forward while licking his lips at the fresh blood welling up. Kurojirai put a lock on his door to keep Moonfish out and increase his rations. Dabi had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep his expression neutral. Shigaraki was afraid of the pint-sized prisoner. To the point, it seemed, of letting him keep weapons and make demands. If not for the mentioned sensei and expressed desire to go home, Dabi would think the information the heroes had was wrong. So far he wasn't impressed with the League of Villains if this was its figurehead. He fought not to twitch when red eyes zeroed in on him, as if sensing the thought. Introduce yourselves so we can get this over with. Shigaraki stared expectantly at Dabi, though it was the schoolgirl who bounced forward with an eager fanged grin. At some point a knife appeared in her hand and she hugged it to her chest. I'm Himiko Toga. Is it true Stain worked for you? I love Stainy, I want to be like him. To be all the people I love. She gave off intense Yandere vibes as she wiggled in place giddily. Even Shigaraki seemed put off by her as he once more focused on Dabi. And you? He leaned back against the bar next to Aizawa despite their argument mere seconds before. Just Dabi. You'll get a real name when I deem this worth my time. From the sounds of it, you're just letting anyone join. Will you really uphold Stain's ideals, or are you just using them to your own ends? The interest wasn't entirely an act. He had nothing better to do with his time that would advance his goals. The deal with the heroes was a type of insurance while he tested whether or not to actually help the League. If they could back up their claims with action and if they would be useful for ending Endeavor and other corrupt heroes, he might stay once Aizawa was rescued. If he was rescued, the media sheet storm was complicating things. Despite no evidence supporting the student's guilt, people were calling for his arrest and efforts to clear his name were being sabotaged at every turn. Honestly, Dabi wondered if this wasn't the safest place for him to be at the moment. The question appeared to annoy Shigaraki into forgetting the zombie beside him because his hands came up to claw both sides of his neck. Stain this, stain that. It's all anyone talks about. I'm getting sick of it. He straightened his spine and manic killing intent flashed in his eyes. Before he could act on it, Aizawa placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. That was the wrong move. In an instant Shigaraki whipped around. A portal opened to intercept, but it was a fraction too late as deadly fingers gripped the teen's bare forearm in a bruising hold. Dabi's heart leaped into his throat as he expected the younger to crumble to dust, as he'd been warned about Shigaraki's quirk, but nothing happened. Everyone froze. A beat passed before realization seemed to dawn in the two. Shigaraki recoiled as if burned while Aizawa ripped his arm away with a panicked expression and rolled backwards off the counter to put a barrier between them. Not that it was needed. Shigaraki stared at his own hands in shock. How? He pressed one to a bar stool and startled when it crumbled as intended. His gaze turned to the younger teen, who was trying to slink away into the rooms behind the counter. He locked up under the incredulous stare. "What did you do?" An almost guilty look crossed the freckled face, but before he could speak, the TV did. "Kurojiri, send Izuku to me, please. I will sort this out. Tamura, continue with the interview." Before Dabi's eyes, the teen dropped out of sight with a yelp, presumably from a portal. This complicated things. The voice of Shigaraki-sensei did nothing to prepare Izuku for meeting him face to face. The lack of eyes didn't stop the feeling that he was being dissected, seen in a way that went beyond vision, as the man regarded him from a wheelchair in a dark room lit only by a wall of a dozen humming monitors. Izuku could see the bar's main room and what he suspected were camera feeds pointed at the building's adjacent streets and alleyways. There were too many to register, before the man finally spoke, pulling Izuku's attention back like a taut wire snapping. "I needed to be certain of your cooperation with Tamura before properly introducing myself. You may call me sensei as he does." His voice carried an undercurrent Izuku couldn't name, something oily and cold that wormed under his skin. "I've watched you these last few days. I've grown curious about your quirk. Your mother has a weak telekinetic power, your father was supposedly a simple fire breather. You don't make sense, and that makes you very interesting to me. Do you know your father? I couldn't find much about him." Dread settled low in Izuku's stomach, heavy and cold. "No," he answered reluctantly. "I don't remember him. Mom always said he works in America." Even now, he knew it was a lie. It always had been. But it was the only truth she'd ever offered. Sensei tilted his head, the fingers of his right hand flexing once, almost absently, like testing a weapon. "Then allow me to take a closer look for myself." Izuku's instincts screamed a second too late. The man's arm snapped up. His fingers splayed, palm facing Izuku, and in the center of that palm gaped a hole. An unseen force yanked him forward. The hand slammed against his forehead. Fingers locked like iron bars. White-hot pain exploded behind Izuku's eyes. His breath caught in his chest as a wave of icy numbness spread down his limbs, sharp and invasive. It felt like dying. Not like... It's the same. The thought ignited a burning defiance in his belly and he snarled through the pain. Izuku twisted, clawed gloves raking across Sensei's wrist. He tore skin, shredded the sleeve, earned a sharp, unfiltered cry of pain that didn't sound entirely human to Izuku's ringing ears. But Sensei didn't let go. His fingers only clenched harder, like he was going to pry into Izuku's skull by force. The pain surged. The cold deepened. And Izuku's consciousness began to spiral away. Degree. The villain meet and greet was disrupted by the abrupt departure of the interviewers. After Izuku was abducted, Shigaraki wandered upstairs without a word. Dabi didn't mind since it let him get away from Toga. The blonde psycho seemed to take a liking to him for some reason and had tried to follow him until he threatened to set her on fire. Once he was sure he wasn't being tailed, he took a circuitous route through the streets before getting on a bus to return to Mizudafu. He would have preferred to just text, but Nezu was paranoid about being monitored technologically. It was probably smart, given the supposed powers of All for One. Hopefully the green Aizawa was still in one piece by the time Dabi was invited back to the bar. Jiren said he would call them when he heard back from Kurojiri. Eraserhead had always maintained strict boundaries between his work life and his home life. No one was allowed to approach his apartment uninvited, and never after 10 p.m. Now, staring eye to eye with a highly respected detective, Dabi understood why. He knew of Detective Tsukachi through unsavory contacts who warned him away from the UA area altogether, not just because of the hero presence. That was not who Dabi expected or wanted when he climbed the fire escape to tap on the hero's window. From behind the bare-chested, pajama pants-clad, detective peered the purple Aizawa and Shoto, also dressed for bed. A quiet conversation took place behind the glass, during which the other man took out his phone and snapped a picture of Dabi. It was too late to back down now. He tapped the window again and made an impatient sharp gesture towards the two interns that had seen him when the mess first started. The detective's phone lit up with a message that seemed to confirm what the teens were saying because he cautiously unlocked and opened the window to let the vigilante in. Eraserhead's on his way home, he was on patrol. I'm Naomasa Tsukachi. Do you want something to eat or drink while you wait? The man and teens herded Dabi out of the short hallway he found himself in and out to the living room. He had never used the fire escape before because climbing was usually too painful. But Eraserhead changed the passcode on the door after every meeting. He shook his head as he sat on the couch next to Eraserhead's huge cat, resisting the urge to pet its silky-looking fur. No, I'm not staying. Just here to give a report. He ignored his aching stomach. Eating would mean pulling down the mask and showing him his face. And that he couldn't stomach. Dabi couldn't help staring at the red and white-haired boy as he and Purple Aizawa took seats as well. Could 10 years really make such a huge difference? The proof was in front of him. Despite the refusal of refreshments, Tsukachi made and brought out enough hot water and mugs for all of them, tea, instant coffee, hot chocolate mix, as well as a large packet of cookies. He then joined them, sitting furthest from Dabi on the couch. The atmosphere felt stifling under 3 pairs of watchful, curious eyes. For if you counted the cat, the only reprieve came when they each started preparing their own beverages. Coffee for Tsukachi and Purple Aizawa, hot chocolate for Shoto. Thankfully it didn't take Eraserhead long to return home. The quiet had only been broken by the TV since Dabi shut down conversation with an icy stare the one time Tsukachi asked his name. The hero arrived through the same window Dabi had, wandering in from the hallway. He looked like Sheet. So did the rest of them, for that matter. The fire user almost felt bad for the news he was about to give. I finally got a meeting. I saw the kid. Dabi didn't mince words. He seemed fine and was bullying Shigaraki. But the big boss found out about his quirk and Kurogyri sent him away. I'm waiting to hear back on if I'm in. He fished a scrap of paper out of his pocket with the bar's address and all the names he could remember. Stay away until I find out more. Eraserhead's mouth pressed into a thin line at the news and the others went pale. The detective had clearly been led in on the situation at some point. How did they find out? The man sat on the armrest of the couch next to Tsukachi, dark eyes boring into Dabi's. The younger man broke the staring contest, looking away while motioning to run a hand through his hair. The hood of his jacket blocked the move and he accidentally pushed it down enough to reveal his scarred neck and jaw, not covered by his paper mask. He tensed as he saw gazes drop to the discolored patches but was surprised when no one seemed bothered, attention quickly back to simply waiting for an answer. He was mouthing off and Shigaraki touched him, but he didn't decay. Kurogyri sent him to All for One. The responses that garnered were mixed. All of them looked alarmed, Eraserhead and Purple Aizawa also looked puzzled. Tsukachi was doing deep breathing exercises with a conflicted expression, no doubt relieved that Green Aizawa was at least alive as of when Dabi saw him, and worried about the consequences. Shoto looked stony but his mismatched eyes swam with restrained tears. Dabi looked away, ignoring how his guts twisted with something unpleasant at the sight. He stared instead at the refreshments. His stomach growled again. It was Purple Aizawa who broke the silence as he leaned forward to push a mug and the cookies at Dabi. We don't care how you look, as long as you keep helping us get Izuku back. Apparently his hunger wasn't as subtle as he had hoped. When the others nodded agreement, Dabi slowly and grudgingly snagged a cookie and shoved it under his mask instead of fully taking it off. Pride be damned, he hadn't had a meal in 3 days. They gave him a few minutes to eat the snacks before Tsukachi spoke up. How were they treating him? You said he was bullying Shigaraki. The man looked weary but chuckled at the description. A small smirk tugged a staple at the corner of Dabi's mouth as he recalled the overheard argument. He's afraid of your zombie, but they were feeding him and let him keep his claws. He's playing nice, but he wants out. Bad. The amusement he felt evaporated after a moment. Shigaraki had a hissy fit when I asked about Stain. The kid tried to stop him from decaying me and got caught in the crossfire. It tipped them off that his quirk was weird. A small ember of guilt was mentally stomped out at the words. He hadn't fully considered why the situation played out as it had until he said it out loud. Green Aizawa had probably saved him from an inglorious end in a dustpan. He should have kept his mouth shut. Then maybe they wouldn't be in the situations they were. Irritation at the conflicting thoughts made Dabi physically twitch. The hero drained half a cup of coffee almost in one go before letting out a long sigh. Thank you. If you are able to, get him out. All for one cannot get zombie, if he hasn't taken it already. The solemn words proved too much for Shoto, who abruptly stood and retreated down the hallway, disappearing into one of the closed rooms Dabi had noted earlier. A beat later, the purple Aizawa followed. Dabi fought down a scoff at the emotional display from the masterpiece, though he found real derision was hard to summon. Silence fell again as the adults resumed brooding. After having his fill of cookies, Dabi stood and stretched with a wince. I'll update you when I have anything else. He opted to slink out the door instead of the window, ignoring Tsukachi's muted but friendly farewell. By the time he made it to the abandoned house he was calling home for the time being, the sun was tainting the horizon a muted red that reminded Dabi of blood in water. His joints ached from the cold, and he was too tired to be cautious as he slipped through the warped doorway, letting it thud shut behind him. Dust motes danced in the faint traces of streetlight allowed in through broken boards over the windows. He slumped onto the moldy tatami mat next to his ratty backpack and threadbare bedroll, groaning as the tension finally had room to settle in his spine. His stomach felt hollow again, but the thought of food made him queasy. He dug out the crushed pack of cigarettes in his coat pocket and lit one with the tip of his finger, watching the ember glow in the gloom. Smoking always helped him think. He took a drag and let the silence wrap around him, broken only by the creak of old wood and his own uneven breathing. Kamiko! The name slipped out before he could stop it. His voice rasped in the stale air, and the familiar surge of almost blind anger welled up at the image of what their family had once looked like. What it was supposed to be. Smoke curled from the seams of his jacket, rising with the heat of emotion barely caged beneath skin and staples. He in another deep breath, exhaling slowly, carefully, until the burning dulled. Shoto! He tested the new name aloud, trying it on like a borrowed coat. He pictured the inexpressive kid sitting stiff-backed in Aizawa's living room, hands curled around a mug like it might shatter under his grip. The resentment still smoldered, but it didn't have the same bite. It was quieter, muted. Curiosity edged in where fury used to sit. How had the golden child grown into that? Enji must have had a meltdown when Shoto came out. The thought sparked something unexpected. A short, sharp exhale. Not quite a laugh, but it startled him just the same. He scrubbed a hand down his face, annoyed at how much lighter his shoulders felt, how the knot in his chest had loosened just a little. How odd.